Hello, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is episode 700. Holy shit! I can't believe it. We have Mr. Johnny Caniseed in Smiley's Gardens popping in. I believe, at least that's who I believe it is, anyway. Oh, my bad, Johnny in the Major. Where'd you guys go? There we go. Johnny in the Major popping in already for episode 700. Cheers, guys. Johnny,
Hey,
how you doing? What's up, Major?
I'm doing okay.
Boys. Doing fantastic, man.
Cheers to episode 700.
Can you motherfuckers hear me?
I can.
Okay, it's not on there yet. Let me hang on. I got to get my sound going.
Can you guys hear me? Cheers. Check 1, check 2.
Yeah,
Just smoking on Major.
Yeah, this thing ain't gonna work.
I am smoking on actually a little experiment I had going. I left well, it's sort of like a forced experiment, right? Had some leftover product and just never really dealt with it. Just left it up, like solid, 8 ounces, whatever. It's blueberry muffin or whatever the hell it is, and it has good terps, but just the high isn't quite there. So I left this plant, whatever. Fucking smoking it up today. It has a yellow bud on it. It's like yellowish on the outside, but you take off all those yellow leaves, and it has a green tone to it, right? Still, but it's super old. This is like ever since October, so it's almost a year old. This shit, right? It's 10 months, but the terps are still there. It's been just left up like plus 30 fluctuations from 8 to 30 degrees. This thing's been going up and down all fucking year. Of course, I guess January to April, it was sort of in that frozen state. So I guess it's really only been aged for 6 months, off and on fluctuations. But the terps, man, I'm telling you, they're still there. So my whole just trying to figure out the shelf life of some of this cannabis is still surprising me. And all these trichomes on this plant were still bulbous and not dried out at all, not shrunken in, nothing. Just a little golden tinge to every trichome, man. It's just beautiful stuff.
I'm going to jump out. I'll be right back. I can't get this shit to work.
So you're jumping in and out. How are you, Eagle? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I see a little squid thing going on. You don't have your contacts in, do you?
No, man. I've been wearing them the last few days, and my eye is still fucked up. I don't have them in right now, but I am really feeling shit.
Shit, brother.
It's still bloodshot, and I've been doing everything I can do. So, how you guys feel about the doorbell already? I like it. That way, I don't necessarily have to interrupt the conversation and let everybody.
I thought somebody had rang my doorbell, which would be impossible because I'm gated, but I guess I'll get used to it.
I was gonna say I don't even have a doorbell.
I was going to say, yeah, I just connected that shit. How could that ring?
See.
Okay, I can hear you now. I had to jump out in order to get my mic to kick in. I hear it.
See, if it gets annoying, I will change it for the next one.
Man,
to where only I can hear it. I wish I could change it to something like, you know what I mean? but that's it.
You know.
God damn, bud, did you get your AC fixed that quick?
No, but I'll go down and do it. Thanks for reminding me, but I took the opportunity when the notification came on because the last time I showed up on the show, it was like 2 minutes before it ended. So I didn't want to have that happen.
Yeah, we sent it to you late.
No, I was busy that other night
How you doing,
going
brother?
through some bullshit.
Yeah.
Major, Johnny, Eagle, Bud.
Yeah.
About 3 minutes ago. Hey, brother.
Yeah, me and Cap were on the phone for about 2 hours, FaceTiming, not even on the phone. We were looking at each other. It was kind of weird.
Oh man, that must have been horrible. So that Thai bud is almost to 6 foot now. It's probably about 5'10".
Well, let me know when
let me know
when it gets 20.
Next time I say something.
I still don't believe you.
Okay.
6 foot is short. Like I had a Thai so many years ago, and it was the tallest plant that I ever grew. It was way over 20 feet tall.
Captain, I'm just in denial. That's all. I'm just in denial.
Yeah.
Motherfucker's
That's all right. Hey, you grow it once.
I'm
and you
already
learn, right?
taking. Well, I'm already taking tips from Smiley about getting some S hooks in here to get my light up higher. You know. So I'll be doing
I
that
got an
short.
idea. Just put the fucker outside.
Well, it's already in the house. And if I stick it outside, then my neighbors will want a part of it, you know? Can't be having that shit.
Johnny, just get yourself like a old spray bottle and put like poison signs on it and start spraying that shit. Tell your neighbors, oh yeah, I'm just spraying this down with some Raid and shit. Fucking getting rid of some mites. I wouldn't smoke this if I were you kids.
Spray it with water.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that old stuff? What the Eagle 20? Yeah, I'm just spraying down some Eagle 20 right here. That's all. Yeah.
Hate that shit.
So I did my first post of my Dank of Anthony Eagle a little bit ago. The savings. Oh, Eagle, did you freeze? I think Eagle's having internet issues. He looks very stationary. Does anybody else notice that, or is that just me?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, wait a minute.
So
He went to black. He's gone. He faded to black. Uh-oh. We lost Eagle. Eagle down. Eagle down. What's up, Miranda family?
hey, Miranda.
What's up, brother?
What up, people? Happy 700. Cheers.
Yes. Oh. Nice. I'll smoke to that.
Gonna be starting new seeds soon. And I'm gonna start the DOA ones too.
Someone got some burnt rubber, chemical gas, really good flour. I could really use it here in Thailand. We do have a US bank account, people.
Welcome back, Eagle. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Of course I'm muted.
Of
I
course.
am.
Who else do we got in here? We got Grokashi. Who the
Hey,
fuck?
bro. What's going on, man?
What the fuck? How's it going? How you doing,
Fucking
man?
going, bro. I'm
Yeah.
Pretty tired
Come
and
on.
fucking just get a hop in here, smoke something with you guys.
Right on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're still pushing the 70-hour weeks, brother.
Yeah, 80
80.
hours. Yeah.
Oh man. How do you have time for your ladies?
I just started up some autos. I have some outdoor stuff that's about 8 feet
Oh,
tall.
major.
Oh
Major.
man. Oh,
This is your
my
time
heart
to
just
come
skipped
in.
a beat.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Who's got on the Eagle Nation shirt?
I came in uniform, people.
That's right. That's right. We're
I
independent
believe the
farmers.
new uniform is plaid.
Hey, Eagle, you got to make a plaid one of those. Is he still in here? Yeah. Okay.
I'm here.
Right on, man. So what do you got growing over there, Rokashi?
I have some tiki rain. I got some apple fritter. I have some forbidden fruit, and then I have a bunch of autos.
Forbidden fruit. I had some of that. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that.
they're about 7.5 to 8 feet tall. 12 plants.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Are they outside,
How is
inside?
the bud structure
Outside.
on that, if I may ask? Is it a little bit loose or is it a dense bud structure?
No, it's dense bud structure. It's just really, really tall. You know what I mean? It's fucking doing what it's supposed to do, for sure.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I need to find more strains with a little bit looser of a structure for my climate here in Thailand.
Okay. All right. Yeah, mine are growing pretty big. I mean, I have two forbidden fruits in a 30-gallon pot, and they're 8 feet tall. My tiki rain and my apple fritter is probably about about 7.5. Not bad. Also in 30-gallon pot.
Nice.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Just a small one. Just a
Yeah.
little one.
Tall enough.
I like
But
that.
my indoor shit, I got some grape Rolex V2 from Rockbud. I have some Mandalorian seeds called Anvil. And I also have what's the other one? The fuck's the other? Oh, hold on a second. Gotta figure this out. Oh shit. Anvil. Three Bears OG from Mephisto.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
How do you like Mephisto? Have you ever grown their shit before?
Oh yeah, bro. I love it.
Yeah.
Dude, Mephisto is fucking like top notch.
Heard nothing
shit,
but
bro.
good shit about those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, they're awesome. They're they pop, they grow vigorously, and they're dense ass buds.
Shit, I made a mistake the last time I popped some seeds, and that was just recently. I put it into my regular soil that I have setting and priming for flower, and
Oh yeah.
it was a little hot, and I think it might have burned them up.
Yeah. My indoors
Of course,
are
when we say we burn them up, we're actually starving the plant of water, right?
No, they got plenty of water, buddy.
Well, that's the thing, is actually
Talking about
the osmotic
nutrient
pressure in the
burn.
water won't allow your plant to drink anything up, right? The salt level's so high that it won't be able to
Dude,
drink anything up. So the tips of your plants actually dry out because of the lack of water.
You're talking like Greek to me. I don't understand that kind of shit. Yeah, I don't know that stuff. That's some of that stuff that I'm still trying to learn, you know. So yeah, maybe I did put it into a high desert kind of
Yeah,
thing.
look up to help you out, look at salt index. Look that up for a while. Get lost in that little zone.
Oh man, I can barely get lost in my own mind once in a while. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
buddy,
so,
weighing up something.
You wait up there, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm feeding my dog, everybody. I'm away from the screen. My dog started chewing on my ankle. I figured I better feed him before I had a foot left, before I didn't have a foot left.
Well,
That's just
anytime he
the,
bites you, you should give him some of that chicken you make there, Johnny.
I don't give him that chicken anymore. I don't like the way he looks when he eats that shit, man. It's just too fucked up. He's all sideways and
I
shit,
have a
man.
crazy story of like
Yeah, he don't do good with THC. Maybe CBD, that'd be okay. But the THC that I grow, oh, that's fucking shit's way too powerful for him.
No, I seen even a dog get messed up by like everyone's tripping out on these mushrooms at this one party, and of course people would puke, and the dog came up and clean it. No one thought
Oh
of it.
no,
No,
that's
Yeah.
oh,
Dog got
that's
all tripped
like
out.
mainlining it. Oh man, that's horrible for that poor dog. Yeah, my dog, man, he looked like a circus clown, man. His legs were like straight out, and his head was going back and forth. He couldn't keep his head straight. His eyes were going in different directions, and oh man, I felt so bad for him. And it was just off some crumbles in my chicken. It was
Well,
good
going
chicken.
around to dead shows and festivals and people's dogs licking you and licking your face and everything. And then like 3 hours later, the dogs are acting really funny and people are going, wow. And it's like, well, you guys are all fucking tripping and he's licking all your sweat. So he's taking that in. Your dog's
Yeah,
tripping
yes.
balls.
What?
there we
Come on
go.
in. Come on in.
So can you probably hear me a little bit better now? I had too much
Yes.
shit running. I had to fucking turn off some shit back. So
Uh-oh.
uh-oh.
Froze again.
Turn that shit back on, Eagle.
so you ready? No, am I fading out again?
Yep.
Yeah, you quit for a second. You stalled and everything okay?
And I thought my internet was better.
Well, we are dealing with a cannibal CME right now. You know what a cannibal CME is? That's one of those kind of CMEs where it blows one off at the planet, right? And it's got this power, this radiation wave rolling at the Earth, and there's another one that shoots off behind it, and it overtakes the first one and envelops it and comes at the Earth all at the same time. We're going through that right now. Over this weekend, we've been doing it. So we're having internet issues. It could be something due to that.
So can you hear me now?
Yep.
So real quick, if I can try to get this in before it fucks up again. The craziest thing happened today. Crazy. So how many dogs do I have?
Uh-oh.
I thought you had 8. But
I
probably
know
only 4.
4.
I have 2 now, or had 2. But when I left the house, I had 3 dogs. Now, as we look behind me here, one more, yeah, you can see. 1, 2, 3.
How'd that happen?
Congratulations.
So,
Did it find its way back?
yes, Johnny, it did.
You're shitting me, really?
No, I gave him away to these people that I know. And actually, the first time I gave them to him, it was during like the move and the crazy shit going on, and he was freaking out. He didn't know what to think.
They tried to say you were
Instead of
abandoning your
handing
dog.
him,
Yeah.
so fucking him to the new. For some reason, instead of handing him directly to them, I set him on the ground, and that dog took off like a fucking dart. Bam, gone. We all fucking chased him forever. For about look everywhere, ran through the farmers market chasing that dog. Fucking. So I couldn't find him. It was nighttime. My daughter Lexi puts out a thing on the local town Facebook community page. Lo and behold, a couple hours later, somebody hits up Lexi. We got the dog. It's like, hell yeah. So I go pick up the dog and I take him to the owners, the new owners. Here you go. Good luck. Congratulations. And then unfortunately, like a week ago, I get a text that says, Buddy got loose or whatever, and he's been gone for a few days, and we've now reported him missing to the dog pound. My wife and daughter are heartbroken. That's not a good update. So I've never so that spot's a couple miles away, and I've never drove from A to B, and he's never been here. This is the office. He's never been here, right? Yeah, right.
Wait a minute. So you never drove him from there?
No, I've never drove him to this spot. This is a new spot. He's never been here. So I go out to go to the gym tonight, and I decide to leave the boys here, which I don't know they do, but I did the other day and tonight. And so I shut the door and I go and I see this dog like run out from underneath the truck. Little buddy look a lot like, and I go, how in the fuck did you get out? I just shut you in. There's no way you followed me out. And then it hits me. That's little buddy. So I kneel down and I'll be damned. Little buddy. He fucking found, I don't know how, but he found me. And I told Lexi, when I told her the story that he had disappeared, I said, I got this feeling that fucking dog's going to find me. And he fucking found me. He fucking found me. I can't believe it. I don't have any explanations.
I do.
don't have no.
I think
He
I think
fucking.
you smell like weed, and everywhere you go in your little ass town smells like weed, and he followed that smell right to you.
You can tell.
You know,
Tell
that's
he's been on the lam for a little while.
Now, my question is, you're keeping
he
him now,
needed
right?
a good meal. Couple Nick marks in him. Fights to try to find his way around and shit.
You know,
Eagle,
I think he was so connected. He was so connected to you beforehand. He wouldn't even leave your side. Right? That little motherfucker would get pissed off if you left him behind. So I think he just knows your smell. You know what I mean? And I think with the other dogs being with you, that was just a larger smell for him to focus in on.
I don't
It
have
blows me away
any
that he found you.
explanation.
Wow. There's no
So-
explanation for it.
It's the sound of your old truck, buddy.
None.
So your old truck, he knows the sound of your truck. I know every dog can
You know, that
recognize
could
that
be too.
your vehicle sound.
Think about that. Maybe he followed the sound of it every once in a while when you drove by. Right? Oh,
Me-
that's deep.
Talking about
And you-
dogs, two of my dogs they've lived together for fucking ever. Just got in the gnarliest fucking fight. I kind of have an idea of what's going on, but holy fuck, they're big dogs. So I didn't know what to
So
do.
there
I
you
hit
go.
him over the head with the bowl from my scale. Fuckers.
Those aren't little dogs either, people.
So Eagle, are you gonna keep Buddy now or what?
Maybe. I think he's frozen. I think we might have lost him again. Because he didn't get through with that sentence that he was talking about.
He's
There
frozen.
you are. I think I heard him. You there, Eagle?
How could you? I'm here. I can't believe you guys can't hear me. This sucks.
No, that totally
Look.
sucks. Yeah.
We can hear you, but it's just fucking frozen, bro.
Good deal.
Yeah,
But
maybe
the question, Eagle,
get rid of the
is,
video.
so now Buddy's back. Are you taking him back to the host family, or you're gonna keep him forever now?
Oh, it's Eagles. Yeah, that dog
Matt,
ain't going anywhere now. That's his.
what was that
Yeah.
movie
There's,
where there's like two dogs and a cat? They went all across America trying to find their family and shit. I remember that as a little kid
what
anyway.
Well,
the
there's
fuck? I
some
remember
gnarly stories where dogs literally have like gone 100 miles and found people and shit. Whether
Benji
they're true or
did
not.
it.
Yeah.
Benji and Lassie both did it, man. I tell you, man, I watched both of those movies, documentaries. Excuse me.
Which
Eagle.
Lassie? I think they
Yes.
used
There
like
you
a
are.
dozen in the show.
Yeah, there was quite a few. And Mr. Ed's how many Mr. Ed's were there? Shit, that guy was famous.
Or we
Anybody knew what talking horse?
maybe
You're still in and out,
Oh,
Eagle.
shit. As soon as he starts talking, it freezes.
Well, I'll
That's
chime in. So
fucked up,
why
man.
my dogs are fighting is one of them I saw last night when I was working in my garden, in my rooms, was in there. And I finished work and left. And when I was out running errands, my trimmer calls me and says, yeah, the whole thing is flooded. And Daisy was locked in here. So Daisy was locked in the rooms and basically broke. I'm not sure if she just pawed it or chewed it, the water, the PVC line of water. And maybe from 3 a.m. till noon was full blast. Now,
Oh my
luckily,
God.
it's a warehouse on a foundation, and it was 13% humidity outside. So turned off the water main thing, and I'll fix the pipe probably tomorrow. But I had a flood one time in a house that, like, holy fuck, that was like a whole week, and the house was never the same again. So at least this was a building and it just flowed out, but holy fuck. And now that dog's acting weird because some weird trapped in the room and attacked the other dog for no reason.
Oh man, we set
Yeah.
up these flood draining tables, and we were such rookie status. We never thought of the siphon process, right?
Oh yeah, leave a pump
Yeah.
out and just come right the fuck out.
So yeah, I've probably flooded a couple houses myself, buddy. Always got away
Well,
with it though.
I haven't
Always.
thought about it today. Like I had a house, and yeah, 3 times I thought it was a good idea to go in the kitchen, get something to eat, or go have a couple hits of weed. And the next thing you know, I'm like sitting there watching TV as I hear the weird noise, and literally it's flooding down my whole fucking hallway. And I wouldn't care what time it was. I'd put like a 911 to my little crew. And I realized the 3 people that are still here like 15 years later, they were the fuckers that no matter what the fucking bad shit was, other people would know that what that meant and fucking stay away for a week. Because we used to have to take the whole room apart, rent the kind of shit they sell at or use for industrial flooding and shit, heaters and shop vacs. Because when you're in a house, yeah, you can't just let that water fucking go into the foundation and then all that shit. It'll fuck up your house. And then I used to say to myself, if the water's on, I'm never leaving the room. I don't care if it's 100 gallons and it takes 20 minutes. I would stand there. It was like a lesson learned, but it took 3 major floods and like massive fucking work. Now I have a building. It's set up for it just to flood out. Sometimes when it's turnover time, yep, I don't have floor drains. If I ever was to build my $10 million thing, yeah, that'd be it. Floor drains and all that, where you could just blast the shit out of the room and it all drain out.
I just like a smart pump that would only run a given amount of time, no matter what, right?
Well, the siphon effect, there's not much you can do about that. I mean,
Well,
I've had
you
that
have to have-
happen.
The hole in
It'll
line,
have to
right?
have an eye on it.
I
It'll
use
have to have
50
an eye
gallon
on it so
grass,
it can see you.
and I have like a maxi jet pump with the 1-inch line, and I use a bamboo with zip ties. So I make a little watering wand. I've used the same dumb technique forever, even though you can buy better things. But sometimes I'll just set it on the tray, the wand, and whatever happens, that wand with the hose end will fall. And as long as it's lower than the fucking pump in the reservoir, it will drain the 50 gallons out just through siphon. The siphon effect, I guess you'd call that, right?
Yep. Yeah, I was saying you should have some sort of a monitor on there that it would see whether you were in the room or not. If you weren't in the room, it'll shut off.
Well, over the times I have like a shut off on the end of the hose where I can, and if I am going to leave the room, I fucking shut it, because I'm a space cadet and will get sidetracked, and it's happened too many times.
So Eco back yet? I'm sorry, I'm over here doing something in the dark again.
No, I think he's still out there, Johnny.
Yeah.
I was lucky in Michigan. I had right next to a new hot water tank I put in, someone had put a down spigot straight from the water in the ceiling. So I just moved a 50-gallon drum underneath and just would crank that thing wide open to fill it. And yeah, there's been a couple times. Good thing I have a good sump pump.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like even tomorrow, if I replumb it, it has way too much pressure. So like if I do put the hose just in the reservoir, no, you have to basically hold the thing because it's too much pressure. So I want to lower the pressure enough that I don't have to stand there, because right now the hose is too powerful to like it go on its own. So
Bigger
I have to
pipe.
hold. But the other side of that is it's fast. And like when you have like 10 fucking 50-gallon reservoirs in rotation, that whatever time it takes to fill it is a factor.
Just go
So
with
who
the
else-
bigger
who else
size
got the dank-
diameter pipe.
Yeah, they have, what do you call it? A regulator.
Who else has a dank of Anthony going, Johnny? That's what you're going to ask, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
I'm still waiting on my seeds, man. I was one of those people who Eagle gave the seeds to that dude who never sent them out. I think
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
one of
waiting
those
on
victims.
those too. Yeah.
No, I didn't hear
I
about
got
that.
some
The
from
dude that
Smiley.
didn't send him out. What was his excuse?
We haven't heard yet. Eagle's still working
Oh.
on that.
Well, maybe it's something real.
Motherfucker. Fucking with the weed nerves. Yep.
Yeah, fuck that. I believe he fucking probably just didn't send him out because, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I
Captive.
have one friend that is like this, that like will always make up stories about why he's late or whatever. To the point, he's been my friend so long. I mean, these are like major things that could only happen to maybe you once in your life. But
Yeah,
he forgets that like 10 years earlier, you already used that one, dude. Like some, I don't know if anyone else has any. And if some of it's like, yeah, he was doing that when we were young, but now we're like, well, I'm 59. Some people like whatever they were when they were young, they still are that way 40 years
You're
later,
only 59?
right? And there's like no reason. Like, why would you even have to tell? Oh, hey, couldn't make it. Sorry, fucking call you later. No, always some fucking drama story. Even my AC guy. Oh my God, I've heard every fucking story.
Yeah, fuck that,
tires
fuck that
falling
shit, bro.
off. Like, oh,
shit.
he lives 12 minutes from me, and somehow he's left his house, like to tell me to open my gate, and in the minutes before something happens. Over the years, I should find a new AC guy, but his kid is also it gets complicated. People work for you a long time. Yeah, it's hard to go. Yeah, fuck you. Even if they are basically dissing you at times, you just have to expect it. Hey, most of these people have real jobs. Like I know, call AC guy in August. Yeah, good luck.
Yep.
Yep. But I mean, either way, if he
He
gave
never
me a word,
shown up here in daytime because he has a real gig. So it's always after work. Well, yeah, I get it. Fucking work all day, and then you want to come up here and fucking fuck with my shit for some trade, basically. Like that's the other thing. It was his idea, the trade. So I like trade. But then ultimately, sometimes people like money talks, you know what I mean? Like you really want someone to come. Oh, you want them on Saturday, their day off? Oh, you better pay them like time and more and extra. Kick them the weed and give them the money. But I'm a cheap ass and I'm not paying him like that. Because usually whatever he does only takes like a fucking hour anyway. He's gone.
Yeah, so it's like people are fucking fake, dude. You know what I mean? Come on, bro.
Well, you know, I have 4 split minis, so you need an AC guy. You gotta fucking maintain.
Yeah, you
them.
have to have an AC guy,
them.
but like, you know,
I know how to do all that shit. I've watched him, right? But you know, part of it's he knows it better. That's all he does.
You know, stick to your fucking guns. I mean, don't fucking fuck around. Don't fucking make up stories.
Yeah, I just got me.
What I've realized is some people, it's just like it's nothing against them. That's like they just what they do. Like I have a couple people like that in my life over long term that are, I guess, liars. I don't know. Unnecessary. The part about it is I'm pretty analytical, and I always think, well, why? What would be the motivation? Why would you do that? Like it's not necessary. But then that doesn't matter to someone like that.
Well, it's because they can.
Well, it just becomes like a part of the way they are. Habit.
It's fucking unprofessional, though. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Yeah, just straight up say like, "Oh, I was a lazy fuck, man." I would just lie to you, you know, like straight up. You know, just tell the truth.
Ultimately, sometimes the people in the trades, which mainly the only person I have electrician. Same thing with him, but he's a little more together. But I don't like. He comes and does something if I need it done, but then I don't see him all the time. AC guy, you need him all the time. I'm telling you, like if you don't maintain split minis, they're not going to last.
Yep. Just sucks.
Like even the one, like I have a Daikin that went down. it's probably 7 years into the 10-year no question warranty, which that's why you buy Daikin's, right? Yeah, I don't know, maybe 7 years. I'd hate for it to go out because that's like those. Now I realize that is the most expensive item in all the arsenal of parts and pieces for a grower. Split minis or AC, whatever. Like, well, not window jobs, but like real ACs and split
Yeah,
minis.
like, you know, mini splits and different things like that. Things that need to be maintained on a regular basis and shit like that. And, you know,
Well, now you can get 2-tonner. Well, you can get Chinese knockoffs. Good luck getting
Yeah.
those to work for a decade. But in the real market of the good ones, them, hey, they used to be $3,000, 28 and more. Now they're down to like teens. Like you can get 12, 1400 to get a solid 2-ton.
yeah,
That's got serious warranty and good sear. That's the other thing. The sear is always getting better. That's the efficiency.
but it's
But nothing lasts forever. And that's the thing. Like you start
the guy there
looking
that
off
can
like
actually
year after
install that
year
shit.
and then a decade and then 10 years, you start seeing where things just don't last. And
Right,
a lot of it is the hydro store, the supply, it's whether it's a hydro store or farm supply, they sell us all this junk. Like knowing that we use it 24 hours a day and need it to work for long periods of time, they sell us stuff that is junk, mainly just because it's the cheap shit from China and there's a buck in it. Even though if you search a little, and a lot of people are afraid to realize, oh, a quality whatever costs $300, not $100. But that one will probably last you a lifetime or maybe at least 10 years.
Yeah, about to say fucking decade, bro.
Hey, buddy, what was the name of that fan that you have going for like 10 years now or something?
That's a
Cool King or something?
Air King.
Air King.
It's like the line that they carried at Granger's, right? That most, I don't know if people have Grangers around them, but it's like a tool and part company. Been around forever.
It's a tool for commercial.
Like
Commercial.
even before the hydro stores had the inline fans, because at the beginning they didn't stock those at first. You could get them through Granger. You know what I mean? You get sure. It used to be that if you were a grower, only about a 15-20% of the stuff you needed to build a grow and maintain a grow came from the hydro store. You either needed certain shit from Home Depot and certain shit from places like Granger or other type of places. And then now the hydro store basically stocks everything under the sun, but it's all Chinese junk.
Yep.
Like from the
They still
buckets
sell
to
them,
the
man.
fries, you know, where
They sell them for a cheap price.
I
And
don't mind.
they work for a little while, man. That's
in
it.
my
No,
business
I'm talking about the
model,
Air Kings.
yeah, I don't mind paying a little extra for something that's made fucking right. Especially, okay, you're talking about oscillating fans. The weak point is the stupid mechanism, this piece of plastic that goes back and forth. We hear it click when it goes back and forth. That's the thing that like usually breaks after a short period of time. And then the motor, oh, sometimes they'll run fucking. Here's another thing. Things like that, if you leave them on, not put them on a timer, on, off. It's the on, off that's the most wear and tear on most electrical things, not running consistently. Right. And I have found,
they're not computers, bro. They don't fucking
the
last
things
for
that
fucking
I've
20
left
years.
where they're on a thing where they just run. Those are the ones that lasted forever. The fucking same model fan that was on some cycle on and off and all this shit died. That's just my experience.
There you go. Air King 14-inch fan, $153 Canadian. Delivered to your
pay
house.
a little more. And there's probably even better ones than that. And at this point, oscillating fans really are, I mean, I guess you'd call it amateur compared to like in the commercial area, they're just using inline fans instead of like ducting it out or using it to move air, which, well, those are much more efficient.
It is a liquid, right?
oscillate. Sometimes those fans, it's weird that the blades are clean. We keep all that. But I noticed over time, like when it was new, you stand in front of it and it'd be a fucking hurricane blowing on you. But then the same fan, even though the blades are clean, all that, the grill's clean, or no grill on it, after a couple of years, it's still going the same speed, but no air move.
You got to get that 3-in-1 oil, brother. You got to oil
Well,
it
I
up a bit.
realized-
Yeah, exactly.
I
You
also
read my mind, dude.
realized with better fans, inline fans, like I used to have 12-inch fans that were 18 to 2100 CFM, and they
Yep.
ran at a much lower RPM. But what made them so more expensive and efficient and move that much air, the blades. It was like they were like a jet engine blade. The
Yep.
blades were
Yep.
very, what do you
Fuck,
call it?
I got a.
Designed
I buy,
and technical. And then the one that only moved
Aerodynamic.
1100 CFM, the blades were like basic and simple. And that was all the difference, you know. And that's the same thing with an oscillating fan. Those stupid plastic fucking blade things are bullshit.
Those plastic
And if
ones
you-
fucking suck dick, bro.
You know, and if you actually had a good blade that was really designed and engineered,
Yeah.
it would move the air. But they don't do it that way.
Get what you
Like
paid
the
for.
old metal ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
the old metal ones used to
Even
be the
those
shit.
metal ones, you could tweak a little if you wanted less or more. Like, yeah, the angle, all that.
Yep.
That's what's happening. Fucking, you know.
Yep. 100%, bro. Crazy shit, right?
And even like at the hydro store I supported for the last 23 years up here, he sold it. Great. He got paid out to GrowGen. And I remember the letter, the flyer that announced it and said that they weren't going to change any. Matter of fact, they're keeping the manager, Zach, my friend. Well, it's been about 2 years. You can't even recognize the store anymore. I've taken advantage. They put all these little stickers, pink, and all the stuff that they don't stock anymore. So they just want to blow it off the shelf. I got like 10 different bulbs that were all priced around 100 for $8 each. I was like, cool. But the truth is, only the house brand bulb was going to be there. When it came to the soil, same thing. When it came to the products, same thing. They're only going to carry what they want you to buy. And that's bullshit. And there's a couple independent stores in the same radius, but I've gone to the same fucking store, never even ventured away. My friend owned it and I had a good discount. Well, I supported it. Well, now I realize he don't own that store anymore. I have no obligation to that fucking place, even though I can drive there with my eyes closed, right? And I guess I'm going to go into another store. But even at GrowGen, they lowered it from 40 to 35. That's their top discount. So because I was on the 40%, which 40%. Well, things don't cost much when you get.
Hey, for you
40
weed
off
nerds
everything.
out there in Canada, man, fucking Walmart has all these Air King fans on sale, like half price.
Mhm.
Like 3
Yeah, Air
fans,
King's a
usually
good stuff.
$500, now $252. 4 of the 18-inch blades, usually $740, now $361.
Hey,
Man.
Captain. Is Captain 420 in here or is he gone?
No, I had to step out and grab a pack of cigarettes.
All right. Take a look here.
Okay. Yeah, well, I told you to start tying her down and bending her around the room.
She bit me the other night. Fucking wild little beast. Yeah, she's
So
getting big.
what you actually have there, now that I'm seeing it,
Yeah,
that is the original squirrel's tail.
perfect. I want something
And
special.
supposedly that was the strain that they used to make the later tie sticks with.
Okay. That wouldn't be the ones that I smoke now and then, right?
And the bud that I see from it, it's more like my lemon G. It may be a little bit larfier to you, but you will pick up a almost a powder blue hue to the leaf.
Okay. They're such narrow leaves. I mean, they're just like little pins.
Yep.
Okay, damn it, I'm having a hard time with this camera.
I'll have to send you some of the new ones that I'm going to be releasing here with a friend because we're kind of now in partnership. It's actually, I believe it's a Thai hybrid crossed with an OG. And the pistils on that one are the purple and the pink.
Nice.
Because I didn't remember which ones I was giving out really in the States. And then I remembered, oh, didn't I give you the really tiny ones?
You know, this kind of reminds me of the way bamboo grows. So
Well,
I'm kind of
that
curious.
is an 18 to 20 foot plant, brother.
Yeah, I seen that it's budding and you've kept it that short inside. That's fucking pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
'cause that's the kind of plant that usually ends up growing above your lights and further, man. It's like you can never contain it, and you seem to have contained it. And
Well, I
maybe
did.
close to the light.
I did what Captain told me to do. He said, you better tame that motherfucker, cut it down. So I did. I cut it right off the top of it, you know, and slowed it right the fuck down, you know, and topped them.
And I never attempted to grow it inside, but I had it
right
outside,
now.
and it took like it wasn't done. It was already rainy season. I cut it down. It was up for like 11 months, and it wasn't even done. I was like, holy crazy. But I think inside, the exaggerated light and the cycle, you can make it flower in a reasonable time.
That should be done in about 90 days if I'm keeping track correctly.
Well, I'm in week 6 right now.
Only week 6. Okay,
In
I'm
flower.
sorry. So you've
Somehow-
got
Oh, don't
basically
say that.
110.
Yeah, but you do 9 hours, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm doing 10 hours. Yeah, I'm doing 10-hour days. I'm going to drop it down to 9 hours here in the next day or so. So I can
Yeah,
get it
you
down.
could even drop it to 8.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think that it wouldn't affect any of my other plants, right?
8 hours of light. Yeah. You're going to end up, your other plants, they're going to end up finishing a little bit faster, but you're not going to get the density. You're not going to get what you want out of your other plants.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But I would go with the 9 since it's been suggested and that's what you've got your mind on. But I would go with the 9, not the 8.
Okay.
And that may,
I'm at 10. Yeah.
Going from 12 to 9, you may cut off 7 to 10 days on the flowering time.
Well, I've
King
done
Blue
this
Pie.
over a period. I've done this over a period of a month, where I've been slowly taking. Yeah.
So yeah, you'll be at like 15 days shorter. Now it doesn't say that plant's not going to be a 175-day flowering plant all of a sudden, but you know, hey.
Well, you know what? I don't care. It's got the corner. That's it. You know, it can hang out there all the time it wants. None of the other plants are connected to it. They're in their own biozone. You know what I'm saying?
I would still try to pull down the like last 8 or 10 inches of each branch and start kind of pulling them down just in case they still want to grow an extra 6 or 7 inches up.
Well,
Just trying to give you extra, since you have all that room, why not maximize it? Because there's quite a bit of space in between the internodes.
well, this is my plan. I was thinking about this last night of how I was going to deal with it. And what I'm seeing here is I'm going to have a couple of plants that are going to be finishing off. So I can actually move those out the way and give it a little bit more room and actually monster crop it out. So it's just kind of bent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it'll, yeah. So that's what I'm going to do. But I did that the other day. I knuckled that motherfucker about 2 feet down, 2.5 feet, right around there. Knuckled it, laid it out at about a 45. When I came in the next day, that thing was in the same position it was before I knuckled it.
Yeah, it's a vigorous goddamn plant.
I'm telling you what, man, it's like doing push-ups over here in the corner. It's like Mike Tyson, you know?
Put a little weight
Hey,
on it, Johnny.
Smiley.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, Smiley. Hey, who's got the helm? Is that you, Major?
Looks like the major on my screen.
Oh
Okay.
shit!
You can
It's
always
on.
go down to the bottom where it says participants. You can click
Right.
on that. It says Buddy Kilowatt is the host.
Oh, Buddy is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
he muted himself. He's been talking of a storm too, man.
Has he really?
You don't see him?
Somebody unmute that
There's something
motherfucker.
important he told us. I don't know.
Better talk while you can, boys.
But Johnny,
that's-
it.
I wanted to say to you, when you do the knuckle twist, the twist is also important if you really don't want it to just pop back up. But that twist is also the trick where if you go too far, it fucking break. But I found that if I just
so a
bend
little
it,
bit
it'll
of
pop back up.
chiropractic action
But
at the same
If I
time.
put that little twist, yeah. And some strains, some stems, oh no, they don't like that shit at all. They're just gonna break. But other ones,
So
yeah, that's
you
the
guys
trick.
want to hear about what they wanted to do to me today at my doctor's appointment?
Oh fuck! Let's hear it, Johnny.
Okay.
Yeah, I need
Now-
to be reminded why I don't go see doctors over 30 years.
Yeah, pay attention, damn it. Pay the fuck attention right here. So anyways, I go to this doctor. He's supposed to be a pain management doctor, right? I go in and they have me sign my fucking wife away. I'm not even married anymore, right? I'm signing that shit. I mean, they want me to give them every single little. I mean, if I have a dingleberry hanging off my ass, they want to know about it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just cracking up at this shit, right? So I leave a bunch of stuff blank. And the young lady says, you know, you left a bunch of stuff blank here, right? And I said, yeah, I know that. I'm not here for the drugs, honey. I'm here for a fucking procedure. And she looks at me and she goes, well, I mean, because everybody's there for the drugs, right? The opioids and all the things that you can get high on and stuff, you know? So, and I'm telling her, I don't want nothing to do with your stuff. I'm not looking for a drug pusher. And she goes, okay, well, I'll tell the doctor. So I go into the doctor, and the first thing the doctor asked me is, did you get upset at doctors?
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't escort you out because, see, they're in the business of giving out those drugs. So you were like the enemy when you said you're not here for those drugs.
Right.
Right.
But I was sent there by my fucking surgeon for a specific kind of a test. And they wanted to run the gambit on mine. You know what I'm saying? They had to run the rubber gloves, snap, everything was out. You know what I'm saying? It was like, holy shit. So I told her, I said, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with your drugs. Uh-oh. We lose Miranda Family Farms? We did.
I think so. I think we lost
Yeah,
Costa.
yeah, we lost a couple of people. All right. So,
Drop 'em
anyways,
out, man. What the fuck?
so I'm in there, and am I fucking with people with the story? Shit.
No, the internet's been acting funky all day. Like I've had weird shit in funk. Like I think it's the time of year where we're at the point where the satellites are at the edge of their field.
No, I'll fill you in on that later too, bud. You don't know what's going on there. Anyways, so the doctor tells me, he goes, "Yeah, do you know what this procedure is?" And I said, "No, I don't." And he said, "It's some sort of a disc scalpel or something like that, or a disc cap or something like that. I'm not sure. But they take a needle and they shove it into your disc in your vertebra. You know, the cushiony soft part that's supposed to be, good.
Well,
And
that
then they're
sounds
gonna
like the time that the
All right,
drugs
hang
might
on
be
a second. Let me
necessary.
tell my story. He says, yeah, we're gonna put dye in it, and then we're gonna put pressure in it so that you're in a whole lot of pain. And I said, okay, but what's the positive part for me? And he looks at me and he goes, well, there's no positive part for you. You got to go through the pain. And I said, so what's the purpose of this frickin' procedure? And he goes, well, they want to make sure that you have pain in those areas. And I looked at him and I said, are you Dr. Mangala?
Yeah, well, part of this
I
is
said,
the
it sounds like you
procedures
want to
in
torture
place.
my ass.
These are procedures in place to try to keep people from saying they're in pain when they're not, to get drugs. So you're being caught up in a system designed to keep people from abusing drugs by saying they're pain. So now they put other things in place to prove you have pain, because there's a lot of people that don't even have pain that are lined up to get those drugs.
Okay,
That's
so
what
I
it
asked
sounds
the
like to me.
doctor. I said, do you think this is absolutely necessary if my doctor really feels that I need this operation? And he goes, dude, I only do these operations or these procedures once or twice a year because they are that. And he said, fucking painful. And I looked at him and I go, really? They're that bad? Okay, is that Eagle?
Fuck off.
Is Eagle in here?
No,
I heard Eagle's bell.
somebody's connecting right now.
I said,
Yeah,
it
it's
just
Eagle's
said
bell.
iPhone. Like, I don't know what to do. So I'm hitting the mid. It
Like,
Blind
said
cat.
iPhone.
So, anyways,
Yeah.
so I'll keep going on this. And I told the doctor, I said, so do you really feel like this is something necessary? If my surgeon seriously believes that I need the operation? And he goes, absolutely not. He said, if you don't need to go through this fucking shit, you don't need to go through it, So I called up my lawyer and I had a conversation with him. And then I called up my surgeon's physician's assistant and I had a conversation with them. And I called up my nurse liaison with Workman's Comp. And I left a long message with her because she wasn't going to answer my phone anyway.
No, fuck them.
So I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
well,
I
most
got
likely,
my
even though
point.
you stated to them you're not like a drug chaser, right? They're putting you through. They make money from all this too, but they're putting you through. This is all these new regulations that the opiate epidemic created for the system, and you're caught
I
up
asked
in
the
it.
doctor, do you make a lot of money on this procedure? And he goes, oh, hell yes. I make a lot of money on this procedure because it's a rare procedure. And I just went, okay. So I called up Workman's Comp and I asked them, I said, so do you really need to torture my ass and put me through more pain to try to prove that I'm right? You fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And what did they say?
Regardless if you
I
say
had to
you're not
rant.
chasing
I'm
the
sorry,
pill,
everybody.
99% of the people they deal with are. So like, even if you say you're not, that's Like, don't say you are, because there's this thing where they can now have a system where if you look or act in any way like you're there because you're trying to get drugs, they put you on this list. So then even when another doctor sees you, they can tell you're, I forget what they call it. You're like basically drug behavior, right? Like even the pharmacies, if you get a prescription, this is what they do in California. They have them. They could fill them like they used to in a couple hours, give them to you. No, they make up this thing and go, oh, a day or two, right? And if you bug them, then they'll put you on that list. And I know all this because up until a couple years ago, I was a victim of fucking opiate, fucking pill addiction. Like it started innocently, like at the dentist, and then friends that traded me. They had, like, so many years ago, dude, these things were like fucking candy, dude. People that just giving them away.
Well, buddy, I don't want to go there. You know what I'm saying?
That's smart.
I'm telling them that.
Don't fall
And
for
they're
it, because
getting mad
it is like,
because I don't want to do it.
and then the worst part in the whole big thing is these companies paid some money and whatever, but the way it got told in the history is like they forgot that we've had like numerous human epidemics of morphine, opiate, from the Chinese to this to that, and they acted like, oh, we didn't know it was addictive.
Well,
Bullshit.
fentanyl's the next one.
Wait,
Fentanyl's the next
all of it, the whole class, like for them to act like, oh, we didn't think that would be that addictive. Bullshit.
No,
That's
not
the
that-
one thing they fucking know. They've learned that like through human history for like 1,000 years, that this shit fucks people up. It almost destroyed societies before.
Yeah.
Was that like that?
They had people going to pain clinics and shit too, and getting like loaded up on pills, man. I knew a few people that had scripts that would have fucking put an elephant down, dude. Like they were just, you know what I mean? But they weren't taking them all. Like I don't know, that was kind of the gig too. They were flipping them and whatever. You know?
Well, I was lucky
100,000
enough to
kilograms
be
of
through
morphine.
the Quaalude era, where there was two real kinds. They were called Roar 714s and then Lemon. They were different pharmaceutical companies. They were out pills. And to this day, I'm not sure what the medical reason for a Quaalude is. Okay, like it's really the original date rape drug in some instances, and I don't know like what real purpose it had. But those pills in the late 70s, early 80s were everywhere. Like you couldn't go out to a club of Quaaludes, they were everywhere. Every single one of them was made by the pharmacy in that era. There wasn't fake ones. There's no need for them. These people, every doctor is giving people, oh, you want 100 Quaaludes? To this day, I still don't understand how the pharmaceutical industry justified the mass amount of Quaaludes they sold for 5 or 7 years before they stopped. And then when they stopped, it turned out that it's a simple chemistry. And it was like the first bathtub drug. And there was like fake ones that were just as good as the real ones, because like in the scheme of making drugs, Quaalude is like anybody could do it.
Exactly like Smiley said, buddy. Who did they have to justify it to?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I talk
Didn't
those
have to
people.
justify it to anybody.
No, I mean even like what the regulating bodies are fucking paid for by the pharmaceutical companies. So like, you know what I mean? That's like the biggest fucking
they're regulating.
Well,
right there,
I don't
just
know how
gotta
to
pay
explain
this
it, but
fee.
they basically have like protection under the law where like you can't sue them for anything. So that's why they can do anything. Like it's not like you can go, oh, they did this and they did no, they're like protected from that kind of shit.
What's wrong with that picture, Smiley? The regulating body is regulating the body.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's the Fox watch.
What's wrong with yeah, that's crazy, right?
It really is, but I don't know.
Twisted.
It's all been, it's been through the whole history that they've fucking poisoned different groups of people. They've done all kinds of crazy shit in every kind of country too. It's like the government's kind of get fucked.
Well,
with
even if you follow the thing of the stats of like the pills made by Purdue and all that, the laws that they put in place here in America, the sales dropped, definitely dropped. But overall, global, The numbers are just barely down because they've targeted other countries, like dumber countries in their mind. Like, oh, well, let's go to South America. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to this country and work the same hustle.
Fuck yeah, because their governments aren't gonna do nothing about it either, right?
Then there's certain countries that have laws that go further than ours. Like if you go to the UAE or a lot of the Muslim countries, the only place, even if for anything to be administered, any form of opiate is in hospital. That's why you go in to have a hernia there and you're in the hospital 5 days, 7 days, right? Where here, you're in there 5 hours and they would send you home with a bunch of shit, right? There, oh, yeah, you need pain medication when certain things happen, but you're only going to be administered it in the hospital, and that's how it goes. Well,
not only
save
that,
money.
When all these lawsuits happen, the payout's like such a small percentage of the overall profit that it's almost calculating the whole scheme of this whole pill pushing
And then they
industry.
demonize cannabis people as drug dealers and dirty black market. Even the worst of our black market doesn't compare to their fucking they like. I remember this interview James Lau did with when he was in Mexico. He was an older guy who was talking. It basically was James asked him like, okay, so now weed's legal here. Well, how's the tax going to come from the government? He said, no tax government. We already have system, narco state, basically cartel, right? That's in place. That will stay in place. And then the guy went on to say, yeah, well, people in Mexico understand we live in a narco state. Americans, they don't even understand. They live in the king of all narco states. Like our government is taught how all the other governments how to be a narco state. And that's why you see stories over the years like, oh, Freeway Freddy with the crack and the CIA or all these different things.
Genocide as well.
Right? Oh, pharmaceutical, real drugs, it don't matter. Like fentanyl epidemic. Oh no, I actually think that our CIA is giving away fentanyl on the streets of Kensington, Philadelphia, because it's the gnarliest dope spot in the country right now for 2 years. But no one's really hustling for money because it just seems like there's free dope, pure fentanyl. And I think I'll say it here. Years from now, it'll come out that CIA just wanted to see what happened when you gave people fucking unlimited fentanyl. And they ran a little study in Kensington for a few years. Because go online, Google, type in Kensington and watch there's people that get 100,000 views a day just walking the street showing these zombies with their skin eating off. Like, because when you use fentanyl too much over time, your flesh falls off. And they're like on the street with like bones.
Goddamn zombies.
Hey, buddy, hang on a second, man. Let's get out of the zombie section here for a second, okay? Hang on.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Blind Cat, how the fuck are you tonight, man? Welcome in.
Speaking of zombies.
Oh, I'm good.
How you doing, my friend? How's your garden?
Hippie goggles, man.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh yeah, I'm just chilling. Fucking.
Nice.
I done pull a bunch of weeds tonight, fucking out of the onions, and fucking magical potato just popped out of the ground in my carrot area from last year, and so just goofy shit, fucking around, watering and tending there.
Well,
in the garden.
You describe the hippie goggles, because I just turned it back 4 of them last night, so I don't know what
you want to know. Growth structure. You want to know?
No, well, that would be all right, but taste or flavor, what is it got
yeah,
going?
So it's like piney, and like I even thought like in the beginning it was really almost like a tennis ball. Like it was just and then definitely fully on the kush side, like earthy kush. So all those three kind of things together, because I didn't really notice the piney before. It kind of developed in that for my palate, but like I noticed like almost a rubbery tennis ball, kind of a fresh tennis ball kind of thing going on in the beginning. But I don't know. Now it's almost gone, literally down to like, this is probably like my last joint. So.
Well, I turned that back, and also
it's good, dude.
Wait, because I have to ask Smiley because I
420.
abbreviated the tag. I have it marked SK
Cheers.
cross, into GG4. What's SK, or did I totally get it wrong?
That's the well, that would be the Sky Cuddler by GG4.
Okay, all right, that's the name I needed because I was like missing the I could pull out the seeds you sent me and go, oh, but sometimes I initial things on the tags and I think, oh, I'll remember that. And then like a month or two later, I'm like, what the fuck did that mean? I'm like, skunk? Like, because SK to me also.
You're not
like
a stoner. You're not a stoner. Yeah.
Too much.
I just popped that Sky Cuddler Kush too. I just popped that, like it's about day 3 right now from seed.
I went to the grow store today to get me some cocoa core. I wanted to get a brick of cocoa core or two.
Nice.
I got there and I got distracted and I ended up buying something else and I left without the cocoa core. Have you ever gone shopping when you were hungry or stoned?
Yes.
And you never get what you want? You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, I gotta go back.
I've had this thing maybe the last 6 weeks. It's happened 3 times. I live at least 25 minutes to town, and like I never ever would leave the house without my cell phone. Like 3 times over the last 6 weeks, I've gotten all the way to town, and because if I can't call and meet and do what I have to do, I have to come back and get my phone. Like I've realized, well, wait, maybe I just use a payphone. Fuck, I don't want to. Wait, there are no payphones. Second, I know no one's number. Where like so many years ago, yeah, I could list off like a dozen people's number. You had to know their number in your head. Today, I think I know my mom's number and my number, but you never know anyone's number, and there's no payphone. So yep, drive all the way fucking home to get a fucking phone. Stupid. That's when I thought it would be better if this was implanted. I wouldn't have to worry about that ever again. I'd sign up right away. Put the thing right here.
Fuck a minute now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Brad. All right.
I'm not worried they're going to
transhumanism.
track me or nothing. I'm not like.
Oh yeah, that's what they
I'm
say.
looking for convenience.
I'm worried
I'm looking
about
for
them
convenience.
following me or looking at.
You're gonna be
my
one of those
eyes
palm
or all
reader
this
dudes.
stuff until they
Read my
fucking
palm.
frame your ass with the CGI.
Well, I'm old enough. I'm ready. Whatever happens is good by me.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
Well,
Make
don't
it
put
easy.
that on us, all right? Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
And
don't
I'm
want
just
that
joking.
fucking shit.
I know. Hey,
Okay.
it won't happen in my life, but that shit's just around the corner.
What is?
I'm
like-
still young, bud. I'm
Like
59
not
years
having
old.
to
I'm
have
still
a
young.
device, having like a base device like implanted in you. You know what I mean? And then your glasses or whatever they got shit coming. They already can do it. It's just that it's not popular yet.
I think they've already done it. I think Bezos and who's the Facebook dude, Zuckerberg. I think they're both
Zuckerberg.
already androids. They look like
Biden, I think he
Yeah.
might be a
yeah, they're already androids.
machine too.
Fucking AI is controlling them totally. They're locked up in some basement. Really, it's just an android.
Fuck, he's been on vacation for the past month, hasn't he, or more? I mean, what the fuck? Who's
Which
running
guy?
this fucking country?
They talk about that like downloading consciousness to things, but I don't know, man. There seems to be some kind of a gap between the ability to understand what consciousness is and even recreate it, right, in a AI robot, or download something from us, because not necessarily, even if your memories aren't necessarily your consciousness, you know what I mean? So there's a pretty good gap to my knowledge of where we're at trying to understand all that shit.
Well, they're saying that AI is sentient or something like that. Like it has feeling. You know.
Yeah, but it's still doing what it's programmed, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think Smiley's right. Like in the human brain, there's a depth or dimension that I don't think you can capture electronically. Like they're gonna better capture some basic shit, right? But the imagination and I don't know, that the other dimension of the human mind, I don't think they can quantify into X's and O's.
What
But
is
maybe
that other dimension? What is it? It's called TikTok.
human life, I don't know.
No, but just the idea,
That's
like-
way over my pay scale. Like animals and us have like, whoa, we do have like this other heavy mind. I think it looks that way. I mean,
Just the idea that we have a subconscious mind, and that
Yeah.
subconscious can drive your, what we know as our conscious mind into making different decisions too. And you may not understand why you do shit, you know what I mean? But like, I don't know. That's a level too. That's kind of hard to grasp. There's like, what? There's a different fucking part of my brain that's fucking like this shadow that's like, you know what I mean? Setting the perspective that you're,
Big part of that's called your stomach.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the
That's so
microbes in your
true.
the microbes in your stomach will fucking tell you fucking what to eat or do or whatever. 'Cause that we're a slave to that a lot of the time. Or
And-
like even
People
like
have studied,
I've
people have
heard
studied
and
biology.
hear them say that like bit mining is bad because it uses so much energy. One of these IA computers is the most advanced we have. How much energy does that take to run? Like that must be like a pretty massive fucking thing to run. Just one of them. Then
Yeah,
it's like
heat is the problem, I guess, they have with them supercomputers. Like, still,
and like this most advanced IE that the guy at Google's afraid of. Like how much fucking energy does it take to run that thing 24 hours a day for all this to happen? And wait, if you unplug it, it dies, right? So like, all right.
supposedly they're gonna live on Mars too, buddy. But I don't see that really happening either. There's a lot of gaps to that fucking happening too.
Well, one, it seems like the way we live money, like, wait, that's not something you could do on debt. You'd have to do that with really money in the coffers to say, yeah, we're going to spend this money. Like to say, oh, well, we're going to go in debt to try to do this. That ain't never going to happen. And we
Well,
live
hey,
in a thing,
you know-
we live in debt.
If we live back in the times of Nikolai Miskia, he was a meteorologist. This guy here figured out how to draw electricity out of the atmosphere.
That was Tesla too, yeah.
I don't know where this guy came from, but I just
Well,
heard about him a few days
It
ago.
was on
and,
the future.
and he was pretty much awesome, just like Tesla. And he got absolutely wiped out of the books because he actually
You
had
know-
a working, actual functioning thing that he was using, doing extra, or I mean, multiple different tests, and it was repeating itself. So it was real. You know what I'm
Well, it
saying?
Like,
has
a
to be
couple
real
years
'cause
ago-
we have that whole electromagnetic thing going on, Johnny. That's what you were pointing out earlier with the solar flares, and you know what I'm saying. There's a
Yeah.
on our atmosphere. There's a whole electromagnetic crazy thing
Yes.
going on, and somehow they can tap into that, and fuck yeah, it's unlimited
Well,
power or whatever.
It was on the Future Cannabis Project when I first started watching. There was this somebody, I can't find the interview, but he was explaining the story of our history of like when light bulbs came around, that there was this thing where the government basically and the companies gave each of the companies a certain amount of years to get into compliance that the bulb that they sold only lasted so long. Because the first few years and the first light bulbs that were invented lasted
It
forever,
lasted.
right?
Yes.
And there's
Yes.
still these certain bulbs. In New York City, there's this place that's fucking the same fucking light bulb since way back when this happened. Still burns every night. That
Well, shit,
shows
how
like,
many
like,
tests
that's
do you
like
think they
way,
did on
way back.
tungsten
That's the
steel and
level of
shit like that?
corruption of like they created this thing, the light bulb, right? And then, oh wait, we can only have it last this long. And if any company made one that lasted longer, they got fined so heavily because of this law and this tax thing our government put on them that they all within so many years got compliant and they all maintained that. Even though Tesla, different people showed easily do you make one that will last fucking ever? So like, holy shit, we're being scammed from way back.
Yeah, it's not a scam. I think a lot of it's intentional. I don't know. I mean,
Well, exactly.
monopoly side of that whole business thing is, I mean, we know a lot of that took place back through history, you know, and like with Standard Oil Company and you know, I mean, there's a lot of history to that.
Well, let's say if they could do that then, could you imagine the light bulb they could make today that would last forever? But would any of them make that? No, they'll never make that or sell it because exactly what we're talking about, right? So, you know,
What's up, Kushman?
they're only ever going to
Hey,
evolve
gents.
is like where they can make the money off of it. Anything else, they got enough power to keep that from happening. And that's really goes back to the root of reefer madness, of how cannabis got demonized by those companies because they were afraid of competing on any level with cannabis, hemp, whether it was anything, textiles, rubber, paper, lumber. They were threatened, and they basically tried to eradicate the plant off the planet. And even if they thought that they could do that, showed that they didn't understand the plant they were dealing with, because still grows wild in the fucking ditchweeds in Ohio from shit that was planted 200 years ago. So you can't eradicate it, but they tried. They did. They tried to get every other country to sign the UN thing, eradicate it, paraquatted, cut it down, get it off the planet.
You can still buy that shit.
Indiana, not Ohio. Ohio doesn't have ditchweed.
Okay. I just remember one time as a deadhead, I was riding some hippie van and we had pulled off on some roadside shit somewhere in the middle out there. And when I got up at the crack of dawn to take a piss, I came, like, realized I was standing in a field of fucking weed. And at the time, weed was weed to me. And it was like one of those moments, like it was a patch of weed on the side of the road. And we cut some down and thought we had it and waited till it dried. And one hit of this shit gave you a migraine, okay?
Sounds like an auto.
I was just gonna say the majors. I was waiting to cue that. That's the Ruderalis line that the autos come from.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, it might be. That's some nasty ass shit. I saw people show it on YouTube over the last year where they were driving and then went on the side of the road to show it. And it was, so it's still there after all these years, right? It still grows right next to the cornfield on the side of the road, weed plants.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool.
Have you guys
Bushmaster.
crossed somebody else's fucking guerrilla grow outside? Or like been out hiking or some shit and then like, oh shit, look at these. Like,
Yep.
I've never
One
seen
time
that.
I felt sorry for him. It was just these fucking stringly ass things. I was like, well, maybe it's fucking good luck with that. Like,
you said, oh,
I was
that's
gonna-
sad.
I was gonna leave some YouTube suggestions. You know, check this out. Maybe you might want to.
you leave them notes.
Best of luck.
Here's a few tips, buddy.
I did
left you some seeds.
Southern
Good
Ohio,
genetics.
and I
Because I
left
live on
them the
the hill.
same way I came in them too, because they have a tendency to booby trap them.
Yeah, yeah. Ours did. Had fucking knives, boards with nails under it, covered with shit. Not ours.
The
one I
last
stumbled
9
across.
years at this
Yeah.
house, in my patio, I got, well, I have a telescope if I really want to look, but I have really good binoculars too. And then I never go look at them, but I know of like 6, 7 other patches. I can scan the hill and even these one guys up here. And I'm thinking, yeah, I don't do a lot of supplemental lighting. I just do the one thing, but they got a much bigger thing. They supplements come on like at 3 in the morning. Like they don't run them in the evening. They run them in the AM, right? Because like I'll look out at whatever time and the fucking they're lit up at like 3 in the morning. And I figured out, oh, they're lighting theirs. in the morning hours, not the evening hours, to extend the light cycle. And I was thinking maybe that is a better way to do it, but
You can check on that too, like what the best hours are for your area or whatever, because it changes throughout winter and summer, and it would change for whatever area of the country you live in, or the climate, I guess, you live in.
Yeah, doing it for warmth during those colder times, and
Yeah, if they're running heat or if they're running like AC all the time, but yeah, or when people get home. But I was just switching mine around too because my power bill went up, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I started looking at it, and I was running mine like at the most expensive fucking time of the day to do it, you know. So
Yeah, fuck
I
that.
switched that around. I was like, "Oh no shit!" Like moved shit around. So while I was doing it, I went to the 12-1 schedule, which I'm actually like 12. I'm more like I did like a 1.5, 2 hour in between there just because I was like, I don't know.
No,
I don't know
you
about all this,
didn't.
Joe.
No,
I don't
you
know.
didn't. Did you?
Jojo made it go.
Did you
deviating
get
from the
by
program
one?
there, Smiley.
Smiley's like, fuck organic with fucking Smiley. It's fucking the one with Smiley now comes under the one shot.
Right.
Girl like Joe and Smiley.
We'll see what happens,
Love
man.
you,
I don't know.
brother.
I did it here in my like at my house in my basement because it's a little more. I guess it's one that even if they grew a little slower, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? So if I could slow them down a little, even so, like I'm just gonna see, but you know, and see how it goes. And temperature with the summer has kind of been a thing too. So I'm gonna run them overnight.
yeah, for those two reasons, I think exactly that would be great, because a lot of times the 60 or 70 days of veg, like a perpetual that's just 3 levels, babies, veg, and flower, 60 days, long time. So if you slow it down a little, right, that'd be easier to keep it in the right height. Myself, I'm like perpetual where I have like way more flowering space than veg space. So I'm trying to like make it in a quicker time, cycle more. So that method I think wouldn't work for me. And even in the energy savings wouldn't work, because I'm actually like, my veg time's like 2.5, 3 weeks. That's it. Boom, 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 boom.
You live in like in a perfect environment and shit. So.
Well, that too, but what I'm saying, just in the natural cycle, like I remember when I was perpetual like this: babies, veg, flower, the basic juggling 3 things. But over the years, I basically have trays that are done every week, and it's like one bam, boom, 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 maybe like juggling 8 balls, right? Because I'm more efficient that way. A lot of it is keeping workers with a steady amount of work and different things. But in that method, a couple weeks of veg, I need the lights to be 18 hours and get the most out of it in that short time, and not slow it down. Because just knowing the physics of light from bug bee, I would imagine that less light would create less growth over time.
Yeah, but that's the argument. Are you getting the most growth from that light? So if you're going to spend the amount of electricity, are you gaining anything from cutting that down to 16 versus an 18? And that's kind of where the power savings can come on. But I don't know, what Joe's talking about is that it's not losing a damn thing. So like, I don't know how much of a sales pitch that is either, but you know.
And then even in my crazy cycling that I've done for so long, there's a cycle within the cycle. So that's sometimes when I have plants that are like bare-legged and too stretched out. And then there's a cycle where, I'm barely getting them big enough, right? And no matter what I do with this mount, because I had the same thing, this one going 9.5 years straight. Yeah, like I say, there's a cycle in the cycle, and maybe in that one cycle where they're too stretched, if I went to 12-1 there, that would keep them shorter and not slow it down a little. Maybe I'm wrong and it doesn't slow it down at all, but like kind of listening to Bug Bee explain physics of light and shit, I tend to think that,
well, watts equals yield is the old saying, right? Like the amount of light they get.
Yeah, and he talks way over my head because like I'm not educated, I'm fucking dumbass. But like some of what he said made me realize that can't really cut too many corners in physics.
Yeah, but still, the idea that you're hitting them with light doesn't necessarily mean they're photosynthesizing, and that's more what I think that's the part that I think gets skipped over, is the fact that just because they're getting hit with light don't mean it's good for them or that they're actually using it. You know what I mean? So,
And then we're
can
going
be
to go
a
from
detriment.
that cycle to a regular 12 and 12, or you're going to go to a 7 whatever. Like that's where it gets even.
Yeah,
know.
the
Hey,
whole
I know in the
flower
end, I used
schedule,
to
I don't
use light
know.
movers, right? And keep track of numbers much better than I do now. And bottom line is, yeah, light on a mover, even though, it cycles in this amount of time, the plant doesn't notice it, whatever, the yield would be like 10, 15% less than the light over it the whole
Dead
time.
on, man. Uncle Trip uses 2 light movers in flowers. First time he's ever done it, yield's gone down about 10, 15%, but he has double the fucking floor space. So there's a bit of that.
Yeah, but you get
I
a big
think,
Now,
canopy, right?
I
Yeah.
have my buddies over at this
yeah,
giant
yeah.
warehouse that they've shown me, and they got a lot of lights. They didn't want to go to LED yet, so they took their double-endeds and then put them on light movers. Total fucking pain in the ass. But they're able to bring the light down to 2 feet above the plant because it's moving.
Yeah.
So they get
Yeah.
much deeper penetration. They got rid of basically 30% of the lights in a huge chamber, and the yield now for a year straight is 30% up with less light. Okay. Hey, there's a lot of ways to skin cats, man, but it's all
Yeah.
about bringing that light closer down, where with double-ended, you really need about 5 feet, or otherwise those lights aren't meant to be. But if they're moving,
Yeah.
you can do
And
it.
with the
I've seen
mover,
it.
you want to
Hey,
maximize your reflections.
Captain 420 saw it when they were doing the first test part.
Wow.
I took him out there when he was out here. We went to this grow, and because they had them. This is where it got crazy. They have remote double-endeds, but like the ones they had, the ballast and the hood is one thing. And homeboy literally
Cut 'em off.
balanced it and figured out a way to mount the fucking lights on the rails with the ballast, which I'm like, yeah, well, those wheels aren't going to last long because that's way too much weight. But they were just testing it. Now they've done it with remote, with the ballast one place, 15-foot core. But yeah, they took out 30% of the light and added 30% of the yield.
Yeah.
Well, they increased the intensity, right? So they didn't really remove light; they increased the light.
Well,
Yeah,
they
because
run
they
less
were
light.
able to drop
They took
them
out light.
and move them constantly.
Mm.
That's the way I'll set them up here, because I'll run my personal garden's going to be double-ended. It's not going to be LED. And there'll be some 315s in there too.
And to
That's for
add,
me.
like last 4 weeks ago, I went there and they added these 315s in all these weird little spots. And in those spots, the buds are like considerably fucking better looking.
Yeah, but you're
Where
still
it's like a
adding
blend
to
of light
it.
and the 315s. They had a few of those and they just hung them, and not on movers. So you can tell it's in a certain spot, a little throughout the whole thing. Anywhere the 315s are is like, oh, that's the bud I want. Those are the heady pieces.
Right.
Yep. I took some videos of it. It's pretty crazy, but yeah, 30% less and 30% more on a 60 light double-ended thing.
Yeah.
Which they brought, no, it was 60, then it went to 30% less than that to save power and energy and AC.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some of what Joe was saying makes sense. So we'll see. I think speaking on Bugbee though, I do think that he did have a study that he did where they limited the time light in flower. I think from like 12 to 11 was whatever, no difference, and then like 11 to 10 was like a percentage difference in yield. Then it was like down.
But here's what I'm going to say
down
about
to
this,
8, and then it
because
was
you
like
said what Joe said.
Buddy,
I have a problem that you're saying
buddy.
what Joe says, Because you
There,
can
buddy.
go to the forums that are
Buddy.
15 years old,
Take a
and
breath,
there's
homie.
like
Buddy,
100
hang
pages
on a second, buddy.
on lanterns.
What the
Joe
fuck,
isn't part
man?
of it.
Shut it down and take a
I'm
breath.
sorry.
Down.
I'm sorry, but like
Down.
that
Buddy,
technique is 20
I
years
mean,
old.
you just walked the fuck all over Smiley just now.
Just need to learn to shut the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Right.
I just, I don't
Okay.
care if you walk all over me, but damn, I mean,
I'm sorry.
everybody.
But like Joe didn't invent no fucking lantern technique. It's just fucking
Keep
been
talking.
around a long time.
All right, keep going, fucking guy. Just be quiet for a minute, bro.
JoJo
Go
made
ahead,
it go.
Smiley.
JoJo made it go. That's all I had to
Yeah,
say.
you did. I mean, buddy, I'm sorry. I don't mean
I'm
to yell
sorry.
at you
I'm not.
and cut you off like that, but every once in a while, fucking take a breath, and let
I
somebody
will.
else say
Share the
something. Man.
conversation.
But if
Oh.
you really want to dive in deep, go dig out the Overgrowth forums and pull up the Gasland blogs or threads. And holy moly, there's 1,000 pages on that shit 20 years ago.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, definitely. No, I remember a guy talking too where he kept them. I forget even who it was. It was one of the older shit, but he actually kept them actually cooler too, so they wouldn't grow. And it was like he was trying to keep his library of mothers, but he was like, yeah, he had very limited light on them. Kept them in a cool room, and they were like growing super slow. And it was like his
This sounds like genetic drift station. This is where we get genetic drift.
Would that make it
Not
drip
genetic.
if you did something like that?
Well, you'd think it would make a variation in the expression because the
Yeah.
DNA is reacting to the environment, so it's gonna express its DNA in a different way.
Especially if it acclimated over like years. Like if you took clones and then kept it like that for a couple years, then the plant, like all of them, they would acclimate and probably lose some of its other
So you
side.
think it's better to keep a perpetual flow of mother instead of having a mother hanging around?
I think it's
like clone after clone, like Buddy was
Yeah.
saying right there.
I
It's
think
better
so, yeah.
to be healthier.
Yeah, but I think if you really want to take care of it, is just really fucking spend the money and dedicate power and electricity to keeping those mothers. Because Uncle Trip, he had chronic that he selected, and it was fucking dynamite. But after 2 years, Uncle Trip never was anal about keeping his temperature, so he'd get swings. I'd go down to like 65 during the night, sometimes even 60, 85. After 2 years, the buds weren't as dense, they were fluffier, still just as potent. Yield went down about 40%, 35, I'd say. I had to let go of it. And then I got, California genetics. Excuse me, Uncle Trip got California genetics, and don't laugh. And then he just really made its own mother's room and air condition and look after it. And mothers have been kept around for a long time, years. Sorry. Over.
Now, if you take those mothers outside and leave them outside for the springtime, that does wonders for them too. Every like 4 to 5 years.
Very good point, Captain.
So
Absolutely.
when you keep them in that room, are you just keeping one mother?
Uncle Trip, man, because
Uncle. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep. You know what? I keep personalizing. I know you're talking about it. So.
Yeah. But man, the thing for Trip is that it's so hard for him to get new genetics. He's worried about cops delivering them, that he has no choice but keeping those fucking things, for forever. So he's always got 3 mothers. So if he's got 3 phenos of Blue Dream, he's got 3 mother plants of each pheno of Blue Dream. So if something ever happens, the weak one goes, he gets a replacement, or he knows it's Blue Dream A, but fucking cut 1 of Blue Dream A. It's just a stupid thing he does, because he always wants to keep backup and triple backup of every mother. Yeah, so yeah.
Totally understand. Yeah. Yeah,
Be
'cause
a new
And that's just
moms.
because we don't have accessibility like you guys, you know? Sorry, that's it from me. Over.
Anyone hear
you
of
know,
pink certs? That cultivar by any chance?
No.
I've heard the name.
Got thrown my way. I was just wondering. I was like, never heard of it, but it's supposed to be
Never
pretty
heard
good
of it.
weed. Supposed to be pretty bomb.
How do you spell
Kind
it?
of
Pink
considered a
what?
breeder cut. It's kind of like a
Certs?
breeder cut.
It's definitely a
Yeah.
cut. Certs. I'm not too sure how you spell it, to be honest with you. I think it has a Z on
Probably-
it.
yeah, he
Oh.
probably spells it with a Z
Certs.
instead of an S.
Right.
CERTZ, probably.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how it's spelled, Johnny.
All right.
Yeah, because certs is normally with an S. CERTS.
And pink. Imagine it's like pink Kush in there. People love their pink
Right.
Kush up here.
Oh man, everybody likes it. Oh. Well,
Doing the
I'm
pink-
gonna
Yeah,
see how
I think
big.
there's a certain amount of light you need, like that 30 moles. They try to get that level of light. I think it makes great cannabis. You don't want anything less. Like, you know, if you try to grow with like December, where you get like 10 moles for the whole day average, you're not going to get great bud structure, right? It's just not there. Even though sun still has the same micromoles, it's just not enough hours of light. It's just you gotta hit that 30 mark, I think. And how many hours that is depends on the intensity of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what color is that light?
Color is something that the human eye can see, so technically there is no color to it.
Oh, there
Photons
you
have no
are.
color, man. You can't see photons.
big words.
Man, because usually in September it's more red, so you're not really worried about flower production. You're worried about resin production and the end of the plant. Because I want my plants done by the end of September, first week of October. I got to beat the helicopters.
Right. That's why you light that, right?
Well, I thought it was legal.
10.
Not in Ohio.
I thought you had a 90 flower.
What was that, Smiley?
I thought he had a 90-day fucking flowering plant. Shit. Beating October by that. I
Well,
think
I can't wait
all
to
mine.
see what the
Yeah, I was looking at
Sorry.
my neighbors' plants and mine, and like all the ones I've seen around here are all late, like in the flower. It looks like they're barely starting, you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
If they're on like week 2, that's already like middle of October by the time they're done.
You're a little bit ahead of that, week 4 or something.
I
Or
don't know.
where
They
you at?
seemed late to me this year, and then I was like looking at his too, and I'm like, oh shit, man.
Ohio is about 14 to 20 days behind schedule normal.
Yeah.
I noticed that the males started flowering way earlier this year.
It's weird.
In
my
my
house is
spot, the
screwed.
natural thing, or I don't know if it's natural because I use a little supplemental lighting, but yeah, around the third week of September to the first of October. That's that cycle. Then I can do another cycle, but that cycle's usually like
noticed,
before October.
You're totally right about that, Captain, man. The males seem to be flowering a bit early. But I remember an old trick that you repot them and they seem to like just get back into re-veg mode. So that's exactly what I did, and that's exactly what happened. They just went back into re-veg mode, and we're in flower now, full of nuts out. Definitely gonna get some seeds.
It's going to be
Well,
interesting to see what the Lemon G does this year, because I've watched the progression this year, and it looked like that it started to pre-flower and then it went back into vegetative growth, and it grew about an extra 4 inches. and now it's back into flower. So these could be like really huge fucking plants. The only thing is like you said, there's a 7-foot East Bay male sitting right next to it.
So it's all seeded.
Oh yeah, that everything on that lemon G is seeded. Every little spot you can think of.
I got some of mine seeded.
Cool.
I did
Hey,
it.
That'll
Captain,
probably be 100,000
Captain.
seeds.
You remember this, right? Right? You sent me. It's got these seeds in it, right? Remember?
Let me get to you here.
It's the ready kilowatt acid
Yeah,
art, and then you put these seeds.
I'd like the red paper there too on the back.
Yeah, that's there
really
too, but
fucking good
These
too.
seeds are like next up. What are they? Because it doesn't say. I need to mark it to know what it is.
You know what it is.
Okay, so then
Yeah.
I'll mark it that.
That's why
That's
he's
easy.
asking you.
That's 2 letters. Okay, I got it.
It's a
That's
D
the
and
name
a
of it.
star.
You know what it is.
What it is? What
It's
it
a
is?
D and a
Death
star.
Star.
It is
DS.
what it is.
DS.
Is that the Death
Yes.
Star?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Run that shit,
All
bud.
right. That's next up.
Nice.
Now eat those other little pieces of red paper on the back of that fucker too.
Yeah. Well, I've been carrying some anger the last week. So I know
Yeah,
no
that's
tripping
not good then.
until my fucking friend, the fucking LA's week on crime, man, and had to go and be there for somebody get a deal because they had a lot of money. Yeah, it sucked, but whatever. I don't want to talk about it here. That's a big bummer. But yeah, not time to trip when you got that shit on your head. Happened 7 years ago, but they finally copped the plea or whatever you call it. LA's like that. At San Diego? Oh no, no such thing. They take you to the box every time. LA? Oh, they're just looking for a plea. That's why they have so much crime there.
So, if you feed a dog bone marrow, what does it do to their attitude?
Makes them want to chomp open your bones there, Johnny. Watch out, bro.
I dug out a bunch of bone marrow for my dog so that he could chow down on. And the motherfucker's been sitting here just staring at me with
I told you.
hyperactive fucking attitude. I'm going like,
That's like
Dane
manna.
bought it
That's
for
like
a motorbike. You put it on your face.
that's the best thing for a dog. Like that's
I think
that's it. That's the manna.
His bloodlust is kicking up, bro. I'm just saying.
it was like, I mean, is it like adrenaline when you give it to him? You know what I'm saying? Because motherfuckers. Yeah,
Well, it's high in
he
fat,
won't-
right? You ever had bone marrow, Johnny? It's really, I don't know. They have them in fancy restaurants and shit. That's the only place I ever had it.
I've never eaten bone
Butter.
marrow.
You
It
spread
would
it
be
on
the
there.
equivalent to caviar. You know what I mean? To a dog, that's caviar. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, he
Cream
seems to
of the
be like
crop.
my best friend right now. I'll tell you what. He doesn't want to leave my side. He thinks I got more for him.
He says, iron up your bones, man.
Right? He's gonna sleep outside tonight. I don't want to be chewing on my freaking ankle or anything. Wake up, Memphis had a toe or something. Good.
How big's that cannon today, Blanket, my brother?
This is the second one. I already chiefed one down, but
All right. We're just making sure you're not rolling pinners on us.
no,
Oh shit!
never
Drunk
that.
shit.
I wouldn't roll one on.
I can attest to that. He doesn't roll just a joint. He rolls longs.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are 3/4 inch sometimes, and I'm like, what the Oh,
Just get the cigar rollers and you can make the same. It's simple. It's way easier than rolling one. For me, and my fingers will fumble a fucking regular joint. I can roll a blunt like a motherfucker, but I don't smoke blunts anymore. So I just like rolling those because they're a little bit flint. My fingers will just fumble a regular joint, even if it's a king size, which is all I usually smoke.
he has those braille papers, you know, he can roll that shit.
It just always says dank, dankity dank. It's like, yep, it's dank. Dank. My man.
Yeah, don't put no boo boo in there. No boo-boo. Only dank.
So I got a lot of trichomes coming up on my my puckerberry hose on the let's see which one that was. First one. I have to walk over there and look at it. But this bitch is really putting out some stuff. Number one, I got a number 5 and a number 2. And the number 1 and the number 2 are absolutely different than each other. One's got fatter leaves, one's got really skinny leaves. And the number 1 is the one with the skinnier leaves, but it's got trichomes that are sticking out the serrated edge even before it started sticking out on the top. So that's
Very cool.
That's pretty crazy. You know, so I'm excited about that. And the number 2 has more of a cone head, kind of a bud shape to it. The other one's kind of flatter, more like stockier looking, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's got a thinner leaf, it's got a more dense, shorter bud. The one with the fat leaves has a tall cone. The top cone is probably a good 2.5 inches already. Excited about this shit. This is the first real thought I've put into making something, you know, outside of having an accident in my garden. So it's kind of fun.
So what are
But
you
I
leaning
noticed-
towards as the winner so far?
Well, I won't know until I smoke them, but right now, number 1 is fucking amazing. I already took clones of it, both the 1 and 2. So that I have them just in case they're something special. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that, man. Yeah, better to
Yeah.
be safe than to lose it forever.
Yeah. So I got 3
Mm.
of each one. So I know I'll have 3 clones of each, and then I'll be able to take clones off of each of those. And, you know, because I don't know what it is, but my cloning rate is pretty damn successful.
Yeah, is it still 100%, Johnny? You've never had one fail in the Johnny Tech
No,
sand?
it's not 100%. I have to say it's more down to like 95%.
Right. Still,
That's
man,
still
you
great.
don't put any investment in it, just a scoop of beach sand. Oh, so
Right. Well,
beautiful.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not beach sand. You can't just take beach sand, man. It's got to be washed. It's got to be
Right.
clean. You know, and it's just a substrate like perlite would be with aloe vera water, and it holds it in place much better. Sand has kind of like a suction kind of a thing to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it literally just grabs a hold of it, and it just seems like it just pulls the roots right out the side of it. I've had 3/4 to an inch up the stalk with roots sticking out of it, not even in the sand.
Right.
I mean, it's just absolutely amazing.
And Johnny, do you use a clone dome on the top of that, or it's fully open, my brother?
Oh yeah, I use a clone dome. As a matter of fact, I'll show it to you right now. I got one going in there right now that I just picked the clones off of.
Nice.
And Johnny, you
There
said
go.
aloe water. I presume you make your own.
Yes, sir. I have my own aloe plants.
She's in the desert. Hell yeah.
Damn
Can
straight.
you go
I
over the
wish I could
ratio on
say I
that?
use my own water, but it ain't.
You take like a whole
Okay.
plant and fucking just make your own juice, or what's up with that?
Brown or something.
Normally,
You
I
slice the skin off.
normally I use a leaf. I will use the inner part of the rind so it makes a yellow goo. It's normally what I do. So okay, so here's my ladies. Just gonna set it up over here. That's them right there. You can see them. They're in the sand. They're all looking really. I don't know if I'll lose you right here. I'm gonna go inside the tent, but they're
You're
all
good,
looking
brother.
really healthy, and they're all budded. And each one of those motherfuckers are gonna root.
Fucking cool.
And I put water down in the bottom of my my tub. Now it doesn't soak through this tub here. I mean, there's no holes in it. So the water that I put into here, the aloe water, stays in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a bath. So it's like sitting in a cup of water in a way. But it's being held up by the sand, more or less. So then basically what I do is I set it inside there with the dome and the water, and it just kind of creates a little moisture barrier around everything and keeps it all nice and moist. And I keep a little hole right up here, so breathe. Works out great. Every
Yeah.
single time. Normally, if I'm not getting 98, 95%, all these right here, these are all clones. This here is this is the Thai right here. This one over here is the Thai one too. So I've got the number 1 and the number 2 right here. So each one of those are going to be
Flower
cut
them
up.
now.
Yeah,
I know.
just flip 'em
Oh,
now.
that too.
Oh
I was
no
like,
no no
flower the bitches
oh
right
no
on
no no! I've got another idea for these babies right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do with these is turn these motherfuckers into more clones.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to do with these. And then
And
I'll
they are
flower it out
squirrel's
each week.
tails, so you can trade them, and you should be able to trade them if you want for, like, other clones 1-up.
Right on. So, and then I've got I got two of these in here, I believe, are of my Gondog Mimosa that I've had for 3.5 years now. And I've been cloning that after cloning that. And I've ran some outside and ran some inside. And one of these here, I think, is Crazy Uncle Josh. And
Spot those too. Hell yeah.
yeah,
That's awesome, bro.
yeah. And I love this light in here because it's just the fluorescent light, And every once in a while I'll turn off that side and turn the other one on, so it just gives a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? And they stay nice and happy in there. I've even got some aloe vera plants over here that are not the ones that I would use for transplanting, but these are more ornamental. I got another one right here. They're really small. This one here's got really sharp spikes on it. It's rather cool. It's doing really well though. And there's my David Anthony right here up in the front. excited about that. I'm telling you,
Heck yeah.
really excited.
Those all are good too.
Thanks. Oh, and I have a couple of the, just to let you guys know, the other day when we were looking at my fuck offs, the ones that I'm doing for SoCal,
Yeah.
those guys there, I got 2 females.
All right.
So they're both females. That other one took this long to show that it was a female. So what does that mean when a plant takes for fucking ever to show that it's a female?
Means it's a long flowering plant, maybe.
Most of
You
the
think so?
time, yes, but a lot of some plants will show later, like a week and a half, 2 weeks. It's genetics.
Did you say that was the Mendo?
Yeah, these are the Mendo. I'm not sure if it's a Mendo breath or what
Okay.
they are, but it's
Oh,
just
that's right.
these
It's House Mendo breath too. I forgot.
Yeah, and so this one here, I like this one. It's really pretty. It's got a nice little shape to it, and it showed, I would say, about a month after it was, and it was in the 1 gallon pot, the 1.5, and this one here, it's like 3.5 months before it showed. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's the one that had the black root to it when I cracked the seed.
3.5 months in a 12-12 schedule.
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't
Wait.
sound like the keeper.
90, 100 days?
Is that insane or what?
I would have thrown it
It's
a long time ago.
I would have
Well,
thought it would have been
On a,
finished by then.
wait, on a flower schedule?
Not on a 12-12, Johnny. How many hours on a 12-12 has it been on?
It's on the light schedule that Joe talks about.
The 9 or 10 hours or whatever?
For the 12, it's
The
the
12.
12 off for 4, on for 1, or something like that. You know what I'm
5.
saying?
Yeah.
They'll
Yeah,
keep it
5
in
and 8
veg
or something
forever,
like that,
Johnny.
yeah. Well, no, I've had other ones show sex right away through that scheduling.
Not
And
that
this one here did not. It lived up to its name.
Fuck off.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I am not gonna let you know what I am. That's what it said. So basically, what I got to do now is I got to turn these babies into clones, and then I got 2 of the members left over here that are going. Hopefully, I get a male out of one of those. You know what I'm saying?
I think Smiley thinks someone just scored the extra point conversion. Isn't that the sign for?
How the fuck are you flowering them before you took clones? What are you doing?
What do you mean?
You gotta cut the clone before you fix them.
Take a clone and throw it in a flower right away just to see if it's if it's taking so long.
Well, I don't like to rush a woman. I like to let her take her time when she comes to her own. What's up, Mr. Green Finger?
once talk.
Remember, you're gonna be paying for that woman while she's there, though.
Well,
Don't
you know
throw
what the thing about it is,
She's on the clock,
is
baby.
now-
She's on the clock.
yeah, now I know I can snap the top off of this baby right here and turn it into a clone. And I can take a few of these off and turn that into a clone and wait for the other ones to grow up. You know what I'm saying?
Careful. She might be a she-man.
Oh, hell no, not this one. No.
And then you get a fuck off when you pull the panties down. Big fuck off.
Oh, man, you know what, Major General? I'm going to send you some hate mail.
Bring it. I've been getting lots of it from all those auto smokers.
Say that
They've
shit
been just
about-
pouring it on.
Come on, man.
Bring it. What's up, green fingers,
Robert.
man?
Green fingers. What's up, you piece of meat?
Green finger.
Don't know. I want to
Oh
hear
man,
about
I
this
was getting,
Johnny Ball thing that might be going on. So you
oh
might have
fuck,
boys. It's been 100
there's no
days.
balls. There's no balls in there, man. That's all
100 days.
that's
Bro,
all
that's fucking
female.
forever, dude. Like this big for
That
100
there's
days.
man, that's 1970s female right there. That's gonna be a bush.
She's just not showing until she's ready.
Just likes to take it
Yeah.
slow.
She took
Old-fashioned
her
girl.
sweet ass time.
Johnny, I'm still confused. What light schedule did
I
you
want that shit.
tell me what light schedule she was on? The 12, and you had it on. You had a break up in the dark cycle, or did
Yeah,
she,
5.5.
was she seeing
Yes.
12 hours full dark cycle?
Yes.
12. Yeah, and then 5.5 off, and then 1 hour on again.
Yeah. See,
Yep.
that shouldn't make it flower then.
No, it doesn't make it flower, but it actually, I've
It's supposed
noticed
to
that
convey.
some plants will express a lot quicker in that lighting. And this one doesn't.
Right.
So I put this into, I put it into 18.6 on veg when I threw it into the, into this one over here, and then it showed.
In 18,
Right.
that doesn't make any
And
sense.
I can't explain it to you. I'm just telling you what I'm getting the fuck off
The
ball.
Twilight Zone, man. Where you
You
at?
know what I'm saying?
Sometimes a
SoCal
plant
shit.
is in veg so long it says fuck that in flowers. Okay, when you
This
start
is
vegging a
SoCal
plant,
shit. When it goes
90
slow,
days,
it falls
it
over.
might decide to flower even if it's
I
on
say
somewhere.
fuck that.
It loses balance like a motorbike. Once it slows down, you see it's over. Whoa.
It's
That
absolutely adrenaline rusher. You know what I'm
It's a
saying?
12
It's got
hours
it.
on, 5.5 hours off, 1 hour on, 5.5 hours off, back to the 12 hours on. Like that's the veg cycle. It's just
Yes.
that 1 hour is supposed to keep it in veg.
No, I
Yeah.
get it. Like Brent Anderson's saying in chat too that he noticed a pre-flower earlier under that light schedule, which I didn't catch that. I thought he was trying to like actually flower them.
Okay.
Mr.
Is
Anderson.
this
Yes.
is there super
Yeah.
lensitivas in that genetic? In the fuck off?
I don't
Like
know.
Thai
man.
or
I really don't-
Australian or something?
Well, I know it's locomotive and then mendo breath or something like that
Right.
together.
Locomotion and Mendo breath.
Locomotion, yeah,
Right,
locomotion and
that's
mendo.
subbies. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what the combination is. I'm not sure which is male and male
Yeah.
and female.
They're both
All
10
right.
weekers. That's what doesn't make sense. They're both fucking 10
Yeah.
weekers.
So I
that's
couldn't tell
interesting.
you, but he was telling me he really liked the leaf structure on that one there.
Hmm.
It really had the original look to it, is what he was saying.
Right.
So that gets me excited. At the same time, it pisses me off that the damn thing's a female. You know, so now I've got to
Boy.
wait for the mendo breath to grow up before I can, you know, get those guys together. So I got to do some, you know, some longevity stuff here. So I'll be cutting
Right.
them down, doing some clones and running that. I'll run those shorter back ends into the flower just to see what kind of an expression I get out of each one of them, you know,
Yeah.
so I know what I'm working with as far as the women go. You know what I'm talking about, right? You gotta know the ladies, right?
2-minute warning. Thanks, Drusilla. Let's pack them up, gentlemen.
2-minute warning.
Ladies.
Shit, look at that. I'm already
Well, last
packed up.
night, I was the first night I instituted my plan monocrop, right? Which meant that I set a whole room, like 56 plants. I took clones and at least 20 of 3 kinds. And they were the 3 kinds I was growing before COVID. And I must have cracked 50 seeds of different kinds. They were all good in their way and stuff, but if I'm going back to like maximization, I'm sticking to what was running at the beginning. And
So these
yeah, it was
were,
sort of hard, but a lot of
these are all seed.
yeah,
These are all from seed?
these are seed plants. Some of them are
Okay.
clones of plants, but I just decided the only way to restore sanity to the operation, can't keep taking clones of all these different ones. Because that same 60 clones, if I would have backed up all the varieties I got going, maybe it was about 10 different ones. Yeah, that would have been 1 or 2 or 3 clones of each one. Like today, a trimmer took down a tray. I don't think there was 2 plants alike out of a tray of 18. And yeah, that just doesn't work right now in the certain structure of what's going on. So back to monocropping. But
what are you
so
going with,
like,
buddy?
hey, if I've never really done that. Like I've
OG
always
Kush?
backed every. Oh yeah, I kept my OG. Ice cream cake. I've been running that 5 years, and it fucking rocks. Mendo breath, keep that too. There's a couple others that are my legacy.
What's your
I
profile,
keep
the
a
Mendo
form cut. I keep a form cut, and I have a couple other weird things that I like to smoke that like that. But
Buddy.
out of and they were all great. James Loudge gear, Masonic gear, fucking modern epigenic gear, and others, even Freeborn, Trevor, fuck, I don't know, so many people. It's been a lot of seeds. Yeah, you can't keep too many things. Like what the fuck? That's insanity. Like for me at this point, 3 years ago when I was bored in COVID, oh, it sounded like a good fun thing. And next thing, even I still have seeds I want to crack is the real reality. So the only way to make room for any of that is get rid of these other ones. Some of them like, what if these ones called whatever, it doesn't even matter what name. Yeah, I didn't even take a clone of them. I won't know. It will be too late because I don't read veg. I guess you could. I've heard people take a plant even after it flowers and then try to regrow it back. But to me, if you don't take a clone, you lose it.
I take in buds when I cut my plants down and re-veg them. In Sandman.
I've re-vegged a few plants and yeah, they go through like really weird stage.
Straight up cutting a branch off and recloning it. Not
Oh,
re-vegging.
in the middle
I
of
just
flower.
reviewed my cultivar, so it's like, oh yeah, I fucking cut back.
No,
Fuck
at
yeah,
the
man,
end.
I'm awesome, but I still have 56. I just counted, had 56 cultivar selections.
Well, Major, you have way more than I have. Don't you ever once in a while have to like let things fucking go?
I just did,
emotional.
That's
to
what
me.
I just thought.
It's like an emotional thing. Like even last night when it was happening, I was working with one of my workers, and I just put all those plants and said, yeah, I'm not taking clones from these because I didn't even want to like look at them as they got set and cleaned up, because once they get cleaned up, then there's no more clones on them anyway. But like, yeah, it's like emotional. A few years ago, I let a few things go, and it was like I ended up getting them back from one of my friends because like, yeah, I was like hung up on it.
Yeah, I wish I kept my Bubba Kush. I let that one go for some fucking stupid reason.
Yeah, I got those too. Yeah, my Bubba Kush but God, that thing was powdery mildew prone as fuck, and it never really. You had to really work the fucker to get a yield out of it. But the fucking shit that Bubba, oh man, that was the bomb.
Hard to say that Bubba's the one that got
Actually, the one that I regret the most is called the White from Rascal. It was called the White.
I had a Bubba Hayes that I had to let go, and
I got seeds of that.
My tangerine that I let go. But what you got is a combination with the blueberry cheesequake in it.
Oh, okay. It's the Bubba Hayes and the cheesequake blueberry.
Yeah, unless I gave you some of the original stuff that I got from Kazoo Kush and Bud White Genetics.
Is there something that says like literally from it? That's like from a dispensary. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh wait, Bubba Hayes. Oh yeah.
I don't know if it was that one or not, but it says on one of the bags like from
That would be the puckerberry
okay.
from the actually from Ineos Genetics.
I just popped the white cranberry to the blueberry cheesecake.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what comes out of that. I have not grown that yet.
That's the white cranberry for Smiley we're talking about.
Yo, it got in the mix, man. It was in there
Oh,
with
shit.
the blueberry cheesecake. It fucking lost the tag down on the side of it. And it was a full-on late blooming male. And
Trying to
once
think
it
of the name.
bloomed, I went through and killed everything. But that one didn't have a tag, and I didn't know what it was. And then when I actually popped off the flower, and I found it that night, and I took it out, killed it. Well, when I dumped it out inside my bin, I found the tag in the side, and it was the blueberry cheesecake.
White cheesecake. We would call it blind cat.
Yeah, that's the one I got from the American.
So what did we decide on that, Johnny? Like, what are we going to call that? Are we going to call that the cranny bloobs or what?
I like that. I like cranny bloobs.
Cranny bloobs, like blueberry, you call them bloobs.
Or yeah,
White
cranny
cranberry,
bloobs.
Cranny bloobs. I don't know. Like granny
Granny's
boobs.
bloobs. Yeah. Granny boobs.
Kind of like
You know
granny
what I'm
boobs, but cranny bloobs. I don't know. It's just a funny.
Granny boobs.
Like that?
Saggy boobs.
If there's better names out there, white cranberry to the blueberry cheesecake, let me know. But cranberry blueberry cheesecake doesn't sound very great name, like a great name to me.
Sunburn bloobs.
There you go.
What about doubleberry?
There you go.
Doubleberry cheesecake. I don't know.
So what? Is it too late or should we give away a pack of seeds? Because I got a special pack of seeds.
Buddy, it is
to
never
give
too
away.
late to give away a pack.
Okay,
never
so here's,
too late.
here's
Bless
what
the
I got, because I was hanging with my buddy Edgar at a party at his spot on Saturday. So this is Blackwater that I won third place in High Times years ago. Cross it into Sherbert, right? Sure breath, actually. And there, yeah, it's packing the Sonics. Blackwater, sure breath. And
You want to pick a number, buddy, or you want?
pick a number. I like it when
I think that sounds like a
Green
lifted
Fingers
shirt to me.
picks a number.
No, don't let green fingers do it, man.
No.
Everyone knows you just.
Okay, then you volunteered. You
Don't do that.
Buddy,
Major
buddy,
volunteered.
About
The
buddy,
major volunteered. Put in a number.
buddy, are you firm on that name?
What do you mean firm on the name?
Yeah.
What the
'Cause I
strain
think
is
it should
called?
be
Name
called
it.
the lift. I think it should be called the lifted shirt.
It's actually part of the No Wilson line. Yeah, that's what it says on it. It's got
The
it's
no Wilson line. I like that.
Because if you know anything about Mason, everything's fucking
Yeah.
Wilson.
the
We
Wilson.
all
Well,
know
not
about the
everything.
Wilson.
That's not true. I got a whole bunch of shit
Stuff,
that ain't
yeah.
Wilson. Because actually, in this whole
Pick a number. We
Thing.
can talk about it while they're choosing.
How many
Yeah,
week
yeah, yeah,
names?
yeah.
I don't want to pick the number. Somebody pick it and put it
I'll
in.
pick it.
Pick
Yeah.
Green
No.
Finger's gonna
80
pick the
people
number.
in there.
Smiley, you gonna look for the, you're gonna do the
Oh,
go
sorry.
and everything?
That's Joe that makes it go.
What?
I'm Art.
Okay, we're on the Joe lighting systems.
All right, we
We're
got the
using
number.
2 sons.
Okay, how many people we got in?
One guess lines are like anywhere, buddy. Like you're gonna do.
Well, wait, 182 people. Oh, I mean, send it. Yeah, I mean, I even though I don't have much experience with this international shit, I see other people in line at the post office. You got to fill out a thing and whatever. I'll do it.
No, you don't have to do that, man. You just gotta get international
International
stamp.
stamp, you don't have to do that.
International stamps.
All
That's
right.
what I forgot.
Well, we'll make it work. Yeah.
All right,
I
I got
mean,
the timer
I
set.
guess
It's a
there's
major,
you know,
buddy.
We're gonna put.
Okay, wait,
Yeah,
wait, wait, wait.
major.
How many people? How many people
Well,
we got in
there's
chat?
my screen says 83, so I don't know if that's accurate. Sometimes I
Okay,
notice.
so-
Start in chat, and I'm setting the timer for 10 minutes, and then we'll be
There
good.
you go.
Really, nobody's gonna
Well,
say
what
10 minutes?
between
So,
what? and
so
what?
the other
At least you
one,
got
1 and
Kimbo, right?
200.
I thought
One
I
and
would
200.
give one of these away, but I only have one. He took, I don't know how it ends up being called 92 OG because I only know the province of the plant to 97.
Well, just
but
send
this
that one to me,
OG
buddy.
right? But he crossed there, he put Skittles on the OG, and this is a pack of that. And then he's got a new line or a partner, his and him, Fem line. And so this is like a pack of horchata, grape, something crossing the Wilson F3 Fems. And fuck, I just said I got rid of like 10 strains without even taking clones of it. Like, holy fuck, I got to be more selective.
Okay, we got a
one
number
or two at a time.
between 1 and 200, I believe it is.
Yep.
All right, I didn't ever see it, but I trust
All
it's
right.
going on.
And so
It's only like 20 seconds.
as soon as Smiley puts start in there, go ahead and start picking between 1 and 200.
Oh, I think he did put start in, and there's
All
plenty
right.
of numbers being picked.
Well, I can't see anything that's going on in chat, so I'm actually blind here.
That was the timer right there.
Everybody's face.
Type stop
Oh
it.
shit!
Dang, you're
Look at
late,
me,
Don.
I'm all late.
Late to the game.
Sorry.
Okay, even though
Green
it's
finger,
late or
my
whatever,
apologies.
he's stopped.
All right. Well, number was
Wait,
close.
So
Yeah,
wait, there's a
Aldridge
couple
got
people that
125.
put in 125. What's the number?
Aldridge.
128 is the
128.
number.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Because look, Truth 420 literally put in 131 right at the after
right at
stop.
the end. Yeah,
So,
sorry.
Dang.
Yeah.
well,
Well,
Sliding
that's
in.
that's a weird coincidence. We won't even go into it, but that's like probably the only person in this whole chat who actually has that pack already.
That's crazy.
Aldrich?
Are you guys on live chat?
I wasn't.
Well, what the fuck, Aldi? Why are you guessing if you already got it?
No, well, you know, sometimes I play these things, duck races, duck. It reminds me of going to the casino and putting $100 in the slot machine. Other than I don't have to go to the
machine
casino.
works or something here.
No,
Yeah.
stop means stop. So whatever the number above that is the winner.
Oh, the person that had
And if it's
31,
Eldridge 25,
yeah.
he's the winner. And either way, I think going under is better than going over. And if it was 128, 125 wins.
Yeah. Aldridge said if he needs them, I have too many seeds, that is. So.
No, he says he
Okay, so-
doesn't have them, but whatever. DM me and I'll get them right out.
Yeah.
And he's an
Right on,
American.
Aldridge. Aldridge
Yeah,
is
just
awesome,
type in
dude.
chat where you're
He's always
from,
in
mate.
Chat. Awesome.
I can grow 'em for
Awesome
you also.
fucking
I'll keep 'em.
awesome.
Yeah.
Shit.
He's an awesome mod too. I was gonna say, you know, he's right on top of those sex motherfuckers. He'll wipe them out like bam. You know what I mean?
Get some clones, pass them out.
Yeah, like, pass them out, dude. Fuck. For real.
Yeah.
That's right.
Pay it for that motherfucker. I want that black one. That'd be dope.
That's what I'm saying.
I got you, green fingers. I'll get
Oh,
some
fuck.
more because like I'm down. I gotta keep one
Hell
pack
yeah.
until I get some more, but he'll give me more.
That made my fucking
Actually,
week right there.
I
Fuck.
won like a big duck race, and they're gonna send me whatever I won. So I'll text them say, I gave away all the black waters you gave me. I need more, because that's how he rolls. He's actually, dude. That dude's fucking cool as fuck.
That's
We had
cool.
the coolest party at Saturday. It was like a merchandise drop, it doesn't even matter, right? It's like 100 and 150, like
So
culture.
if I
keep-
send you
like,
that
a
same
lot of
text,
them are
would
the
you send me
same.
some?
Yeah. Well, let me, yeah, but like I say, I don't have them in my, if I had them in my hand, I'd be like, sure, let me get them in my hand. I'll get more. Like, I got it.
I just fucking with you, man.
So how was the party?
Well, it was like cool. Like, it's always cool. And everyone's just, it's just like a store. It's not like a big place, but you can dab inside for whatever reason. But if you want to smoke weed, it's outside, which is like right on Fairfax. And Fairfax has its own whole vibe on Saturday. But yeah, a lot of people came by. Like I kind of know their story or their names, but I didn't recognize them when they were there. People told me afterwards, "Oh, you realize so and so was there, and so and so, and so and so." But it's like that there. And oh, I smoked a lot of good weed. Dab, fuck these Cuban black haze and Piff crossed into Wilson. These people are making these rosins. Oh, fuck, on another planet. And yeah, it's not an event. It's you'd have to. Mace has like a certain core group of people that are from the area or LA that I've met over the last 2 years. That it's like this. Most of us is the same people, and it's like people from 20 some years old to 60 some years old. But we all like cool. It's trippy, man, and it's like great vibes. Like there's no. Even this company, I don't even know who they were. They must be new in the LA market, but their shit isn't metric. It was in Mylars. Here, I guess they deserve some kind of thing. Because like in my whole life, I've been given a lot of freebies, pre-rolls, fucking Mylars, and vets. Never in my life have I ever got home and went and dumped it out and said, "God damn, this is fucking killer." Never. In 15 years of freebies. This company called Angel City Farmers, right? This is the white bag. They had white ones and purple ones. The what I found out is they gave away 2 pounds total in eighths. So like everyone got a couple of them. Like here, right? I just put them in my pocket or my thing. Then I thought, oh, another fucking shitty fucking freebie, right? Holy shit, this shit's killer, man. And they didn't even put the fucking strain on any of the fucking packages. So you don't even know. I figured that was on
No
purpose,
way, that's messed
right?
up.
Because I bet you some people, I figured the best way to find out is call up. If I lived in the area, and I'm not a consumer of retail, but and I've always thought this over all these freebies that are given out. People give out pounds and pounds. They give out crap most of the time. How does that ever help them sell like product? Like if you gave out a pound of shitty pre-rolls and you gave out 100 or 10 really good ones or 20 really proper ones. Well, that the 10 or 20 would create a couple customers. The fucking 200 shitty ones, anti-customers.
Yeah.
But when you go to these events, the shit they give away for free is like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
That's easy, bud. That's your average auto smoker.
Yeah, that shit's killing.
That's fine with that, bud.
I knew that
One
was
out of
coming. I knew that was coming.
Hey guys,
one
I'm
out of
gonna-
5 people are just happy to get something for free. That's really all it is. So it's like, oh shit, fuck yeah, something free. They don't even care what's on the inside. They get excited.
Hey, I remember the first years, 2012, 13, 14, 15 at the Cups when every booth gave dabs, right? And the first couple years when you walk around, you'd be like, holy shit, man, that smells great. That's and these were free dabs being given out. And then like around 2014, 15, you'd walk around and you'd smell this shit that was like a refinery, like you were at a fucking oil refinery and shit. And that was the free shit that they were giving away. Even though it looked the same on the slab, yellow and all that, the free shit had gone from like a cool thing down to like, holy shit, never take a free dab at one of those things. That's like the worst shit you can fucking take. But people that paid $100 to go to the swap meet for a day, I remember it used to be like what they could get in their bag for free was equaling their justification of spending $100 to go to a swap meet.
Yeah. Backpack boy.
T-shirts, free shit,
Everything.
like it all became
Anything.
free shit. And if you had a booth,
Nutrients.
I don't know, I haven't had booths or gone to those things in 7 years, and there hasn't been any for free. But yeah, it was always about what you could give away. If you didn't give shit away, then you were, yeah, you had to give shit away.
Guys, I'm gonna check out. But Johnny, are you gonna shut her down on later, or should we? I don't know if it's like.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. It's I'll stick around if
Okay.
everybody wants to hang out. I'll take the
Yeah, I'm
helm
cool.
and run it for a little while.
I
I
think
feel like sticking
One
out.
more to burn.
Buddy Kilowatt's still the host, so he would have to transfer it or do something. But
Oh,
Well, we
Buddy's
shut it
here all
down.
Buddy
night.
don't jump out. He's the
turn it-
host.
well, no, we're not gonna stay all night, but we'll go a little farther. I figure, yeah, and
Next 20, maybe.
if there's a procedure, I can figure it out. I didn't like Eagle. I didn't. All of a sudden, a myth started coming up, and I said, "Oh yes, I have no idea about
No, it automatically.
how that goes."
somebody-
I know some of you guys have done this stuff a little bit more, but I'm a rookie.
No,
but
don't-
I can
don't
figure
automatically
shit out.
Switch it to whoever. Usually,
Yeah.
I think it's the first person in, but maybe that's wrong.
I got a feeling. Well, maybe he probably might have fallen
That's
asleep
what it
because he
was.
got to get up and work early or something. But maybe you'll pop up at any
No,
moment.
he
Who knows?
texted. He said his internet's totally out, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah,
completely out.
today I did
Completely
notice
lost.
a few weird glitches, even like just different things that, yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Something's wrong. Well, it's nothing wrong with it. It goes through better days and worse days, For all
Yeah.
you know, they're doing some big upgrade and they've moved all the traffic to some other fucking thing and blah, 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 blah.
All right, man. I hope you guys all have a good one, man.
Hey,
Appreciate
Smiley. I'm
Cheers,
gonna give you a
brother.
quote
Later,
real
Smiley.
quick.
Appreciate you, brother.
you guys.
Peace, Carl.
All right.
All right.
Okay. So what do you
You guys
got to
heard
say
about-
for yourself, Free Thinkers?
Oh, what?
Yeah. What
I
do
was
you
gonna
got to
say-
say for yourself?
You guys heard about all the bees dying off?
No.
Over the
Yeah.
last so many years, it's been an issue. Yes.
No, I mean from just like this last week, they're all making each other. They're all ejaculating to death.
Damn.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Ejaculating
fucking
to death? Bees?
Yeah.
Someone
isn't it
going
cool?
around and giving bee hand jobs? What's going on?
All right.
I
What a
thought
way to
they
turn
all
this
Well,
go back to the same queen. Like,
All the
isn't it all
drones
about the
are-
queen?
That's how they cool
You got
off.
some very fertile
What about
queens
shooting?
out there.
Going out
That's the only
shooting.
way they can. That's the only way they could cool off is by forcing themselves to ejaculate, but then they die after the
Damn.
drones only. So only the males are like fucking so hot that they're forcing themselves to ejaculate, and they die. Just like when they have sex with their queen. Same shit.
Yeah,
Well,
because when
you
they,
bring up the
after
bee.
that, they do push them out of the nest when they die.
So my
Yeah.
my
One
worker,
last squirt, yeah.
Lindsay, who does indoor out gardening and in,
Sucks.
she went down to the property below me and confronted the Latinos that have a bee farm where they lease bees for pollination, but they don't supply their bees with water. There's no troughs, there's no. So
Fuck these
my
things, dude.
properties become like my dog bowls, any water, like any pot that's been watered, even the little cracks at the bottom, the leakage.
Yeah.
Bees, like 10 bees on one little square. Anywhere there's water, bees. And like I would never have confronted them, but she went down there and said, "Yeah, give your fucking bees water."
Yeah, they drained my sister's pool, dude. My sister's pool, like
Because
literally
they're
halfway
attacking,
drained.
like they haven't
Bees.
bitten anybody or any of the dogs that I know of, right? They're like, I don't know what kind of bees they are. They're pollinators, right? And
Yeah.
they must have like 1,500 boxes.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
that's a lot of fucking water.
And,
dude.
and yeah, it'd be like if you had a horse and you didn't give him water,
Yeah.
or something. And it is an issue. Like,
It
yeah, they
is.
should, if they're raising bees, they should have troughs and not make their bees go to other people's property and fuck up
Yeah, dude.
their existence. Because I've
Because
had to
like I
empty
said,
my dog
yeah.
bowls and turn them upside down because I'm afraid my dog's gonna lap up fucking bees in his mouth because the whole top of the water will be bees. So they're only coming here for water.
That's what they do,
So you
right?
know what you got to do, buddy? You got to set up another spot so that they can go to it instead of your dog bowl.
No, they go
Well,
for every water. That's the whole thing.
yeah, when they got that, like when you
All
know
water.
one box is this amount and one box and this, they got enough fucking bees. You never know. But
My sister's swimming pool was halfway drained because of the bees. Like they were like, "Where's all the water going?" And they're like, they found out like it's literally the bees that were behind them that were taking all the water.
They were drinking the water.
They're taking that much water every day, like fucking.
well,
Like,
I never really thought about it. This is
How
new.
big is the
They've only
pool?
been really doing this on that property for like
it's
1
like
year.
a big hot tub. So like the big hot tub started going empty. And they were like, "What the fuck? Why is the hot tub going empty every day? Like a foot's missing."
Are your
every
family members like midgets or small people? Should we call them?
But I imagine like this little thing, like a neighbor complaining, which I'm not really complaining, whatever. I'm for the bees. But like where somebody's breeding or have farming bees on a property where they're not supplying them adequate water, so they're like in neighbors thing, it's probably like I'm not unique, I'd say that, because it's been like a year. At first I was like, oh cool, they got some bees. Well, that was when they had like 500 boxes. And then every fucking more boxes. They got acreage, and the whole property's been converted to bees. Okay.
You got a fruit free garden or a veggie garden at all, or no?
Oh yeah, I mean, I love the benefit of. Hey, look,
Yeah, no,
this
I'm not.
property for
It's a small-
many years was a monarch breeding project where my
Yeah.
wife bred thousands of monarchs, which meant she had 600 milkweed plants and attracted fucking monarch caterpillars and all this. So I'm sure other neighbors were affected by the caterpillars from the monarchs and all that shit. So what comes around goes around, right?
Yeah,
I was just trying to point out that even these things that we hold dear and like, oh, the bees, and it's not like I'm killing them or anything, or
No,
butterflies.
that's
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
you know,
they
It
can
can be
become a pest.
Sure.
The things we love can become a pest. You know, it's
Yep.
like fuck. It's like that thing that we need fucking being a pest. I have a row of ants right here crawling across the counter.
even
Fucking
I
pest.
always grew a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
plants here in 1 year, like 7, 8 years ago. I knew what BT was and everything, and I barely isolated and sprayed just the 6 cannabis plants, but somehow it affected the milkweed. Like I don't know. She said overspray. I don't think I had overspray, but somehow just the BT, and it literally like wiped out like the whole mojo of a breeding operation. Like somehow that BT fucked up the monarchs so bad. And I've heard people say that shit like, oh, you're trying to kill these moth caterpillars for the most part. But like there are actually like monarchs, for instance, they're already endangered and all this. That get a little BT in them and it fucks up their whole that's what it does. It fucks up the chrysalis. It fucks up the whole thing.
Yeah, you can get
Bad
the
shit.
China trap, and they have different models for a half acre, 1 to 2 acres, 3 to 5 acres. And I got the 1 to 2 acre model out back, and it works pretty good, dude. And then you can take all the just the little white moths that go in there because they're attracted by the light. They get the blue LED light. They get attracted and sucked, and then you can take that insect frass when they all die and make your teas or top dress or whatever the fuck you want to do, or drop it on a visiting friend from a neighboring ranch. And
I recommend that scent pack.
I used to blame. I
Use the
used to
scent pack.
actually think when the caterpillars fucked up my plants, it was from the monarch thing. But she would always say, that's something else. That's not monarchs. The monarchs look like this. But yeah, monarchs won't lay eggs on anything other than a milkweed plant. So you won't find caterpillars or monarchs on weird shit because they only lay their egg on one plant. They'll die with eggs if they can't find a milkweed.
Was she also
That's
harvesting
it.
weed for liver
Yeah,
tincture
she
stuff?
sold them basically the first to fifth grade classes, like so many that we could never meet the demand ever. Like if people are looking for a small entrepreneur thing, and it's not that tricky, but it's you gotta like understand the butterfly life cycle and certain things. Yeah, like teachers
Did you
have
do
2 semesters
milk?
a year and would order one for every student, like a kit where they would be able to take it from caterpillar, chrysalis to butterfly.
Did she do
And
the
you
milk
can
thistle
sell
as well?
chrysalises by the thousand if you can produce them
Did she do
for
it
like
with
8 to
the
12
milk
bucks
thistle
each.
as well, or did she just do the butterflies? Did she do the milk thistle as well?
Well, we had 600 plants at one time. Look, I grow plants, so I was like,
Yeah.
I
No,
spent
and you use a-
everything I knew to try to make these plants grow as fast as caterpillars eat them. Okay, caterpillars are ferocious motherfuckers, right? Yeah, that's one of the slowest growing motherfucking plants in the history of plants. But it'll never die. But like you can't get it to like go and grow back real fast.
And
So
it
we
grows
had them cycled, or it
pretty
would
well
take us
too,
like
right?
2 years to get them back for a caterpillar could eat them. And if you didn't pull every caterpillar off of it before it ate every last leaf, you had to have, just like in cannabis, you had to have a couple leaves. If you would get the caterpillars off of them, and then you would start to re-veg, I guess would be what we were doing. But we didn't use all the cannabis techniques. Like we probably could have, like dark cycles and different things to maybe promote it, but that was the limiting factor in how much production. It would all be under and how much milk we had for the fucking caterpillars to eat, how many you could do. And like I say, one caterpillar, holy fuck, dude, they eat like 1,000 times their weight a day or some shit. I don't know. They'll kill a whole fucking plant bush
Oh damn!
one
Yeah,
day.
sorry. No leftovers to make nothing. Yeah.
Hey,
I got thousands
look,
of fucking
it's a funny
milkweeds
story.
on my
Like
property now.
23 years ago, I bought her this, like, it was at that weird store that sells
Smell
gifts at
beautiful.
Christmas. I bought her this butterfly kit thing, which she had to send away for the initial things, right? It's like a gimmick. It's not a gimmick, it's whatever. And next thing you know, at our other house, she figured out how to fucking keep these things going and breeding them, right? But she did it in our house, right? So for like months, it was like we lived with like 40 to 50, it kept growing amount of monarchs. They only live a week or two, so you got to really get them going, right? Well, after a couple months, started noticing all these fucking like little tiny black dots, like dust on like everything. And yeah, that's when we realized, holy shit, that's butterfly poop. They're pooping all over our fucking house. And that's when we built atriums, and like one thing led to another, all the way to when she passed away, whatever. She was on the board of the Monarch program and in charge of like this whole region's tagging. She'd get groups of people to go to these weird places with these nets and wait all day in the hopes that a couple butterflies would come by, swoop them up, and then put these microscopic fucking tags on them. And you have to, these things are so fragile. If you touch them, you'll kill them, right? But there's this whole technique. It was fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy. But somehow I feel like her legacy, I'm supposed to like continue, like, oh, I still know how to breed butterflies, but like that's a lot of work, and I'm not so passionate about it. But somehow I'm supposed to. That's like my thing. I am supposed to carry on her legacy, and her thing was to save the butterflies. Monarchs.
Right.
I can collect a couple thousand seeds, but with ease, bud. Send you a whole bunch of pods.
Milkweed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, some of the thing too is there's milkweed from this region. It's very what do you call it when something is assiduous to its region, right? No, not
Indigenous.
saying you couldn't grow milkweed from other places, keep them alive. It's really best to keep the variety from your region that's going to thrive. And like that's the plight of butterflies and monarchs, is that the landscape and home
I heard that
landscape
in the National
world
Geographic.
rejects
That stuff,
milkweed as a
like,
plant for all
remember
these
better
other
from-
things that they plant around. But for the butterfly monarch to survive, it needs milkweed, and it needs it everywhere along its migration path. And when there's huge parts of our country that doesn't have it, that's what's depleting the monarchs. Yeah, milkweed. People have to plant milkweed, and that's that. Hey, it looks like shit for some time of the year. It's like, what do you call it? Deciduous or whatever. It looks like it's dead for some of the year. And then it comes back. Well, that's why landscapers don't like to use it. Or some of it is landscapers like to use things that you got to like replenish and then tear out and put new in. And milkweed would be something you would leave forever. You wouldn't, yeah, grow it forever. Just let it be natural. Caterpillars will take care of it. They'll fucking eat the whole thing every year.
Yeah, I like growing perennials too. Fucking way less work.
Hey, actually, we used to make more money. That was the other thing, because other hobbyists that slightly get into monarchs, the first thing they need are milkweed plants. And like nurseries that stock milkweed plants, nurseries spray everything with shit. So those plants can't be used for caterpillar use. So you have to find like a source that has clean milkweed. And yeah, like we could, if we could have produced the milkweed by the shitload, we could have kept selling it by the shitload. But yeah, it's not cannabis. It's cannabis is like the easiest fucking thing and the fastest thing to grow. It's a weed, for God's sakes, basically. That's why they call it that, right? Some other plants I've fucked with in my life, yeah, they're tricky dickies.
I just got some of the biggest onions I ever grew. Like I've only grown onions for like 2 or 3 years, maybe 2 years. This being the second from set, and they're fucking. Now that I actually did some bending them over and topping them or whatever, fucking. Now I got onions that are like that big. Whereas last year they were super small, golf ball size as opposed to orange.
And there's like a bunch of different varieties too, right? Like, well, obviously the red, the white, the yellow, but fuck, probably a ton more than that.
Yeah, there's more descriptions than that for sure. I just got whatever was at the the Grange or whatever. Fucking, I just fucking.
Well, isn't that like, even if it's a store-bought onion, and I just fucking took it home, didn't eat it at all, planted it like a bulb, right? Like sort of like a potato. If they can grow back, or is that wrong?
No,
you
I
have
don't
to
think.
start with a seed.
So, like, yeah, you want to start from seed. It's better too, supposedly, because it's actually like it's a biannual plant or some shit. Like, so supposedly, a lot of shit. Like that's why a lot of people get sets. But then if you don't bend over when they get top heavy and they get too tall, they're not. When you top them or bend them over, it's able to focus on that root better.
And I mean, the onion is actually the root under the ground, right? It doesn't go up top, right?
It's that green onion too. It's that whole top, that stuff that you're bending over. That's the green onion. You can use that as a green onion too, at any time. Like if you're like, fuck this onion, I just want to eat that green onion. Fuck it, you can just harvest that, and you can not even let it grow bigger. You just let it grow up a little bit, but and then when you get
like. What
onion
season is onion season, or doesn't matter?
Early. It's a root crop, so it's like potatoes and onions and all that shit. Garlic, it's all early. Like garlic is so early, you want to do it in like before your first frost in November or whatever, October or whatever. And then you want to and then it'll grow and you can harvest it in say July. But yeah.
Now, where did you learn about the bending? Just from online or research on Google?
Where did I learn about what?
Well, you said bend it. Like when you learn to bend it is when you got the good result.
Yeah, M.I. Gardner, fucking even Thunder Dan, like he's he's a big,
Into it.
you know, smile. But
In my outdoor area, I grew vegetables in a couple things last year and then the year before. And then what I realized, even the germination of the seeds, like that was when I realized cannabis is fucking the easiest thing ever. Like some of the vegetable or whatever I was growing, like it said right in the package, germination was 21 days. And sure enough, it took like 21 days for these seeds to germinate. I was like, cannabis germination 5 days or, you know, quick.
yeah, the cool thing
Every
about
aspect of it, even
things
little
are like
techniques.
you could do
I
like
grew it, but like to get the product to still look good before you could harvest it, I
mhm.
realized, oh, there's a lot of tricks, and I don't know any of those tricks.
Yeah,
I've
last
never
year
seen.
you get like a tray of onions. I got like they were all from seed, and you can even, and that's one of them that you could be a little bit more rough with, and it's not going to matter. Whereas a lot of different other plants, like you don't want to do that with. Like a lot of root crops want to be straight up planted by seed and not fucked with. But you know, onions are one of those where you could literally fucking put 100 in a fucking small little tray and then rip them apart and then plant them, and they'll get big.
Well, you talk about onions, it makes me interested. But when you talk about root crops, I was already thinking one of the better things would be, because I like them and would eat them, is potatoes, and those aren't that hard, right? You just have to have a good plot of semi-soft soil, or
Yep. And then you want to keep it at an even moisture, and you don't want to water the leaves. Otherwise they can get they can rot out. And then I've been having this year problems with earwigs, so I just use diatomaceous earth. But I think mine are dying back right now, either from the earwigs or because I didn't apply it again. I only applied it once, the diatomaceous. So, but anyway, it's doing good. I pulled a couple the other day, and they look good. They just weren't super big. And you can actually do onions, potato, and especially potatoes at like 3 different times of the year. They have early, mid, and late season potatoes. Like potatoes are crazy. And then you basically just want to plant them like 6, about 4 to 6 inches deep. And you don't have to mound them. That's what's the common misconception about taters is you don't have to mound them up. You just plant them deep enough in the first place, 4 to 6 inches deep. And then, yeah, keep them generally moist, and they're heavy feeders, so they're like cannabis. They're gonna eat a lot. Feed them good.
well, when I was messing with growing in some ways, I guess as it was happening, I was like, well, these were banker plants or whatever. Because like in my area, I'm in the nature. There's squirrels, there's rabbits, there. Pretty much anything I grew became like that target for them. But at the time, even though I was pissed off when I'd see that happening to like the fruit or the whatever, I was like, well, at least they're not fucking with the cannabis. And that was like, all right. But then that's why this year I was like, oh, I'm not feeding those fuckers. And to try to like keep them out, I did that where in my fenced area, I put this green shit like 2 feet around the whole thing. And then that's when that's when I realized, oh, fuck groundhogs. They just started tunneling up. It was like, yeah, fuck. I'm not going to beat them.
Just seen a hole the other day in front of my greenhouse. I'm like, no, don't you get any closer, you little bastard. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
Put nothing down. I'm like, I didn't expect anything, but because I've had them in another part of the garden, and I just fucking flooded the shit out of it, and it was fine. But I know that doesn't always work. I know they just come back a lot of the time.
That's my technique. I put the hose in the thing, and then I can see where it pops out way the water, like wherever I live on a hill. But do I like? What are you gonna do? Go at war with nature? Start trying to? To me, part of the beauty of where I live is that all that's there somehow. Yeah. Like even with this barley that Coots really puts on, promotes. I see the benefits and all that. Even I don't know, I ground it up and top dressed it. That attracted the rabbits and all varmint, whatever the fuck it is, and they basically picked through all that top until that was gone, and I could see they burrowed a little bit. And I could see that they did it. And then I was like, yeah, well, as good as that stuff is, in my particular thing, it created like catch 22 where, well, something else didn't do that.
Yeah, you could also you could go around that by just doing your own worm castings or whatever, and
yeah,
but
that's pretty much all I've really done is like craft plan once or twice over 3 years, amend it, and then worm castings, water seems to work great. Which even for me, I'm a hydro guy for so long that first year to this day, sometimes like, oh, right now they're filling in and the other ones are just transition. Like to me, like, oh, time to boost them with this or shit, hit them with that. But somehow I'm trusting in the living soil thing and just water only. And craziest results. Like the plants are so big, I can't even manage them. So, yeah. And now my third year, I'm like, yeah, just water. I don't even think about using anything. But that first year, I remember thinking, oh, this would just be better if I PK boosted it or added this or no. I don't think my soil would be good 3 seasons in. It would just be all over the map. And I wouldn't even know where it was at because I added this or I did that. So I trusted the basics, water only. But worm castings, like often.
Right.
Yeah,
And you're happy with
worms.
your,
Like, hey, when I
hap-
built the beds 3 years ago, I bought 1 pound of worms. A quarter of them went in one 4x8, a quarter of them went in one 4x8, and the other half went in a worm farm that at first was just one little layer at top. It's 4 levels. Well, now it's like 2 years later, I have so many fucking worms. It's like, holy fucking A. And yep, that's easy to do. And yeah, I need to build a thing to like sift it. But actually what I do is just take handfuls of the castings and the worms and just put them back, more worms. I guess at a certain point though, you could have too many worms. And I think in 5, 7, 8 years, that's what could happen to these beds. Because if it's good soil and happy, then the worms keep reproducing too.
Yeah, that barley makes them go nuts with that fungal activity, and so same thing with the avocado, it'll make them go buck nut. What you were going to say something there, Cushmaster?
I'm fucking baked, man. I forgot, brother.
Okay.
That's a common thing in there. Yeah.
Yeah, the avocado shit is fucking awesome because they'll just breed like that'll like make them breed like a motherfucker, and then that barley makes them go nuts too. And then I've even had like a straight up avocado seed sprout in my worm bin. So I was like, oh shit, I could put this outside if I put it in the greenhouse, but it wouldn't survive if I didn't have enough room. So killed the avocado seed off, but
Yeah. How those potatoes, Blind Cat, that you grew, they tasted better than store potatoes? I've never grown my own potato.
yeah, dude, because the other cool thing is I literally made the soil from scratch. So it's like fucking peat moss, cocoa, perlite, spent soil from my garden. So it has a bunch of everything, even year-old worm castings and malted barley, all that different shit. Fucking basalt rock dust, fucking all this shit. And then I top dressed it with another little bit of that and some gypsum, and they're fire, dude. They're like earthy, you know what I mean? They're it's a little bit, a little bit better than regular potatoes for sure. And they're and then the compost too is all from my chickens and all that kind of shit. So
Right.
So it's like a year old. It's all my spent vegetable stuff from my vegetable garden and all that.
It's awesome, man. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I haven't really eaten them yet. We just harvested 1 or 2, and I've eaten some tomatoes and shit this year, and they're actually some of the best tomatoes I've ever grown because I think the variety was some sort of heirloom that's local to this area and from my local greenhouse and shit. So
Right.
Yeah, pretty good shit. I got like 5 different types of tomatoes. One of them actually ended up being a fucking tomatillo. And I'd grown a bunch of tomatillos like year before last. And I was just like, I don't think I'm going to really grow these anymore. But this one's actually growing a lot better than those other ones.
Right.
4 different types of
Yeah.
tomatoes and the tomatillo and 5 different kinds of peppers and all sorts of different weird shit.
It's a
There's like
satisfying feeling.
there's a
Eating
bunch
your
of-
own food, isn't it? Sorry, brother.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, it is pretty satisfying. But it only, takes care of so much, but it's fun to be able to, maybe I'll store some food or whatever the fuck in some jars or something. Maybe I'll do some canning this year.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Sorry, guys. I was about to yell at my cat.
Rubbing your pussy. I mean, heard something about a cat.
Yeah, that's me, man.
He's yelling.
I can hear my cat. Yeah, my cat's crying for food or wants out
Do you
again.
guys grow veggies up there, Major, in Canada?
Yeah, man. Fuck yeah. About 20 feet away from me, I got like 8 varieties here, man. Got that Cherokee
Nice.
purple and thousands and thousands, they call it. It's just one of those cherry tomatoes, but it's a yellow variety. And actually, like 100 meters, we actually got a serious garden. That's, I have about 50 by 30, but we want to expand that shit. Like I was telling you before, my old man used to have a heavy construction company, and he used to take all the topsoil he could, and he stored it on our property. So we have like probably 4 feet of topsoil in our garden.
That's cool.
Right. Yeah.
That's all old, man. All old shit. And he used to mix clay in it, and it was horse shit from down the road.
Nice.
My old man loved the garden, dude. And of course, we have the artichokes as a natural fence, and those things just spread like crazy. Apparently, you can eat them though. I haven't really tried, but I should probably try.
What, an artichoke?
Artichokes.
Artichokes?
Yeah,
Those are excellent.
But these aren't the artichokes you're thinking of, those fancy ones.
Oh.
These are like the tumor ones, Jerusalem artichokes or something like
Yeah.
that. Like a tumor.
Yeah. Yeah, Jerusalem artichoke or a sunchoke. Isn't that the same? I think it's the same.
Yeah. Apparently, you can eat them though, but they grow so
I only
easily.
I only know the artichoke that comes in the jar, pickled.
Oh,
The
no.
hearts.
I like to steam them and then put butter with breadcrumbs, and then after you eat all the leaves, then you get the heart of it, which is
Mm,
artichokes. They come
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Central California, is where they grow a lot of them.
right.
One of the good
artichoke
spots.
hearts.
Well, these are like weird tomatoes, potato like fucking root vegetables. They're about the same size of a medium-sized potato too. But yeah, we got lots of vegetables here, man. My yard, I just put in I don't know, like 15 new fruit trees this year. Peaches and nectarines, and we got some grape plants going now, and a whole bunch of hassleberries.
You don't have to like supplement water, but a little bit a year for these things to thrive, or
Not
hardly
this
at
year.
all.
Not this year. My old man used to tell me,
Used to
as long
be
as-
that way
as
here.
long as we
we
get
like
an inch a week, man. As long as we get an inch a week, where the grass is growing good, and that's my
all the
standard.
avocado growers used to go like 60-70% of the year off of like rainwater, and they only have to supplement like 30-40%. And then over the last 20 years, they'll pretty much have to water year round, or your shit's dead.
I gotta water fairly. I've been watering about once a week. I don't know. Sometimes every couple days, just depending on the plant. If it's in a pot or if it looks like it needs something. But a lot of shit I won't water but once a week, and I'll just try to water it maybe a little bit deeper sometimes. Just depends on the plant too. Is it producing something, or is it just sitting there and vegging out? But I got a bunch of fruit trees this year. I got a bunch of berries. Fucking, I didn't get any new ones actually. I planted them all. I mixed all that soil with all the homemade compost, and I did like a layering thing with all my fruit trees. So I did the lava rock or pumice or whatever on the bottom, and then I did sand and the O horizon A here, all that shit. And the top horizon, I did the fucking all the soil and compost mix.
Shit.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But then I only got like 7 different fruit trees, and then the rest are all berries. Oh no, and then I got like a hazelnut too. So, but yeah, I got a lot of berries as well.
Very cool, man. Yeah, I got a blueberry variety that's supposed to produce like 3 to 8 kilograms of berries.
Hell yeah.
Once it matures, so of blueberries.
And
we have lots of blueberries out here, but like birds get them or whatever, and they don't produce that much. Like a good, and they're low to the ground. Where this one's supposed to grow like 6 feet and just easy pickings.
Nice. Yeah, I had some grapes. Talking about grapes, and I bought 2 of them this year, and then they never really did nothing. They were still in the 1 gallon pots, and I was gonna transplant them, but they weren't doing shit. Not even the leaf popped out. And then a fucking sunflower just popped out of one, and I'm like, growing sunflower.
Fuck! I ordered from a nursery, and they came in this small ass box, like fucking like $1,000 worth of plants, man. And I was like, what the fuck? Where's all our plants? And sure enough, when I opened it up, they were all shoved in that one box, like an 8 by 4 foot box, man. I can't believe it. Like an 8-inch box, like 8 by 8 by 4 feet long. Just shoved them all in there, but they grew fine, man. This little, I forgot what they call them. Bare rootstock plants. That's
right.
it. They're much cheaper that way.
Yeah, that's how all my fruit trees came, basically, and all my comfrey, all that different shit. And then with the Bocking 14, it's seedless. So I have the Bocking 14 comfrey, which is it's that bone knit shit. You can literally like heal wounds and bones and all sorts of cool shit. But you can you till up the ground, and every little piece of that root is going to create a new plant. So you got to be careful by doing that, but it's not going to at least spread by seed.
Cool. I got the comfort too, man. And some yarrow with it too.
Yeah, that stuff's good medicine.
Supposed to be a major bioaccumulator, right? And good for your compost and shit like that.
Yeah.
So
I think you can do teas out of it too, and there's different I don't know, there's all sorts of different shit. But yeah, it's a good herbal tea.
Yep, even found some mint on my property the other day.
Dude, I got some lemon mint in one of my fruit trees, and I'm like, maybe I should plant that in there because I know mint is
so that's one of my little hobbies is different mint. I got them all. Chocolate mint. I actually have a strawberry mint. I have a lemon mint, different ones, and they take off. Like I started this new thing where I took an old reservoir that had a crack, put old spent soil. It only was planted on one side like 6 months ago, and yeah, they fucking raced all the way across and fucking took off.
Yeah,
they're easy to grow.
Fucking, it's a vine, so everywhere where that vine touches the soil, it'll start spreading too, and it'll spread fast and take over gardens. Same thing with chives. Eventually, chives, if you let those things go to seed, dill, fucking, there's a bunch of shit that'll spread and become a problem, but in your garden. But if you like it, then that's rosemary.
I don't plant them in my beds, but they're not that many feet away. But somehow I think it's one of the better plants to have in the area. Like that banker plant thing is kind of tricky because I don't really have bug things. So I'm afraid that if I put some plant that's going to be like some bug attractant, and that's, until I have bugs, I'd worry about that. But somehow my conditions might be so extreme. I've taken plants in from inside that had spider mites and moved outside, and that cured the spider mites for sure.
Yeah, there's all sorts of beneficial stuff like fennel, basil, fucking fenugreek. There's all sorts of different, dill, even all sorts of shit will attract beneficial bugs. And
I use that 12 mix from Builder Soil two seasons. It works really good. I don't know why I didn't this year, but no, I didn't put a cover crop on this year. Maybe I should have, but whatever. Things seem to be fine without it.
Like, there's no natural little weeds that get in there, buddy. You know, like you just let it grow.
No,
That's weird, man.
Like my whole mountain is basically granite, and most of it's cleared, and then there's brush, and maybe some avocados and cut flowers in people's properties that are, next to around. It's like desert. Even though it's like San Diego and it's all this great weather, like all of Southern California is actually a fucking desert. If it didn't have the aquifer or the California aqueduct and the Colorado River and all the water, it would go back to being a barren ass desert. The whole basin. Just go back and look at history before they developed it to what it was.
Paintbrush, tumbleweeds.
Yeah, and basically with the global climate, whatever, it's a race because, I mean, I heard some other city north, major cities being cut 12% of the water supply. Well, yeah, the water in the river is not enough anymore. And development, you got to remember, each of these little cities in this SoCal.
All right, boys, I gotta go. Gotta get ready, man. Peace.
Have to claim that they grew 1% every year, or their city goes negative in investment. So I got to keep building more houses. 1%. That means more water, more resources. It's endless. Except the resources aren't endless. That's the problem. You can't make more water show up.
Hey, where'd everybody go? They left. I just noticed it.
I think it's time to go, isn't it? It's like 2:21, I guess. Since I was made the
You got 80 people watching, man.
We got 80 people watching.
Then I'm all right. I got nothing better
well,
to
buddy,
do.
me and Greenfingers, we just woke up and we jumped on. So
Yeah,
if
and
you want
me,
to pass
I
it
don't
to
go to bed.
Greenfingers,
I don't go to bed until the sun goes up, and I sleep all fucking. Well, I don't sleep all day. I'm up at 10 or 11, but
we always
I'm a
do the
night
lineup
owl.
for it anyway. So
I
it's one
drink
of those
coffee
as well.
at 2 in the morning like an idiot, and stay up till 4 to 5 in the morning.
You still on that Girl Scout cookies forum cut, bud?
I smoked all that, but like I say, I
shit.
keep. That's like this one thing. I keep a plant or a clone or two. Even last night, I was down to like one plant of a couple of things. Like, oh, that's safe. I could get plenty of clones from it, but I realized, holy shit, what if I? Thing is, that's why you have friends, because pretty much anything that means anything to me, we all kind of have it, right? Isn't that the idea?
Yeah.
So if I lost my OG after all these years, which I've never not had my own, I could get it from either Gary or Jordan, because they have it. And a couple times they rely on me like that because they do things different. So you never know, but I sometimes fear like something you really love, it could just be like, whoop, gone. It's happened to me before where I thought I had it, and then all of a sudden I went through every plant and realized, oh my God, it's gone. I don't have it.
With Jack's cleaner too, man. I fucking I gave it out to somebody, and then mine got sick, and then got sick, and I was like,
Right.
down
Uncle
for
Trip
it.
had a good.
Even when I
Uncle
did
Trip
the
had
other
a.
day, I wouldn't have done that 10 years ago. Like strains and finding winners was too coveted. But today, in the amount of genetics and the amount of people and the amount of I don't feel the same way. Even though I used to feel like, oh, Pheno 1, you got to take 3 cuts. Pheno 2, you got to take 3 cuts. Pheno 4, but and then because I'm not the kind that then decides, oh, I like Pheno 1, I won't grow the rest of them. They're in cycle. So then oh, I won't take clones of them going forward, but then there still will be a next cycle of them. I don't go and say, oh, kill all those. You know, be honest, I never kill a fucking plant. Like I don't have that in me. Like some people will go, oh, I don't want to grow that anymore. And they'll just take those plants and cut them down, you know? I'll grow them out.
Yeah.
So sometimes then it's like, yeah, well, there was a reason you picked number one in the first place. So now 2 months later, you got these phenos that you know. So sometimes I think, yeah, I know other people are like more cut and dry. Like they just call a plant, no problem. It's not, it's part of business. Like it's weird. I'm emotional. It's like to me, even I've taken from a clone, now it's in whatever. There's no way I'm just going, no. Even if I was to do that, I'd have to have one of my workers do it and I'd leave. It's like it'd be like I couldn't kill a chicken, but I could have my worker kill a chicken. You know what I mean?
I'll eat the fuck out of chicken breast, but I ain't killing the chicken. Yeah.
Yeah, I turn it into smoke, so I know like I'm gonna smoke this motherfucker. I'm not gonna
Because
kill it.
there's been this other thing that has repeated itself, not every time, but there's strains. Obviously, I go, didn't really do that well. That's why I'm not going to grow it anymore. And then the last one is grown. No, down to clone. So that's it. It's going to be the last one. All of a sudden, grows at this level where, well, if you would have grown like that at the beginning, I would have definitely kept you. Right. And I've had that happen a bunch of times. So I'm like, holy shit, the last time it grows, it's just going to kick ass. Like expect that. Right. Where like you did it 3 or 4 times and it was, then the last time you grow it, it like went spectacular on you. But that's, you know, and then you regret. Like I have a couple strains like that. Alien OG. Like, yeah, if it grew the last one like that, I would have kept it. That's why I can't make decisions unless you grow it a couple times. So now this idea that I'm just going to grow things out because I like variety, it's weird. Because like for all these years, like way back in the coveted days, holy shit. Like if you had something that was good, that was like everything. Like your house was burning down, you'd run back in just to grab one of them. You know what I mean? Like they were hard to find. And if you had one, today they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Like there's so many. What direction you want to go in? Who do you want to support? It's endless, you know?
Yeah, I got so many seeds. I'm like you, dude. I'm like, I fucking popped a bunch of seeds just to move on to the next ones. Although the last ones, I wish I would have kept like a couple different clones, but it's like, fuck, what am I always
Well, and there's like things that happen, like so Capulator, right? You know, Mac and everything. Like he had a drop or whatever, and somehow Mace sent me half of his pack of this strain called Goat Gas, which whatever it was a few months ago, I remember being all excited. I got the Goat Gas. Fuck, Capulators do Goat Gas. Well, the hype train moves so fast. Even yesterday when I looked at it and thought, well, I better clone it or not. No, I decided, what the fuck? I don't give a fuck. It's just another fucking strain. No one's talking about it 2-3 months later. So it must not only have been like, So let's just let it go. But then, you know, next thing you know, I'm searching the resale market looking for packs of goat gas. You know what I mean? Or not, because there's 50 other things that have shown up since then, you know? Where I'm trying to change my view about it. Like after a lot of years of like, yeah, the last night was the first time I just let a bunch of things get turned back without backing it up for the sake of trying to be able to monocrop in the future. At least I'm thinking, well, I have like basically equivalent of 10 trays of flowering, 4x8. At first I was like but reality is 2 trays that I could fuck around with. But the other 8 gotta be like running the same thing. Whole trays of one variety. And if you crack like 2 or 3 packs a week, you'll never be able to have that. That's what I learned in the last 2 years.
Yep, I love that hunt, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, fuck yeah. Yep.
always
You
looking
guys
for
watch
that.
One Bite? I'm sorry, I
What-
cut you off.
Oh, you're good, bro. Go. What do you say?
You guys watch One Bite? The
No.
pizza show?
Uh-uh.
Yep.
One Bite on
What's it
YouTube.
You know
about?
what, Green Fingers? When you said One Bite, I'm visualizing something to do with a spider for whatever reason. And you said pizza.
Pizza show.
Because
Pizza review
I'd
show.
have to tell you, I over the 10 years here, 9 years, 1 or 2 years, I found 1 or 2 tarantulas on the property. I think I'm on 5 this year, man. They're popping up all over the place.
Yeah.
I
I like it.
Hey, it might be the same one because since I like watched Green Fingers and explain his passion for spiders, I used to just get a shovel and smack them because they scared me.
Yeah.
But now I actually have relocated them, and then I realized, well, how do I even know? I don't know. Is that the same one? Is this his brother? What's going on here? But they pop back up, or there's a bunch of them.
A lot of them do come back. The one that got out of the one I made a pet, he got out 5 times and he just kept coming back inside. I'm like, you little motherfucker or big motherfucker. Like, I was like,
Hey,
what
I
the fuck?
noticed something when I go to like try to scoop them up. They're just doing whatever, but then they get all like defensive and like they act like they're ready to fight you or something.
Yeah,
Did you ever notice that?
They will bite you. They could bite right through your flesh pretty easy, through a fingernail sometimes.
But I heard like when I grew up, I heard they were poisonous. But now people have told me they're not that poisonous. Maybe there are some varieties somewhere in the Amazon, but the ones we have around here, that most likely you just get sick and have like a welt.
No, you don't get that sick. Nothing happens to you. They don't really bite you to do nothing to you. They know that they're fucked.
Yeah.
They're like, oh shit, this isn't bigger than me.
Well, I gotta say, there's
I had a great crust. I had a great flop. The cheese pool was awesome. Pizza was a number, maybe a 7 out of 10.
Right? Gotta have some good fire roasted, oven roasted fucks. Thin
Yeah, the
crust
bottom burn.
fucking pizza. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the bottom burn on here, so it's nice and got that real flavor.
I just went out and got a couple of different cheeses too the other day. I got like sheep cheese, a goat cheese, like, just to try a couple different ones out and shit. Fucking Fontina.
Good.
I always like that shit just fucking around. I like weird flavor.
Almost out of water.
Got growing anything yet, Green Fingers?
No, not yet. I don't know what I'm waiting for now. Just fucking.
Watch
The
it
weather's
grow.
starting to change.
Yeah, man.
It's getting more humid though.
What do you think you buy when you do? What are you looking at possibly popping, or do you know yet?
Yeah, I don't want to waste somebody else's gear yet. So I just pop handfuls of my own shit so I can know that I'm back in rhythm of shit, you know. And then once I got it back in, then I'll pop somebody else's stuff so I don't just waste it right away. Like I've been throwing a lot of stuff in the ground and something just been eating it, so I gotta figure it all the way out before I waste more because I wasted like handfuls of shit already. Like killing them all. Every time I go back in there, it's dead. Or go back outside, they're dead. Snips them from the bottom when
Well,
they just split
that
out.
makes a lot of sense what you said, Green Fingers. But I know in my area the weather's cooled down quite a bit the last few days. There seems to be a slight change. Has it been a little bit better where you are?
Yeah, it feels a little better every day. We're just taking that time because it's fucking all night
No,
long.
it's still just August.
It's 60 in the morning, like right before the sun comes back up, and then the temperature rises again. Yeah. So I try to stay up in the morning real early. Sleep all day, stay up all night. Like a desert rat. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive out here.
Fuck, man, I wish I could turn this camera around and fucking show you guys what's going on.
You
We got
could.
some kangaroos.
yeah, they're under a HLG. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good place for them to be.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's why I always say come on this. But anyway. Yeah.
Strong under the HLG, yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's all sunny over there.
Yeah, as you can see, yeah, very sunny.
Yeah, I can see.
No, it's actually we're cold now, man, during the day. But we're just about to start our outdoor season, probably in about 4 to 6 weeks up here in the northern part of Australia. So veggie will be getting started soon. We're 6 months exactly the opposite of you guys. So yeah, well, getting ready.
It's
Yeah,
weird because I hear that, but because like I live here, I can't imagine that. It's like weird. You know what I mean? Like my
having
life
a house
isn't
here, bro.
like, oh, August, like June to August is the summer, and
Yeah. You should buy a
that's
second
not.
house here. You can do the California outdoor and then just come straight here. Just go forward and back.
Oh, dude, it's full
But
year
you wear
long.
yourself
Man.
out.
I'll tell you, I love my country, but from just a few people I know that have managed to live outside of it, I don't know if I'd come back. Shit, well, at least not with the shit we got going on in the last fucking while. Like,
Man, I want to
to
move to
me,
America.
I'm more into happiness factor of like where I live, and look, I'm supposed to live in like SoCal. Fucking happiness factor around here is like dipping.
You ever go back to the places you moved from? I never gone back to a place I moved from ever. I've never been like, I'm gonna go back there to visit. I've left there for a fucking reason. Like I either got fucking exiled out of there or fucking like by my dad. He's like, you gotta go because you don't got no money. So wherever I tell you to live, where you're gonna live. And that was the type of shit. Helping my grandma. I was like, dude, I didn't save no money. I was helping grandma for free until she died. What the fuck, dude? Like I didn't get paid to do that shit. Like what the fuck? And he's like, well, you got to find somewhere to live. We're selling the house. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, fucking gray hairs, man. You got to dye the old fucking salt pepper. That's how you know you're about to turn 43. All that shit.
You know what?
Half my fucking shit turned gray. And then it turned normal after.
My family did that to me. And what my aunt and my father did was allow, because I'm the only grandchild and my uncle's wife is a total cunt. So instead of the estate being broken up 3 ways, they gave me a quarter of the estate because I took care of my grandparents for those years.
That's awesome.
And they also knew I spent my own money taking care of grandma and grandpa too. You know, I'd go out and buy dinners for them and wouldn't say shit. I'd go
Yeah.
to grocery store, you know, oh, we need milk and this and that. Well, you didn't take any money. It's $5 fucking. It's $8. I'm not going.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like shit we need at home anyways. I'm gonna be using some of it too. It's not
I'm
like
glad
I'm not
you
gonna
popped
pay for
that
it.
cup, Captain, because I tell you, I envy you. Because, like, yeah, that's my dream. Like, go fucking live in Thailand or Philippines or fucking almost anywhere. But you're doing it, and I love that.
Well, thank you. I've got a little bit of time though, because it's going to be the next round. It's going to be my parents here soon.
Cool.
But then once everything is settled there, then yeah, I'll probably be back here in Asia. Fuck that. I don't want to live in the snow.
I know, right? I didn't live in the snow before, and then I moved to the snow. I lived out here for fucking 7 years or whatever. It's all right. I mean, it's just something to deal with, especially when it turns into ice.
Yeah, I just heard a lot more when the
Yeah.
pressure and the weather changes at 30, 40 degrees at a time.
Yeah.
Because I do have 3 bad months here, and they're December, January, and February, that I get bad headaches and I hurt really a lot. I don't want to go out.
From the temperature.
But that will have to change because I'm going to have ladies to take care of.
Oh yeah. They don't care about the weather. Rain, sleet, or snow. Yeah, I gotta water mine tomorrow. No.
Flying crickets over here scared the shit out of me, bro. Just like landed on the wall, started scaling that shit. Imagine if you could fly through a wall and then you start climbing up it. Like, fucking crazy.
Geckos do it all the time. And then you wonder how they get through your like ceiling tiles when there's hardly any space there. And it's like, that fucker was 6 inches long. How did it get through there?
Yeah, I got spiders everywhere too, and I'm like, dude, you were so little yesterday. Now you're like 3 skins bigger all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck?
No one's gonna say that. That's what she said. No one's gonna say it.
Hell yeah. Grower, not a shower. You grower or shower? Everybody on the panel? Just kidding. Getting to the personal shit. I'm a grower, cannabis grower. What the hell?
Showed you guys my grow.
Can't show my grow. You either can show your grow or you can't. So you're a grower or a shower. Shower, grower. No show.
We just refer to as you don't need to see my plants because I'm not going to pull a set number out to show you.
Exactly. That's sometimes why I don't like, or I didn't used to like to show mine before. I was like, dude, I have way too many. I mean, not to me, it's not too many, but you know, why poke the bear?
Exactly.
My response to every time in the last so many years people talk about plant count is like, who's fucking counting them? It's like, I don't know where that happens. And, oh, I get it. If you have some fucking huge ass operation, okay, all right. But when it comes to like a 6 or 8 or 12 or give me a break. Somebody's going to come and go, bad boy, you have 3 too many. You have 6 too many. And even if they do, like, oh,
That's all that it will be. Because at this point, at least in my state, you have people going back to 215 era where they're opening up shops, just black market shops. They got signs, they're doing the whole thing. Because even if something happens, they get a cease and desist, and even at worst case, it turns into civil, like fines. No one's going to jail. They're not taking, right? And because of that and the whole mess that were happening, that's like in the last year, you're starting to see, oh, things are going back to that, right? Which, yeah, why wouldn't that be the trend everywhere? You know what I mean?
Right. Bring back farmers markets, I say.
Yeah, like look, if they're not going to make reasonable laws, well, then you know.
I know they're already here. Bring them back some more. We need them every week.
Hey, some of it, like you said, oh well, if you feel that way, you didn't vote for it, did you? No, I was voting for it because I thought at the time the propaganda or the truth, whatever, was people aren't going to go to jail and whatever. So I thought, oh, okay. But now that it's been 5 years, at least in my state, not even Prop 64. Oh no, what a trap. That's it. And I don't think there's like, oh, we're gonna vote it out. That's not gonna happen. That's not how it works. So, fuck that. I don't know. I'm glad I'm old. Don't have to really think, oh, what's the next 30 years gonna be like? Well, I guess I could, but I'm still trying to grow weed in 30 years. Something's wrong with the fucking.
Sounds like it might be Thailand or the Philippines, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but hey, like even before I met Captain 420, and even what drew me to like get a hold of him, invite him out and shit, I'd already been like checking out what you call expat life in a few spots, like through YouTube and shit. Even though those things are really corny, and the people that make it's like, well, that's not my kind of people. But I was interested in it. Like I already know there's a few places around the world that's what do you call it? American friendly or whatever. Like, actually you really don't want to be in those places because you want to be like somewhere where Cap's at, where it's like you're really living country, not in some compound designed for expats. You know what I mean?
Yeah, about like woofing, right?
I wouldn't like going to expat town.
About like woofing or whatever. Or I forgot what the acronym stands for, but it's basically like working on site for like food, food and board. And you know what I mean? You like work on a farm or whatever, and in exchange for food and living in a tent or whatever the fuck. Then or sometimes more, but just depending on the place. You get to learn a farming skill, but yeah, you can go like around the world doing that shit.
Deadheads, because tour was really only a month or so, and then there'd be all this time another tour. Deadheads did that stuff. I knew plenty of people. That's how they did. There was these weird type of situations, not weird, but they kind of weird to me. But yeah, they would out these situations, and there's like that's those and all that stuff. I guess I'd have to say I mean, I work for myself, so work is work. But I've never worked for someone else, like really. So I'm allergic to that.
Yeah, fuck that.
I guess. You're not allergic.
Oh, the cricket got stuck. Fucking stupid fuck. Oh, sorry. It was like a video game. I was watching him try to get out of the spider web. Oh yeah, he got out still somehow. I don't know. Shit, wanting to lose. Okay. He won. He way too much for the spider web. Like what? Spider web. That was my excitement, guys. That's my whole fucking like, oh shit, the spider is gonna get a fucking cricket. That's my whole life, fucking my whole existence.
Uncle Trip is doing his first fucking, not first, his fourth ever fucking hydro run. So we'll
Right.
see how that fucking goes.
You asked me about this earlier, so this I want to say this. All right, so over the weekend, I had the last 4 or 5 joints I rolled up of the Girl Scout forum cut, right? And
Yep.
tonight I had like a bunch of like third joint roaches and shit. They've been pretty good. Some of them I realized, oh, that tasted way better. Not so much at the end. And then somehow out of all of them popped this one. I'm like, oh shit, this is really good. What is it? Turns out it's the fucking form cut Girl Scout cookie roach or whatever. And even
Yeah.
down to the last little bit, it's like yum yum.
Yeah. If I roll a joint of that and suck it without putting a flame to it, it just smells like fucking, not smells, just you get a taste of like gas and like, holy fuck, you know, it's like overwhelming sucking it in with no flame, not even lit, just sucking it like a straw. Like, Jesus.
Yeah. I used to smoke like when I was a kid. I would keep like a joint at the beach the whole time and just puff on it dry the whole time because I couldn't get high because I was with my parents. So like just fucking, and then the last day I would smoke that motherfucker, get so high. But that roach would always be the best. Like a week later, still be like, fuck,
Right.
that roach got me so much higher than the joint.
Hey, Green Fingers, I always wanted to ask you, man, what does your mum like to smoke? What's her favorite genetic? Being an elder lady, what?
She doesn't
You know?
care. She just wants
Oh, really?
whatever
Right.
stuff won't make her paranoid, and that's hard to find out. Like she gets paranoid off of my shit all the time, so she goes to the store and gets
Right.
all that other stuff. But and then I try to figure out what she can get the seeds from over there, like that she likes, and then she comes back with them or whatever. And
Awesome.
nothing ever, she never really is too happy with anything. I'm like, well, that's the genetics too, you know, because the weed's good, but she's just like, it's either too strong or not like, I don't know, not how she remembers weed. She's been
Wonder
Too
smoking
racy.
like a
She just like,
1-to-1 or something, you know what I mean? Like some with some CBD in it. Or
no, she's just used to the streets, like not dealing with dumb fucks and the fucking things that's telling you this is a sativa, this is an indica, because it's fucking clearly not. It's like
yeah.
clearly something that's fucking shouldn't be labeled that at all, and they should tell you the wide leaf is gonna fuck you up. You're gonna be locked, or it's a narrow leaf and you might get locked too. You don't
Yeah.
know. You fucking
They
just
don't even
don't.
let smell it no more out there, do they?
Yeah, when they tell you it's indica or sativa, it's a fucking goddamn lie, and we all know it because everything's a
No,
polyhybrid. There's no,
I'm saying, do they let you? Do they even let you smell it out there anymore? Or
no,
no?
that's the whole thing. So like, you can't even see the weed because it's in a bag that's fucking completely fucking blacked out. You know, like you can't see it, smell it, any of this.
I don't buy
Ours,
weed.
they might show you the bottom of the jar, like if they got a jar, but it's like usually a blacked out bag, and you can't see shit, and you're just like going off of guess. You're like, fuck, I hope this is good. Like every time. Even the name brand, the big name shit, it's just a bag you can't see. And you're like, fuck, I hope that's good.
I mean, the last place I went to, they gave you like a sample, but they had been opening that fucking sample all day. They're like, yeah, you can smell it, but it's like it doesn't smell anything anymore. It barely smells at all. So I'm like,
Yeah, there
okay.
was one lady there
The
that had
thing
a gram
it
that
creates
she
is a
bought,
market
but
that when you pick certain brands, it's because you start to trust and have faith that they'll like be able to, like, even with all big brands, anything like a Coca-Cola, first thing they had to accomplish is how to make Coca-Cola the same everywhere, every time, every year. And that's the trick with cannabis, because then they're not easy, but with brands that can break through and deliver a consistent thing, then you know you're gonna get X, Y, and Z, then those will be the ones that make it. Other ones that, you know, we've experienced with, yeah, they won't make it.
Holy shit. Just smells like fucking berries and gas in here. It's actually a nice mix. I've never. Yeah.
What's that from?
What's that?
How's it smell like berries and gas from?
Blue Dream and gelato and what else is there? These forum cut Girl Scout cookies. That's a prime suspect of the gas. That and the gelato. Then what's funny is I've seen Uncle Trip's gelato and I've seen the American style gelato. And Uncle Trip's looks like the old school OG Kush, like 2 golf balls on each side, then 2-3 inches of stem, and then I see ones that in America and they're just fucking bud all the way down, you know, like 2 feet. And I'm like, fuck, I don't think Trip's got the same gelato as that.
You had a lighter size internode in between each one.
Distinctively different gelatos, 33, 41, and 45, I think.
33.
Yeah.
And the ones I've grown were 41s, even though I've had a plant of 45. Never
Yeah,
seen
your boy James Loud is a gelato fucking. He does lots of crosses, doesn't he?
Yeah, his whole line was gelato 41s.
Yeah, he's got some nice crosses.
There was a lot of good shit in there. Yeah, juice bar. I forgot all the names. Shit. Thing is I had all those seeds when they were just the lineage. Couple of them, and guess what? I didn't have anything to do with the selection. That's just and real people did all that. But as I grew them, it was like the ones that became the name ones were ones that I was like, oh, that was a really good one. Sure enough, that became, because like at first, like I say, everything was a strain crossing a G41, like fucking a whole 15 of them or something like that. And then over the year or two, certain ones became, I forget the shit, I should remember these names. Hey, one time we were chatting, and I forget we were talking about music or some shit, and all of a sudden, or we were mixing back and forth, and he said back to me, offendo. And I thought I had offended him or something. Like it was like we went back and forth. I had no idea what it meant. Then finally was, oh no, that's the name of the strain. That was like, I guess maybe the GMO and the gelato 41. I forget the lineage. And it was like, yeah, I thought he was saying offendo, like I offended him, but it was actually him telling me the name of the strain, dude.
You thought it was a new lingo. You got to keep up with these young kids.
Cement shoes and look, every other name, like permanent marker. They're getting close to running out of names.
Yeah.
They've been running out of names for the past.
I mean, even some of the people that I've like from LA seen, this guy, Doja Cat or Doja something. Like but like he's not like he's really a grower, but he really prides himself in it. He's a selector. You know, he's kind of like Burner, like, oh, I'm a name maker, right? Or a selector. I know when something's good when I can, you know, source it from my crew of everyone, right? And I'm like, yeah. And then you come up with a name like permanent marker. I'm like, what?
Right.
This is where, like, some of my long-term customers over the years, like it just happened because I'm lazy, right? I abbreviate shit because of the tag. Sometimes when I run, like for instance, when I had all these gelato 41 crosses, my customers got them as like sour apple or GMO, or I didn't. Maybe if they ask, I would say some want to know the whole story, but I have others, they don't give a fuck. Is it good? They like it. They tell me whatever's marked on the bag. Now I've realized they've gotten so far away from it, they don't even ask. But sometimes I just put initials, so I can. Initials don't mean anything unless you ask. And I realized, yeah, that guy never asked. He doesn't care, right? Out of 3 or 4 kinds over a period of time, he'll go, what about that one? And tell me the initials. I like that one. They don't care. And some of it is, they're cool people, fucking stoners. The whole name thing is so crazy and doesn't mean anything. Like us, oh, we follow it. Who's who, and all right, we're growers and aficionados, but like just people. I've noticed, yeah, we've left them a long time ago. Like, especially when all the names, especially have like, it's not even weed anymore. Like, oh, it's not Kush or these variety names. It's like,
We're not in Toto anymore, Kansas.
yeah, I mean, the names are like, whenever a thing can make some kind of noise in the hype machine, let's call it that. And sometimes it's because it smells like that or reminds like that. I get that there's some of that, but to like, and then I noticed amongst my other growers that are completely out of touch. They're doing humping away, but they got, everyone networks. Certain strains will like pop up in their garden like 3 years after they were like a big thing. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden they finally got it. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when I see that happen, I realize like some strains are here to stick around a little while. Other ones, they're here and they're gone, like, faster than they ever landed. That's the thing about height. Some of these might actually be really worthy things, but because there's so much coming so fast, and if you don't really have a hype machine, yeah, I think there's a lot of things slipping through the cracks that then over time will rebound back and will be appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Let's slow down a little bit.
There's certain organizations that are king of the hype and are able to take certain things and blow them up so fucking big. Like Gelato 41. I mean, Jesus Christ, this is strange, but like it was pretty saturated thing. Like,
yes, I remember that shit from over 10 years ago. That's my problem. I'm like, Gelato was there back in the day with my homie. Like, he was like,
it's kind of like maybe we have this Hall of Fame, right? Maybe let's just say it's a dozen legacy strains or strains that, it's been around in the last 30, 40 years, maybe most of it in the 20 years. And then there's contenders, like the new breeds of strains. Problem is, there's only 12 spots. So that would actually mean, okay, we're going to kick this one. We're going to kick Blue Dream off, right? Even though I'm not a fan of Blue Dream, it's up there because of a reason. You know what I mean? Right? I'm just making this up here. But like, oh, is Gelato going to end up being in that thing that goes on for decades and decades? Or is Gorilla Glue or not? There's not enough room to just keep adding endless ones, and then there isn't actually a special 12, or maybe we need it to be a special 20. But where do you stop? Oh, and 30? Then it's not even special anymore, right?
Remember that poster back in the day that had the world's greatest? And they just had the world's greatest strains across there. And then the one was on there. That was cool. I remember that shit. The one. I was like, what? And then like years later to find out like about Coot and all that shit and be like, that's the one, dude. That's the guy who made that shit. I remember that when I was a kid reading that poster being like, the one. I want to try that shit. That's pretty cool. Then to hear stories like that. Fucking awesome shit.
And a lot of like, it maybe wasn't this way years ago. Northern California influenced things. But now that legal, whatever, LA, as far as the world, we're always going to probably be the best influencer. It's where the money is. It's where you're going to make a name. It's where, 20 million people, whatever. But I realized I grew up in LA. LA is like its own weird fucking Hollywood trip, right? And hype and all this shit is like really magnified there, to say the least, right? So it's like really the worst place to like filter out which strains are, really good ones new ones to spend a year of your life and whatever money it costs to get them or whatever. But like to me, it's always the commitment of time. Because a lot of times I chase things and was like, yeah, that was somebody should have told me I'd waste my time.
What are some of your favorites out of your lineup there?
Well, like I have to say, like even though we had people and sources where we were getting this shit fresh out of Amsterdam, a couple years, man, nothing out of that shit ever was like we were always disappointed. But right around 2008, 9, when like Swerve and other people, basically the laws made it that even through the dispensaries, there was like seeds where you didn't have to mail away to these bullshitters, right? This is my experience. Other people might have had way better experiences with this people, but like, no, we chased the shit, right? No, nothing came out of that shit. It was always the same, like, yeah, no. But then right around that time, all of a sudden, Total Fire was being fucking just.
Yeah, that's when the cups started. That's why
Yeah.
people swapped war.
I was like SFV, born and raised. Well, Swerve's my little homie, and then yeah, like I had like 5 years of just fucking rocking his shit. Majority, even though I saw every TGA and this, that, and I messed with Rascal because he was like a side thing of Swerve's. And yeah, those are the years. Fuck, I don't give a fuck what people say about Swerve. He changed the fucking game, and he put out super fire shit that was fucking unreal. And yeah, and then 2015, okay, with 3 places going. Must have been the 3rd time I got different packs of Deadhead OG. That's one of his strains. Even though, dude, I've invited this guy to fucking every Dead show forever. Somehow he's always busy. He's never, he's not, has no idea what Deadhead, but he has a strain called Deadhead OG, right? It's this, that, whatever. But me being a Deadhead, I really wanted that strain to fucking be one of my strains, right? So I kept going back pack after pack. And then finally there was like 2015 was like the year of Fare Thee Well. It was like the last shows and all this shit and all. Even though that was just a hype thing because they continued on after that. But whatever. I was traveling a lot. And the next thing you know, I come back or have to face that like, oh, it's Hermie everywhere. This is like never had this happen to me. All right, I grow female plants, and late Hermes affected everything, fucking every batch, both places, like bankrupting shit. And my solution was, oh, fuck all that shit. Get rid of everything. I wasn't around long enough to like know what did what, right? So I got rid of everything except a couple things. Couldn't let go of the black water. I knew that wasn't the problem. I'd wanted to cup with it. And OG, I knew a couple things, but everything else. That meant all the shit from Rascal, all the other shit from Swerve. Got rid of. Sort of like I was saying earlier, yesterday, not taking clones. Those aren't the same thing like I did last night to what I did then. Basically, I just, threw them all away. It's like I had to get back on track and the only way to do that was go back to the known commodities. I regret it because, after months of really knowing and thinking, it was that fucking Deadhead OG. And I've seen I should have just taken a clone from people that was already proven out, but I wanted to find my own. And I chased that thing to almost going under, and not really going under, but a setback.
Yeah, I grew it once, fucking big old buds on it.
I didn't crack any seeds at all. At all. Now, I was like in my circle, the guy that kept introducing all this great shit to all my other friends. And then all of a sudden, nope, I have these 3 kinds. That's it. Blah, blah, blah. And then over the years until then, till COVID, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, I did grow different things and acquire different things from clones, from other people, my friends that, yeah, I prove it. I saw it in their thing. I consumed it. I knew what I was getting. And then COVID came and I was bored. And this thing, maybe it was going on before I came around, but like seemed to be this energy, the YouTube, Instagram, and I didn't keep track. It has to be over 50 packs in like from COVID to now, maybe even more. From all these great people. Look, I think I only paid for one or two, and those ones weren't any good. But I've known some of those people from before, like before I dropped out. Like I'm like, yeah, sometimes you just want to like fucking drop out of, not
Yep.
just this, everything, hermit style.
Go from California to Michigan. Michigan to Thailand. Fuck you all.
But
fast as
like,
fast
world
can be,
change,
come
like,
catch me.
a lot of my friends that have like been doing this as long as I have, a few of them, one even longer. They're kind of, I guess I'd say like maybe disgruntled, not really disgruntled, but like part of it is they can't embrace like the younger change in all this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like where myself, I don't know how or why, but like even my friendship with Mace is 30 fucking years old, right? He has a whole different perspective, a whole everything, right? But somehow I like can bond with the guy or the plant and not feel like it's hard to explain. Like even when you meet all these people I did on Saturday, I realized like, yeah, really what the common thing here is not age or what hood you're from or any of that. Certain people, even amongst them, you can read right away, have that same passion for like the plant beyond anything else. Like money, yeah, money's part of it. I get that. But then on that fringe, you have the legal beat, the people that are like pumping up the legal brand shit, right? And some of them were cool before they became like the legal brand. I'll just say that. Because once you come to the legal brand, oh, then it's like this whole other stick. At least that's my take on it.
Yeah. As long as people are in the community helping each other and it's not a big dick contest, man, that's what I think it's about, even if someone ain't as good as you.
That's hard to find in any place. Like you have to create it yourself and stuff. And even most likely it gets exploited because, oh shit, somebody wants to make money. It's just the nature of it. Like even in my deadhead life, oh, we had some cool fucking little times, but something always fucked them up.
Yeah.
I say it like this: humans, at least mainly American humans, because that's who I know. We're the type of people you give an inch, we fucking take a mile. And that's like one of our tendencies, which is like, oh, why we can't have cool festivals and events? Because when they were cool, we fucking took a mile. And then now we got it like this. And that, like, even with the high time cups and all that, oh, we had some years where it was like, oh, this is the way it should be. But couldn't stay that way. You know what I'm saying? Money, always. We go, oh, well, what happened? Like they say, what, the root of all evil, whatever. Like, follow the money.
Yeah.
Man, they were really good festivals for 3 years. And what happened? Well, the guy took, and instead of spending $5,000 on the festival, he went out and got these other bands, which brought in different people. Yeah, he made money on it, but it brought a total different vibe to the whole thing. And it's just like, okay, I'm not going there again. So we got this little jar here.
I was like, tight with the high times people, you know, renting booths and traveling with them and judging cups from like 2010 to 15. And like, I'm not going to mention names, but all those people got rubbed out. Okay. When this corporation, whatever the fucking thing happened. And within a short period of time, they took a thing that was like so fucking culture, like going way back, and fucking drove it into the ground, dude. Like, holy shit. How could you fuck something up like that so quick? Amazing, dude. Even this thing now where you get the judge, you pay to judge, it's what the fuck? And it's like in every city, every day of the week. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It used to actually mean something.
Yeah.
What was that nug, Captain?
Let me turn on the light and show you guys. This
I
was
thought you were
something I
trying to
picked up last night.
thought you were trying to catch it on fire for an instant for a second there. I was like, what's he doing? Nice.
Yeah, it's nice and, you know, yeah, it is greenhouse, but man, the trichomes are all over it. It's sticky. And it was $11 a gram.
Not bad.
The peanut butter breath looked like shit though, but that just came in. So right now they are kind of letting smaller quantities come in for personal use. So we're getting a bunch of packs from the States and especially Canada.
Nice.
Well, and
But-
obviously the Netherlands too, right? The Dutch are like behind this whole fucking thing.
I think they're behind the business part of it. Greenhouse, there is a greenhouse coffee shop that just opened in Bangkok. And Cookies opens on the 1st or 2nd or 3rd of September here in Bangkok.
Damn.
But they are going to be, from what I'm told by my farmer friends, is they will be writing part of the law coming up here in the next month.
How
So I
many
think it's
million people are in Bangkok? Like how big is it? Is it
like 24, 20, 23, 24 million.
Holy shit, that's fucking huge.
Yeah. But you also have to understand that's 1/3 of the population of Thailand. Chiang Mai is 4 hours from me, and that is 2.3, 2.4 million people. I am the largest city in northern Thailand, and we're at 70,000.
But wait, the problem with Bangkok, from what I've seen in images, yeah, it's 24
It's like
million
New York.
people, like, but even tighter and in less like regulated type buildings, right? Like they just slap shit up and live in it.
No, actually, most of the buildings here are rebar and cement, concrete pour.
Made better. All right.
So, you know,
Bangkok,
they're
it's hard to
actually
see,
quite cheap
but
to
the
put
buildings-
up.
because whenever I see images, it's just like people on the street, and, you know, tents, and it's hard to see past that.
There's really not a whole bunch of you know, homeless people here in Thailand. The families take care of the people. The people that are homeless are there for a reason, because just like the States, you know, they don't want to be attached to anything. But the homeless population in Thailand is not that big.
Well, is it because society shuns them and it's just not cool, and then
Yeah.
rates less?
It's all about society here, and you know, where do you fit in a social class? Like there's 3 different, there's Thai, but then there's a little bit more educated Thai, and then there's educated Thai, and they speak completely different. And when you have an educated Thai person, especially a female, and they're giving shit to a cop, oh man, that cop is like at attention. Because he knows that he's dealing with somebody that's from an influential family. So yeah, this has almost got like almost kind of like a pine sol cleaner type. Yeah, wow. Can't wait to smoke this one. But me and a friend did have a discussion because, you know, I'm trying to be partners with them. And I pretty much told him, because he feels the same way I do. The prices are a little bit expensive. But once we can start growing it indoor here, I told him that it shouldn't be more than 350, 400 baht a gram. So basically 10, 12 bucks. And that's what we're going to shoot for here. Because I tell you what, at $10 a gram, I'm happy to make 4,500.
Yeah.
I'll take 4,500 all day long over 6. But that peanut butter breath, that was 650 baht a gram. And man, it didn't look like the peanut butter breath we got here. So I showed him my friend's page and I said, right here, I'll call my friend today. You can have a pack from Thug Pug of the original, $400 US.
Yeah.
Well, I screwed up. I could have bought one of the original Skittles packs that went through an auction, but they started at 500 and I'm too cheap.
Awesome.
Now, because I don't know exactly, but who's the holder of the original or the legit Skittle packs? Is it Brandon and Third Fam Jen, or am I wrong?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I know Flora's fucking got the actual Skittle cut and he's been breeding it. Flora Nugs on here. He owns a seed company called South Bay Genetics. And he's sending me a whole bunch of his Skittle crosses. They look fucking amazing, man. So yeah, I've always had the ILGM, you know, the Dutch ripoff one. And yeah, got nothing like the colors that he's showing on there. So actually they all earned the fucking Dutch one. So
yeah, he hooked me up, but more in things that I would like. But that's why I don't have this. Maybe I have Skittles, but no, I have like oil. Wait, what's it? Some gas station Bob, and then that made the Zaz, and then the Better Than Your OG, and there's one other one, but I don't think it's with the Skittles. But because like
no, he's got that's his old line, but he's got brand new things that he's just been working on, I think, and they're all like Skittles, and he's got a brand new menu. Yeah. If anyone likes gassy stuff, man, check out South Bay Genetics. It's I know that gas station Bob is something he's been working on.
I've
And
been making stuff for a long time, and they're solid stuff.
yeah, and like I've been talking to him a lot, man. He's super fucking. He's so smart, you know. Because
Yeah,
I
he's
know
really
super
knowledgeable.
Yeah, Flora Nugs. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, and because I know Super Soil, he was telling me shit about, I was questioning him about leaf strip, and he was telling me, you got to give like a vitamin B2 or I can't even remember, B12 3 days before and 3 days after, to just shit that was way over my head that I'd never even heard before. So yeah,
I know
it's.
too,
I
like
think he's actually going to be doing a spotlight very soon, Flora knows.
he worked in the hydro business and sales at a high level, and so he's able to like point out things. Well, I've kind of heard rumors, but like prove that certain products are just bullshit, or this is some other bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit in the products game.
Yeah. Which products are you talking about, bud? You cut out for me
Whether
anyway,
it's
sorry.
and Mike, like, um, like even, hey, I'm a fucking fan of Caps and I love his genetics, but he also has this shit called Bio OG War or whatever, right? That's beneficial. Well, somehow it's been tested out to like actually not be anywhere near what it's supposed to be. Well, yeah, things like that. Like
All right.
pointing in the direction that of the I think it might have been Oregon or somebody that tested it like legitimately, like shit off the shelf. Oh, does it have X amount per million of spores or whatever, however they do it? And some things have that and some things don't. Got ourselves a joint here.
Yeah.
Nice dry hit.
I watch a lot of this, and a lot of it's about living soil and IMO and green natural farming. There's so much information. I feel like I should do it because I've heard all this great information from Chris Trump and Professor Q, so many people. But then, like, even myself, as I look at it, it's like, obviously it's economic decision, different things. I also go, well, how much is convenience worth? Right. And yeah, I've like got my thing down to like, yeah, it's not that much work. Well, if I start making uh K&F stuff and this and the time and the effort and that takes away from the convenience and maybe, but I'm more into the convenience at this stage in my life than adding more ultimately work. But I know all that shit must work great because I see the results and I've smoked the results.
Nice smooth smoke, nice white ash, definitely organic, nothing added. Not
That's the one
heavy
you're
in the
smoking?
lungs.
Right. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, where, but I got put in this position, and if I didn't take that 10.5 months back home, if I only took 5, I'd be in a really great position. And I would have a JDAM KNF ferment company going now because I met the guy that will be able to do all the JDAM stuff for me. Why do the ferments? So we're going to see about getting that product out here because just like you said, we got a lot of products here, but they've been testing some of them and some of them aren't even half strength. They're like buying it and then repackaging it with water.
Today, somehow I came across a line. I think it was T. Beazle, and he had Harry from Rosetta. He has a brand, Southern Humboldt grower, long time, legal stuff. And he was showing his garden tour, and he had his barrels of Koreans. I don't know which, but what he had done this year, because value of weed has dropped so low, he fermented all of his stuff, like all his like organic material for the Korean nut is weed. And even that he had it down to where The one barrel is for the veg because all the weed that's in there was in veg cycle. He has one that's all the weed that's in there is transition. And then he has the one, all the weed is flower. And most of that is like buds. Like he's just like, fuck it. Like, don't have no value. I'm gonna put it back in the soil. And I'm like, yeah, that's fucking great. Like you can see it. It looked like Supini pumps it and waters and all this shit. I was like, yeah, why would you use all these other things? Just use the weed itself back.
Mm.
That makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Especially if you like separate it to veg, transition, bloom, and make a JDAM, or I don't know all the lingo.
Yeah.
But that was specific to each thing and actually was worked that way too, like was effective that way. Wow. Closed loop. You're rocking there.
Well, I was
Yeah.
thinking about taking that comfrey and just keep on tilling around that whole area. So all those different pieces just fucking, I can just get a whole patch of that comfrey, and then you can, supposedly that's a nice deep rooter. And so it's pulling up a lot of those nutrients, way deeper than most roots will go.
Well, I imagine if you really got into that, like, and really dived into the deepest level, it would be like using some of this, a certain amount of this, a certain amount of comfrey, a certain amount of where you could really dial in like higher levels of inputs, basically.
Yeah.
Specifically, to try to have specifics. There's one thing, hydro guy, yeah, we kind of have control by specifics. Like we're able to give food, switch the food to this, give it that. It's not so easy to do that in like a living soil thing,
Well, that's where the KNF and all that stuff, and Jadam and all that stuff, that's where that comes in, is it can,
yeah,
and you can tailor make it to be more like a hydro system in that fashion. And then, you got even the OHN type of stuff for more of like an immune type of therapy and IPM. It's all interesting stuff. I love it. I haven't done it. I've gotten some sent to me from a friend, but
the labs, the IMOs, that's why I went to the 2 regen conferences, because I know here in Thailand, we need to grow for literally pennies on pennies.
Right.
So, and that's also what we need to do back in the States, because you can't go out and spend $400 on a harvest anymore on nutrients, because that $400 is not there in that pound anymore. Before we didn't worry about it. It was like, yeah, it cost me $1,000 to run my room for flowering, but we didn't worry about it because we were getting $4,000 or $5,000 a pound. Now you're getting $1,200 a pound, and it's like, damn, I'm only making $200. Is it worth it?
Berry, like a raspberry.
Exactly. That's exactly what's happening. The squeeze is on. But see, thing is, mainly because music, but yeah, I follow Farm Aid since fucking 85 and everything they say. Which this was the plight of our American farmer, right? Which led them to use the most gut rock, cheapest fucking shit they can to grow food from Monsanto, or not even Monsanto, the chemical fertilizer industry and whatnot. And that's the food that supplies the world, grown that way. And that's the model that legal cannabis is being sucked into, right? Like maybe it'll take them 50 years, but that's where it's going. And then that's when you'll be like, we're talking about, Salt growers, bad. Like all the shit that we use is pretty high grade shit. I mean, there is some junk in there, but most people don't use any of that shit. Living soil guys, oh, they're at the highest level. Fuck, they're even practicing environmental morals, which is like, fuck, super important. Right. But like when it comes down to price per fucking gram or whatever the fuck, that pressure will be constant because even when a business is up and going big, like, oh, we made 80 million last year. Well, how are we going to make 100 million next year? We're going to squeeze it on the inputs. We're going to squeeze it on the inputs. We're going to squeeze it on the, oh, wait, we can use the same shit that they used to grow industrial agriculture and get away with it. Then that's what it'll be. Right. And that's the scary part. Oh, there'll be craft. There'll always be craft. That's what it's about. But like the big machine, once it's up and going and some decades click off, the way that the people trying to make money are going to be able to squeeze more money is that way. They're not going to practice natural farming and shit. That doesn't work in the rapido low cost production thing.
No, water and nutrients. That's it.
It does. It actually does. But for some reason, that class of operators, the corporate type or whatever we want to call them, they can't embrace that for whatever reason. You know?
It comes down to pennies and cents, I really think, because I see these businesses changing and the bean counters come in and say, hey, you need to cut here. And then next year they come in and they say you need to cut a little bit more. And then by the third year, your quality is shit because they've taken away 1/3 of your budget that you had that you actually put into the plants that made them quality.
And the
So it's
truth about KNF and all that stuff is it's work. It's not like it's work. Like to have it effective and have it dialed in. It isn't like, mix it and call it a day. There's a little more to it. And that's where like even though corporate, whatever, farming has gotten to a point where, yeah, they should just go regenerative all across for the sake of the food, for the cost of production. Yeah, they're fucking stuck on stupid. They got the system with chemical agriculture and whatever that's ingrained. It's taught in college. It's like, oh, you got to have a degree to get a good paying job. Well, you're educated, like, to that, right? It's most
so
of the people
that joint,
like active in the regen world. Most of them don't come from. Couple do, but most of them don't come from what do you call it? Academics.
so I'm gonna have to stop by and find out what that strain was because I smoked 2/3 of a joint and I've got a really nice high with that.
Let me ask you this:
body feeling.
When you left, you couldn't just stop in at all these places and buy weed, and now a year later, everywhere you go, the restaurant, the bar, the fucking roadside, they're just selling weed everywhere.
Imagine if anybody's ever been to Amsterdam. Imagine Amsterdam being the whole country. Now, when I went to Maasai, there are no shops up by the border in Miramar, but there is 13 kilometers away a farm that sells their flowers that you can go visit. But no, before I left, you could go to certain places here in Thailand and buy cannabis to smoke it you found a dark alley at 3 a.m. and hope a cop didn't pass. You weren't smoking during the daytime out in public. That is still illegal here. And it's a nuisance charge that does carry up to jail time. So it can be a fine, or if you're being a blatant asshole to the cop, you're going to go to jail for it still. But I mean, I just looked the other day because I follow a couple people that are kind of doing like dispensary pages, like weed maps back in the States, something like that here on Instagram. And I think in Bangkok that I counted 43 different places, with another 15 that are scheduled to open in the next 2 weeks.
But even in your area of Shanghai, there's
Because we're a big tourist area, you know, we're only 70,000 people, but we get probably 3 times, 4 times that amount of tourists minimum. So
well, is it like, well, if you sick of fucking Bangkok, then let's go out to Shanghai? Is that kind of how it works?
if you think Bangkok and the weather is too hot farther south, you come north. If you think you want a slower pace for a while, you come up north. If you want to meet people that are generally happy, just happy, you come up to the north. People don't worry about things up here as much. That's one of the reasons why I like it. It's a smaller group of Westerners that live here, but it's a much slower pace of life than Bangkok, where at 4 a.m. the streets are starting to bustle with people going to work and shit. Because if you don't leave at 4 or 5 a.m., it can take you 3 hours to get across town. It's just like New York City, just like Los Angeles. I'm sure just like Houston or Dallas, Miami. Well, Miami, maybe not so much.
Each of those places, one word comes to mind: overpopulated.
That's one of the reasons why I didn't pick Chiang Mai. And it sits in a valley. And when they burn the fields up here, I seen it. It just sits in that valley and it doesn't dissipate until like 1, 2 p.m. So you've got all that smoke and all that pollution sitting down in that valley on top of that city. And yeah, there's, you know, a lot more things to go do, especially being someone that has a limited vocabulary like myself. It would give me more interaction with people and a lot more interaction with Western people, but it's a nice place to visit. I just don't want to live there. It's too busy. It takes you too long to get from one end to the other. The cop presence there is like 99 times what is here. And there's a good chance that once or twice a week, you're going to have to pull something out of your pocket.
Well, yeah, I mean, that city reputation is crazy, you know, experience, right? I mean, that's what they sell in there, right?
They have in that city, it's an old city and they sell it upon that and the big tourisms. You could literally go to, I believe I counted 14 Watts within 1 kilometer in the city itself. So there's all these temples to go see and everything like that. Part of the old wall, the Tai Pai gate, is still up. I have it posted on my Instagram, I believe, still, or my Facebook.
What's the main draw of Bangkok for tourism? What's the main draw? Party time? Isn't that it?
It's the main place everybody has to fly into. International flights. It's the hub of all of Thailand.
You know why the
It's also
Australians go to
has
Thailand?
ports not too far off, like the south side.
You know why the Aussies come to Thailand, don't you, Captain?
Yeah, but they go to Phuket and Pattaya for the pussy.
Lady boy.
Right.
Or ladyboy. A lot of ladyboy now in Pattaya.
Lady boy.
Yeah.
Lady boy bigger than you.
Hey, some of them have
All the
been,
time.
man. It's like, God damn, and you're a girl? If I was your big, I'd be fucking a porn star.
I don't
Fuck.
know about that, lady boy. What do you reckon, green fingers? You down for lady boys? How about if they tuck it behind?
No, they actually have them that go through the full sex change. So they got a plastic rubber pussy.
Oh shit!
Man.
I think we should probably bring this conversation back to fucking.
It's
Come
like
on,
really
this is a late edition, baby. This is
3:30 in the
after
morning.
dark.
Talk about anything.
This is
Yeah.
a bonus round.
But actually, some of my better friends that are more, I would say, loyal are lady boys, because if you treat them with respect, they really don't get that here. So if you meet them, understand that they're a lady boy and you talk about it and you say, hey, I'm not up for it, but it doesn't mean you can't be my friend, because to me, you're just a person.
Person.
You're
Yeah.
human. You're not male, or you are male or female, but it doesn't matter what parts you have if you act the role.
Yeah.
But, just please do not hit on me and I'll treat you like a normal person, a girl. And some of these girls actually look better than the Thai girls. They can walk better in high heels because they spend time at home practicing in front of a mirror.
Yeah. Seen a lot of that weird shit on like the reels where they'll walk up and they'll be like, "Lady boy, I'm bigger than you." And like, yeah, that's where I got that from, because like they're always like, "Oh, I bet you're not," and then like 3 minutes later, it's like, "All right, you win, you won, bigger than you." It's always funny. People put that shit up on their reels. I'm like, what the fuck?
And if you go home with a lady boy, then it's really your fault,
They let you
because
know.
they do not mind you coming out and asking, especially if you do it politely, because like I said, some of the lady boys are really fucking hot looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Used like it's the same in the Mexican community. The Raquels, they're fucking like guys, but they're chicks. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You're so fucking hot. It's like, what? Skirt? Turn that shit, fuck that, no more. Go home. Get out of there.
But they will stick up for you too. And, like I said, they're one of the most honest and loyal people out there. I don't mind having them as some of my friends.
Yeah.
One bit. They're better off than some of the guy friends I've met here.
Yeah, people are people, Just everybody's a person.
You treat everybody like you wanted to be treated to begin with, and everything's fine in the world.
Yeah, man. Just respect everyone.
Respect earned
Exactly.
respect.
Yeah.
And if, you know, people don't want to respect you that much, just drop a 5-strip on them.
They'll start to respect you.
They'll respect a whole new world. The fun part is when they get to the crying and emotion part of the trip at kind of near the end. And then you can really fuck with them, or you can really open someone's mind to understand new things.
You need a whole 5-strip though. You're like, one's not good enough.
No, that's if you're a dick.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Because like that
I know an Uncle Trip that carries a 5-strip to the bar every night just for that reason. If he finds someone that's being a dick, then if they're drinking hard alcohol, man, that stuff dissipates in it really quick. Bud can tell you about shit like that. You're a dick.
Right.
Here you go. But hey, you know, it's better to sit back and watch somebody than beat the shit out of them. Because beating the shit out of them, you go to fucking jail immediately.
Yeah.
But they do kind of have this blind eye to a Westerner beating the shit out of another Westerner. And they really have a blind eye if the other Westerner was sticking up for a Thai person. It was like, okay, they're regulating themselves. That's cool. Let's go.
Yeah.
But if you insult one Thai, there's a good chance you can have 4 or 5, 6, 8 of them coming after you. The Thai women have a really hot temper, especially if they drink hard alcohol. And they can become bipolar, and they like butcher knives a lot.
Yeah.
Matter of
That's why you
fact,
gotta
Oh my
get trained to tie, Muay Thai.
I was thinking of coming over there till I heard that.
matter of
That sounds
fact,
too
the
fun.
insurance policies here for when you get married to a Thai girl, if you have a, say, 3 million baht insurance policy, and there's a clause in it that if you're murdered, it only pays out 1/3.
Oh, crazy.
Because a lot of times the girlfriend, the wife stabs the guy, or the brother does. And the brother is not really the brother, it's, you know, the new boyfriend.
Damn. You ever
I
been to
dated a
Thailand?
girl. I dated a girl,
Blanket?
and I just seen the text that the guy sent me and all the voice messages telling me that when I come back to Thailand, I can have her back. She's a crazy bitch, this and that. Well, he worked for AT&T, so he had a really good job and really good insurance policy that didn't cover the in like the normal Thai insurance policy. They got married, and because he's an alcoholic, he ended up puking and dying in his sleep. So she ended up marrying this guy, and within not even a year and a half, he goes and dies in his sleep, choking on his own puke. And now
Oh.
she's worth, you know, fucking 100 and some million baht.
Right. What's that, about 20 grand?
No, that's like a couple million. Or
Oh, shit.
let's
Oh,
see,
man.
100,000 is 3.5 million baht for
Right.
10,000.
Yeah. You still in the future going to be doing the whole Death Star project that you had planned, Captain, in
Oh yeah.
Thailand?
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
I have to put those are I have to put out because there's a need for those seeds out there. And since I have the genetics, I'll beat everybody else to them trying to remake it with other genetics. But that's why I call it the project, is because I have Top Dog, because I have Karma, because I have these other sour diesel back crosses that have been made. I'm putting them all together, doing an open pollination, and I'm including the original genetics in it. So you'll be able to actually go through and pick out if you like the one that's more of a head high at 26.7% THC, or you like the one that I like, which is the more relaxation. I had a tough fucking day, but after this joint, everything's okay at 24% THC. And then I will be putting out, probably the first one out will be the original cross, though. But just because people say this person's sour diesel's better than this person's, and well, guess what? I'm just going to throw them all together.
Now, Captain, do they have internet? So if you're in Thailand, do you get the American World Google search? Like, can they Google genetics, or will you be like a pillar there once you start? Because they've obviously never heard of Death Star and things, right? Or they have? I'm not familiar.
They haven't heard of it. The only thing they hear is the new hype stuff that's on Facebook and Instagram. They are switching over to Instagram since Facebook's algorithm changed and it doesn't show cannabis. So, but the internet here is restricted. There are sites you cannot go to. And even the Netflix is different here than the United States version. And the way to get around that is using a VPN. But what we need to do, and it's just like teaching them how to grow and grow indoors, is to do more education and show them that, you know, Leafly and Strainly aren't the only two places they can go, if they even know about those places.
Yeah.
But there are other sites that they can go and read about every strain they hear about and see the genetic makeup, and also see descriptions and pictures from different people growing it. But they'll be able to, you know, start to read those comments and start to understand a lot more about cannabis instead of just the Mylar pack shit.
Yeah.
But you know, I seen five different seed companies from the United States, and the guy was offering, I think, 2 or 3 different strains from each one, and they were between 1,000 baht to 5,000 baht, and I think one was even 7,500 baht per clone. So at 7,500 baht, you're talking over $200 a clone. And at 1,000 baht, it's about $33 a clone.
Right.
Now,
Right.
I'm going to produce some that are going to, when they come out, a lot of them are going to be at that upper number and the mid numbers. But after I see that change in the market, that 1,000 baht clone, man, that sucker is going to be like 400 baht real quick. I'll make sure of it. Just like I told the guy about, hey, listen, I'm happy at 300 baht a gram, 350 baht a gram for my weed. And he's like, really, indoor? And I'm like, yeah, I'd be happy with that. Because I think that's what it should be, because there's not a big market here for it, the upper echelon weed. You have the small percentage of foreigners that come in, and then you have a really small number of Thai people that it can actually afford it. But I think I'll be here in, the 2 to 3 years. I actually see it going up more, but I see at about a year to year and a half, you will see that plateau. And as soon as that plateau comes around, you cut those prices like I was talking about. And then you make your money off of that in the next year. And then by 2.5, 3 years, you're out of the game. And you've made that stack of bills along the back of your home safe. So you're good for another 10 years. Or at least that's how the captain always did it. Because he's like Buddy, he likes taking 1, 2, 3 years and just going and seeing music and not worrying about fucking growing. Because you got the money.
Yeah, but on the other hand, somehow I need to have a grow going for me to have sanity. Otherwise,
I
I'd
have
be
found that
like I was
recently.
when I was younger, where I just partied. The responsibility of a grow keeps me from getting too far out there.
I need it to keep me happy. The only thing I'm missing in Thailand is to grow.
Oh, maybe I just not grow anymore and do something else. I wouldn't know what? Fuck, I gotta have even though I act like I don't because I hardly even want to go down there and work. But that comes in waves. I get times, months and months, and where I'm burn comes back because it's my passion. But I couldn't imagine going. I've had friends, they just got tired of it. I couldn't imagine that. Yeah, they were growers forever. Now they're custodies. It's weird.
Shit, I haven't grown in almost 6 years, 7 years. I actually have apprehensions about popping seeds because I've done clones for so long. The last time I popped seeds was 2012. So, I've got a little bit of an anxiety there.
I get really excited. It's new. Oh, I'm going to crack it up. I'm going to put it germinates. I get it going. And as it's starting to get going, I realize, holy shit, I ain't even going to smoke none of this shit for 110, 100, and then you have to put your patience, no, because the initial excitement, I want to fucking smoke that shit right now. But that's not the way it goes. Clones, yeah, maybe it's not 110 days before you got it or something. It's more like 65 or well, 80 by the time it dries, something like that. It's quicker, I'll tell you that.
And I'll probably actually run some Autoflowers because I have to, because I'm actually talking to a couple companies that do Autoflowers, and that's what the Thai people want is Autoflowers, because just like you said, you know, I gotta wait 90 or 120 days, but it's done. And all they have to do is put the seed in a pot and water it.
Cost of those seeds got to come way down for them to be used in the way that I think is their place in the scheme of the market. If you had acres, if you had acres and had limited labor, you'd want to plant them in rows, and you wouldn't want them to get any taller that needed any kind of structure or staking, and you'd want a lot of them. Well,
Hey, bud.
that's what those do.
I'm still waiting on that
kilos.
I'm still waiting on that personal email or to get a hold of your friend there in LA so I can talk to him about bulk Autoflowers here in Thailand to see if we can't get them at a more reasonable rate for these people. Because, you know, the basic Thai person would love to grow cannabis and have it done in that time, but they can't spend a week's paycheck on one seed. You know, they need to be able to buy that seed for like $6, $7, $8 instead of 20 or 30.
Yeah, but let's say you were going to plant an acre of autos.
You got to vet the seeds.
You're talking like tens of thousands of seeds, right? Or right?
Yeah.
Then you'd be paying like 50 cents.
Fuck. Yeah.
Exactly.
And you can, yeah.
But if I can buy them in that type of bulk and then sell them to the Thai people for $1 and double my money, I'd be happy. And the
Hey,
people in Thailand would be happy.
The market still exists, but yeah, one of our friends, right down the road from my house, like 5 miles, is like 375-acre hemp seed production. It was massive.
Wow.
They had fields, they had these greenhouse 100-footers stacked to the rafters with finished product. None of that was for CBD. None of it was for any of that. These guys were seed producers. This is about 3 years ago. I don't think the business is going as strong right now, or it's more competitive. But they were telling me some of the numbers, and yeah, they sell by the kilo at that point and shit like that.
Yeah.
The seeds. A lot of the customers were Chinese because they were going to want to buy these seeds because they were going to grow CBD hemp. All around the world was customers, not some in the United States, but the business was, yeah, and they were getting pretty good money for their seeds. Like when I figured it out, I was like, holy shit, no wonder there's this whole fucking massive operation. And
they probably retired off that one seed harvest with all those plants.
Basically, I mean, even the lineage of the thing is they were doing that in Colorado, like where they're first, and then bought this farm out here to expand. And yeah, I forget the name of the strains, but the ones that came out of Colorado, the medicine CBD ones, and lineages of that were like valuable seeds in the.
Oh, the Charlotte's Web.
Even when they told me about that, yeah, they have a USDA hemp license, right? And when they drove around, we drove around on the car, I just looked at all the shit. Hey, I'd never seen that shit before like this. But all it looked like to me was fields of marijuana, dude. Like you couldn't tell the difference. I guess if you go rub up on it and you're real knowledgeable. But to anyone else, how would you know that wasn't a field of this or that? No, you could. It looks like fucking weed, growing fucking weed, right? And they've been there like all these years, and even the USDA never came, no inspection, no problem. There's all the other things that go on around here, and I'm thinking, these guys got 375 acres of this shit going on, and they've never even had a visit from anyone. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Right permits and paying the right people. Having your product come up tested as CBD all the time, and
Well, I think your biggest problem would be in like an area like this. There's still teenagers. I see the school buses taking them back and forth from school. Is they don't know any better. So if they were like the neighbors around this huge property, they would be like, yeah, these guys got 375 acres of weed. Go, we got to go get some. Because I was a teenager, we used to go do shit like that. We stole people's weed out of their backyard when we were like 14 and 15. We were fucked.
until you read the big sign that says CBD farm, no THC, and you're like, fuck. But a couple of those plants are worth money in the nighttime underneath the parking lot light.
Well, it reminded me, like I couldn't even imagine having a thing that big and just doing seed, but that's what they did.
The most flavorful flower that I've tasted here is actually a CBD flower. It's called like a wild berry, and it's 55 baht for a gram, and it's nice. It relaxes you. It actually makes me tired, and I buy some of it. So it's like, $1.30 a gram, $1.40 a gram for CBD.
Yeah,
And it's nice seeing a lot of Thais smoking CBD flower for the health benefits, not to get high.
Yeah, it's hard for me to make any kind of judgment. I would try some of this. I know there's these ones that are available. I guess you can even buy them and send them to any state of just what you're saying, CBD flower. They're flavorful ones and good ones. Because I've never tried it, so I don't even know. Like I've never. I think I grew. One of those popular CBD ones of years ago. I forget his name. And
Actually, bud, it's just like smoking a regular joint. You just don't get the THC high from it. But I do get, let me say me, I do get a relaxation feeling in the tensions of the muscle spasms that I have. I do get the ones that have a nice taste to them, but I do get the inflammation in my hands and my joints go down. So I do get the beneficials. I just don't get that high.
let me ask you this.
Now, what's going to be big here in Thailand are going to be like 1-to-1s. Ones that get you a little bit high, like the Thai weed, but then give you, when the high goes away, you can really feel the medical properties last longer.
But does it also work like this? Like, okay, I smoke weed from the time I get up. Usually I get pretty burnt out. I take a nap, try to reset, start smoking weed again. What if I instead of took a nap, said, oh, I'm getting burnt out. Smoked too much weed or THC weed already today. Smoked one of these CBD ones. Is it right that it would take some of that away?
For me, peace, green fingers.
Peace,
Have a good night. But isn't that some of what they say, like the CBD counteracts too much THC?
Yes, And it does. It will bring you down from a THC high, but being an everyday smoker and you take a nap, I would smoke some of that CBD flower like a half an hour just as you're sitting down, and smoke a little THC with it, but smoke that CBD. And I think that little nap that you take will be much more enjoyable. You'll get more rest out of it.
I can't afford a nap, and I'm trying to be like break through the burnout. You know what I mean? Now, if there's something that helps me do that, I'm all in.
No, I don't think it would help through the burnout, because I think the only thing it may do to an everyday heavy smoker is maybe make them tired. But
Kinda
that's
what-
also going to be strain dependent and person dependent.
The reality of like when I get burnout, usually the only thing that quickest would be like a quick power nap, an hour or so, and then I can like reset. But usually when I get
Well,
burnt,
that
like-
joint that I smoked, that's the 5th joint that I've smoked since last Sunday. Because I took a unexpected break with food poisoning, and it was the worst case I've ever had. But I realized what also happened is I was drinking water, but no caffeine, no sugar. Cigarettes were cut way down, so the nicotine was gone. And I wasn't able to take the medication that I take every day. So it was a combination of like 4 other things that prolonged feeling like shit for 6 days.
And wait, was it just bad food you ate at some place or something like that?
Believe it or not, that last picture on Instagram of the Pizza Hut, it was one of the Pizza Hut pizzas. I got 2/3 of the way through it, and I thought, man, it kind of starts tasting a little bit different and funny. And I finished it off, and food poisoning hits me pretty quick. So within 6 hours, it was hitting me hard. But now I have these little things because a friend of mine said, oh, you should have taken the charcoal tablets. And I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, they've got charcoal tablets. You take them and it starts to fight all that stuff in your stomach.
Yeah.
He says you're going to shit black for a couple days, but you should be fine by the next day.
I've heard that before. There's things you can buy at the pharmacy or at the CVS or whatever that is that's what active ingredient is, charcoal.
Yeah. And packets right here. They're just little charcoal capsules. You take one.
Well, now you know for next time, but you didn't have that knowledge for this time, right?
Exactly. That's why I have 10 of them right there. But I mean, I moved to Thailand. People kept on saying, oh, watch out for the food, watch out for the food, especially the street vendors. And I was eating from the street vendors most of the time. And I didn't get food poisoning for over 2 years. And all my trips here, I only had it one time. And then I move here and I get it about once every 3 months because I try a bunch of different foods.
Well,
and sometimes the meat was out a little bit too long. It's not like they have refrigerators everywhere. It's basically an ice chest.
Well, but you'd figure Pizza Hut was supposed to be some trusted brand that would be pretty standardized, not be food poisoning people, but it can happen anywhere, I guess.
Well, see, that's the real kicker of it is because I used Pizza Hut when it's later at night, I can order it. I know that the bread will help take care of the acid in my stomach if I'm having a problem. So it was like a safety food for me to eat that I could always rely on going to Pizza Hut and getting a good meal and not getting sick. Well, this is actually the second time that they've gotten me sick from food poisoning. And it's the same pizza, which I'm coming to find out that it's actually the fucking pineapple. I'm in Thailand and the pineapple is getting me sick. It's either that or the ham.
Mm.
Or
good.
it could be the dough. There could be a problem with the dough. Because I think the dough may be shipped over. I don't know.
How's the water there, Captain? Is the water good to drink?
My water, when I turn on the tap, can smell like a swimming pool at times, but it is drinkable here in Chiang Rai. They do have a pretty good and new water system, just like the electrical system here in Chiang Rai. They're updating all the time. But everybody buys their water. It costs me 20 baht for 20 liters.
Right.
And they deliver to your house. They come down the street once a week.
Well,
so you
now
give them
wait.
100 baht for the bottle, and it's 20 baht to have it refilled every time. So they just drop off a new one.
I'm pretty sure like almost all of us, like in some way, none of us drink tap water, right?
No, I'm on rainwater here.
And then, yeah, like I drink bottled water, I buy water for the longest time. I don't know. Maybe tap water's not that bad, but somehow in my lifetime they demonized it and I never took another sip since.
When I have an RO system running, I keep the bottles and I refill the bottles out of my RO system.
But then I've heard that that's really not like that could be bad because like the water doesn't have any minerals and then it takes it away from you or something, basically that. Like that's not really drinking water.
No, but it
water.
goes good in my Jim Beam and Pepsi.
Yeah, imagine in little amounts. It's all right as long as you're like. Well, I'm sure there's a way or something that you would supplement that would then make that water fine to drink as long as you got those other minerals through some other means, whether vitamin or mixed it into the water. Well, then it wouldn't be RO, but I'm sure there's a way.
If Cushmaster would wash that shirt 4 times in the water here that I have at my house that's hooked up to my washer, it would be gray because of all the minerals that are in that water.
So that must make like a huge business for filter systems for people's homes, or most people can't afford that.
No, it does, but they're very, very cost effective. You know, the RO systems at home, when I bought one, was like $300 and some for like 100 gallon a day RO system, one of the tall boys. And here I can buy basically the same system for $100, 120 bucks.
Right. A Chinese version or the same one? You just get it cheap.
That just reminds me of like
One
so many
similar.
years ago when I was like 10, 12 grand or 10 grand deep into split minis, right? At the same time, I was seeing footage on TV of Iraq and Afghanistan where they blew up all these like buildings that were like decrepit to begin with. And in the pile of rubble, that's all you would see is the heads of split minis. And I used to think, there's no way in hell those people are paying 2,000 or 3,000 US for a fucking split mini. It's not, that's like a lifetime's of money over there, a year's worth. And
That
sure
one
enough,
up
yeah,
there,
those same split minis are available all over the world for like way less prices
that
than what
one
we
up
pay for them
there
here.
is 28,000 BTU. And it has a dry setting on it, which runs at about 60% humidity, if not less. And I think I could even change it. But that unit there cost me 21,000 baht with tax. And at the time, it was like 650 bucks.
Now I just looked at the clock and I feel like a big dork because it seems like I am in charge or need to deal with shutting this show down. We missed 420 in California, West Coast time, but happy post 420. But it's like 5 minutes ago.
Uh-oh.
All right, 420 guys. I'm probably gonna cut out.
Yeah, I think we should probably bring this one to the close. It was really nice to be able to be on Eagle's show, and he let us have it for the late night crowd because the new situation where Eagle has to, get sleep at night and the shorter shows. I've missed the longer jam sessions, and it was a pleasure to be part of one tonight.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eagle.
Now, here's the thing.
70 strong.
Because maybe
chat.
Green Fingers or maybe
Appreciate
one
you.
of somebody else. Is there something I'm supposed to do to shut this down? Like, I guess I go to my Zoom settings.
No,
or if
you
I
just do the
end
normal
it.
thing, I think. Yeah, I think so.
When I end
Yeah.
it and you end it, everyone ends it. It's over,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So let's
Well,
do that.
actually, you'll end it and we'll still be on Zoom. I think you may have to end it from like.
All right, let me
It may
just
give
double
you
check at this. Okay, there's
different
more.
options.
Look at more.
Do you have
Raise
YouTube open
hand,
too?
cancel. No, well, I have YouTube on my
No,
TV with a
on
different
here,
app.
does it say
All right,
anything
well,
about?
look, we'll see you all. Have a great
Yeah,
day, and I'm gonna end it, and then we just let it go from there.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Okay, wait. Here's
Appreciate
what it
yous.
says.